Hello there and welcome back to another edition of the Hot Lap Classic Remastered. This time we're taking a look at the 1998 Fiat Cinquecento Sporting. I love this thing. The Cinquecento, obviously an icon in British culture for obvious reasons, but I like this thing a lot. It's just a very tiny, basic, proper, old school Fiat. Which is both brilliant and horrifying in equal degrees. The sporting version, just look up pictures of this thing. It is so cool. Admittedly, if you tried to drive this anywhere other than Europe, you would die. But it's fantastic, and I love the racing mod on this as well. I think it's based very loosely on a rally car that Fiat attempted to run into certain events. Obviously, probably didn't do too well, but it's here, and it'll be interesting to see how this gets along. I love its little rally fog lights, and it comes in a mountain of colours, and I chose this purple and yellow because of course I did. Anyways, statistically, obviously, this isn't the most dynamic vehicle in the world. Front engine, front wheel drive, 190 horsepower, 655 kilos. Does make a decent amount of torque though, so who knows, we might threaten something in this. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. It's got a weird texture glitch on the rear window. That's interesting. Anyways, yeah. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 rally car, which set a time of 27.718. The Cinquecento might look like a rally car, but probably isn't going to threaten that too much. In terms of where this will end up, obviously I don't know, but if I had to guess, this is very much on course to threaten a bunch of key cars, so I'm expecting a 33 from this, and then anything extra than that is bonus. Statistically, it is very, very similar to a key car. The weight is actually a lot lower than most key cars. I think this is significantly lighter than the cars like the Opti Club Sport, which does sit at the bottom of our leaderboard, and even on this car's first run, it has beaten that. And obviously stuff like the Daihatsu moves and stuff, so... But of course it's front-wheel drive as opposed to four-wheel drive, so will that hurt it? Probably not, given how sort of small and diminutive this car is. But we will see. To drive, I mean, it doesn't have enough power to really cause it any problems. I'm imagining this is going to be significantly quicker than the other Cinquecento in this game, or Fiat 500R, as you might know it as, because there is a classic Fiat 500 in this game as well. And yeah, that car is not going to be quick, is it? In the slightest, really. So yeah, I mean, it'll be quicker than that. It's actually, surprisingly, for the power on this, it is surprisingly slow. I know, you was expecting the Cinquecento to be an absolute flying saucer of a vehicle, but no, it turns out it is just sort of a boxy key car thing. You can probably use this in a lot of key car events, and no one would really bat an eyelid. I think it technically fits the dimension requirements. I'm not sure. We did finally get a good lap out of it, which is good. Yeah, it feels weird driving this after driving a bunch of like mental stuff for a while, to get hurtled back and down to earth to driving wardrobes on wheels. It's something. I say wardrobes on wheels. This one was designed a bit. I do think the Japanese and the sort of early to mid 90s were taking design inspiration from this, and of course the cinquecento, which interestingly enough, the cinquecento was not meant to be follow up to the Cinquecento. That was supposed to be a sort of, there was supposed to be far bigger updates to the Cinquecento, which eventually became the basis for the Daewoo Matiz. Of course, nothing Fiat ended up in the Daewoo Matiz, just the design that was pitched. But yeah, an interesting thing in history to note. 32.360. I tell you what, that's actually quicker than a lot of K cars. And I mean a lot of K cars. This thing is not bad. I've just seen what it's beaten. Haha, yes! cinquecento. Anyways, yeah. It's beaten another British icon of pop culture. 32.360. When did it even set that time? I don't even... Yeah. I must have blanked out when it was doing that. Anyways, yeah, 32.360. This car goes into 173rd place. It has beaten the Aston Martin DB6. Yeah. Beats a Plymouth Cuda, Suzuki Cappuccino, Daihatsu Move SRX 4-wheel drive, Mitsubishi Dangan, the Mini. Yeah, just killing loads of pop culture icons here. It is slightly slower than the Volkswagen Polo and the HKS drag car and the CRX, but that's very impressive. It's not quite as quick as the Move SRX 4-wheel drive 97, which is the quickest key car we've had. Oh, and the Subaru Clio. It hasn't beaten either of those, but that is impressive. And like I say, there's a lot of interesting things this car is quicker than. If we go down the leaderboard some more, beats the Legnum ST, BMW 740i, Lexus GS 300. It's a bit of a giant killer, really. Just don't take it to a proper track and it won't be a giant killer anymore. The 1971 Dodge Charger. Last time out we had the Cinquecento, which was a tiny European mini car, and now we have the Charger. Yeah, this is the 71 Charger. I don't know what was going on in Polyphony's head when they decided what years of muscle cars they wanted. Personally, I would have much rather had a 69 Charger, but there we go, the 71 when it got redesigned and would eventually become, well, a humdrum personal luxury car. But this is before that. This is when this actually had a bit of power. I am very scared of this vehicle because the statistics are completely wrong for this course. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 567 horsepower, 1,528 kilos, one of the heaviest cars we've ever had, and the torque figure's ridiculous. So I think this might kill me. We'll see. I will say it hasn't got a massive amount to live up to, but we'll see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 slaps off the Motorsports Land at track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which set a time of 27.718. The Charger is not beating that, shall we say. In terms of where the Charger could go, well, we've had the Plymouth GTX, which was terrible. We had the Plymouth Cuda, which wasn't very good, so that's both of this car's stable mates. The Cuda, 32.4, so if this can beat that, then I guess that's a good thing. We had a Corvette go round, I think that's like a 31.6, and we've had a classic Camaro, which wasn't bad, so yeah, it's, like I said, there's not a lot to live up to here, so. But I tell you what, maybe it's the weight of this thing. This ain't half bad to drive. I mean, it's appalling, obviously, but I guess the length of the gear ratios and stuff, this ain't half bad to drive. Beats the Cuda. I don't know what gearbox is in this. We will find out in a second, but yeah, this is going sideways. Okay. We have got a 4-speed, but for whatever reason, first gear is the longest gear I have ever experienced in my entire life. It's apparently got a NASCAR transmission in it, I guess. 32.092, that is very, very quick. I kind of want this to beat that Corvette. Like I said, I think that Corvette was a 31.6. The Corvette also had a race mod, which probably makes a big difference on a big car like this. But we'll see. I think it's just, it's a lot like, I know this is sort of my holy grail arguing this, but if you remember that Camaro we had ages ago that like was ridiculously quick, the 30th anniversary Camaro, and that was quick because it weighed a lot and it made a lot of torque and the gear ratios were really long, so it sort of conspired into this really nice driving car that was just really quick. And this is a lot more rudimentary than that, but this is very, very similar to that to drive, where because this is so big and weighty and has so much torque, it could sort of just get away with it. Like, it could get away with having this much power, and most cars can't. I'd love to see what this would be like with an extra... I can't believe I'm saying this about a muscle car. I'd love to see what this would be like with about 600 horsepower. I think this would be monstrous with 600 horsepower. But, unfortunately it has to make do with plebeian 567. This isn't even that good of a lap, really, and I think this might be quicker. Not quite. Actually, it's exactly the same lap time. Wow. I wouldn't be able to pull that off ever again in my life. I'll tell you what, that ain't half bad, and I think that could even go a bit quicker. What? That's insanity. That's really just... I was expecting this to be like one of the worst cars I have ever driven in this series. And in truth, don't get me wrong, it's not good. But wow. Wow. Just wow. I think it could go quicker. Whether it would beat that Corvette or not, 31.657, maybe, if you tried hard enough, but I don't think it would go much quicker than that. But still, 31.721, that ain't half bad. 31.721 will place this into 149th place. It is quicker than the Toyota Celica, quicker than the Shelby GT500, which is a muscle car I forgot we've ran. Quicker than Nissan Stagea, quicker than Lotus Elise Sport, BMW 323 Ci. As mentioned, does lose out very slightly to the Corvette Stingray. Anything else really comparable to that other than this, though? No, not really. Not unless you want to start talking about the Camaro, but again, that's way newer than this. That is one of the biggest shocks I think I've had in the history of this series. That's really, really nice to drive. I did not expect to say that about the 71 Charger. The 1996 Audi A3. Just A3 in this game. There's nothing to add on to that. I believe this is the 1.8 turbo, but still nothing to add on to, just A3, which is great. It means the title will be nice and snappy on this one. I really like this generation of A3, the first generation of A3. I know it was basically at this point just a slightly different Golf, but for me, the styling of this one, I've spoken before about classic 90s Audi styling, the A4, and this is one of those cars that I just really, really like the look of. It's just a very straight, honest, simple design. There's one of these that sort of drives around here. There's not many of these left because a lot of them have rotted to death, but there's one around here and it looks awesome. Admittedly, it's not an S3. The S3 would be my preferred one, preferably in that yellow they came in. I thought they looked absolutely beautiful, but, you know, swings and roundabouts. There's an S3 in this game. We'll get to that later on. Anyways, in terms of statistics, this is quite interesting. Front-engine, front-wheel drive, 348 horsepower, 1,053 kilos. That's a lot of power to put through the front wheels. And, yeah, we'll see whether that has gone well or disastrous. Be interesting to find out. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which has a time of 27.718. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the A3 could go, I believe the Mark IV Golf V5 went round in 30.708. Have we had another Golf? I think we had a normal GTI Golf. I don't know where that went. I'll have to go looking for that. Although from what I remember, that was not a particularly quick car. So hopefully this is quicker than that, because A3 is love. I don't think this will be quite as quick as the V5 Golf as he slams headfirst into a wall. That's good. Have we had... Hold on, I've got to look this up now that I'm driving this around. My memory is getting worse as I get older, apparently. Oh my god, this spreadsheet takes forever to get to the bottom of. We had another Golf. We have had another Golf. We had the 99 Golf GTI. If I remember rightly, that car was pretty mediocre in terms of its position on the leaderboard, so yeah. This may or may not be quicker than that. I genuinely can't find it for the life of me. Someone made a joke in one of the recent episodes, which won't be recent by the time you watch this, but still. Someone made a joke in one of the recent uploads that I spun out in, I think it was the Mazda Speed Roadster, and it was still quicker than the Opti Club Sport. In the case of that, I literally went looking through a spreadsheet and drove the rest of the lap awfully, and this Audi was still only a couple of seconds off the Opti Club Sport, so interesting to note. 31.137 on our first proper lap in the A3. This is, I will be honest, not very nice to drive. I know I keep slamming into walls, which isn't really helping its cause. It's very understeery and then oversteery. It reminds me a lot of the Peugeot 306 in the way this sort of drives. If I remember correctly, the Golfs also weren't particularly great to drive either, but the Golfs had a bit more sort of power. This, it has 350 horsepower and makes a lot of torque, but it doesn't actually feel all that fast in a straight line. I don't know if that's just because it's spinning away all its available power through the front wheels, which does make it difficult to control, but it's not the quickest thing in the world. It's definitely not the best handling thing in the world as well. It is definitely spinning some wheels up, you can sort of tell. Yeah, there, that's when it starts getting trapped. Oh my god, that's quick. Okay, it's quicker than the Golf. It apparently just needed that one good lap to get out of its way, and it'd be quite happy to give that. I'm interested to see what the S3's like then, because if the S3's four-wheel drive version of this, with more power, that could be a very, very quick car. Although he says that, like, this one isn't quick as well. Yeah, the handling's all over the place. I don't like the way this drives. It is phenomenally fast, but I do not like the way it drives. It's one of those weird situations. We do get these every now and again where a car's quick, but I don't like it to drive. I mean, I like looking at it, but to drive, this just isn't great. You can sort of hear. Let's see if it spins. It's hard to tell because this game tries to generate very little tyre smoke, really. But it's definitely spinning away a lot of that power, it does have to be said. I think it could go a little bit quicker. I think there's a little bit more time in there. I don't think it would quite threaten some of the quicker front-wheel drive cars we've had. Stuff like the Eclipse and the Alfa 156, I think they're pretty safe. But no, this is a very, very quick car. A 30.353 will place this into 65th place. It is very slightly slower than the FTO GPX, quicker than Civic Ferio, which is a very quick front-wheel drive car. It's quicker than the Audi A4 Avant, which I was not expecting, quicker than Vectra, quicker than the E55. As I mentioned, about 0.4 up on the V5 Golf. Where is that other Golf hiding? The Mark IV Golf is so boring it even manages to hide in the spreadsheet somewhere where all the cars are the same height and they all basically... Ah, there it is, 31.125. Yeah, this is a lot quicker than that is. Yeah, that's a really quick car. It's, like I say, not nice to drive, but you can't argue with the speed around the course, definitely. So, yeah, the 1997 Mitsubishi Mirage Asti ZR. As much as the name is very, very cool, the Mirage has been, well, anything but a Mirage on this series. The last one we had, the RX, was quicker than this and also wasn't very quick at all. So, not got high hopes for this one, but we'll see. The front engine, front-wheel drive, 233 horsepower, 993 kilos. Pretty average statistics for a pretty humdrum car. Anyways, to find out how it gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time we possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 rally car, which set a time of a 27.718. The Mirage is likely to beat that. The Mirage, so let's talk Mirage. The RX, which had a race mod and I think 20 extra horsepower over this, it actually went into the series with quite high hopes because the FTO set a time of a 30.3 340, which was a very, very quick time for a front-wheel drive car. So I drove the Mirage Asti around here, and that wasn't a very, very quick car at all. It actually currently sits down in 162nd place with a 32.020, right around a bunch of K cars. So, yeah, hopes are not high for this version of the Mirage, which is a more basic one. But we'll find out. There's lots of Mirage Astis in this game. To be honest with you, it's a car that's quite forgettable. So forgettable, in fact, that you might forget it's even in the game in the first place. As I did, to be honest. I knew the Mirage Cyborgs were in the game, but for whatever reason, I never knew about the Asti Mirages until Honda played this game in about 2016, and I was like, oh, they were a thing? Wow, they kind of look like Evos. Although in the case of this one, you're going to hate me for saying this, the rear end of this kind of looks like a Mondeo. Or rather, it looks like a Mondeo, but it also looks a little bit like one of those really bad American cars, like really bad American cars. So like Dodge Avenger levels, so... yeah, I mean, I suppose that's not surprising, considering I bet the Dodge Avenger and this have quite a lot more in common than people would want to think, because the Avenger's basically an Eclipse, and I'm actually not sure what the Eclipse is based on, but I'd imagine it's something similar to this. Mitsubishi is on this course. I mean, obviously we know about the Evos. The Evos are insanely quick, but all the other Mitsubishis, it depends. The Legnums and the Gallants are quite quick, but the FTO's quick as well. But then you get like these Mirages, which are not quick, and then you get the Legnum ST with its wheezy 180 horsepower, and those cars are not very quick. So yeah, and this is definitely in that not very quick section. The funny thing is, this isn't like bad to drive or anything, it's just very slow. A bit like that Nissan Pulsar we had out a little while ago. The Pulsar, actually quite a good car to drive. It actually felt quicker than it was, but that was not... yeah, it just wasn't quick. This, to be fair, doesn't feel quick, but it doesn't feel like it should be this bad, really, if I'm being honest. So, yeah, but don't expect much out of these. Not going to be quite as quick on the way to line. 32.749. Yeah, it's not quick. It's not quick. Now, when you see where it goes on the leaderboard, you might be quite surprised to learn that that means it's not quick, but still. Yeah, not ideal. Could it have gone quicker? No, I don't think it could, honestly. I know Sector 2 looks like it was so much quicker on that other lap, but yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. Anyways, a 32.749 will place this into 186th place. Yes, it goes in between a Lexus GS300 and a BMW 740i, but it's still slower than a Subaru Vivio, Mitsubishi Minica Dangan, Suzuki Cappuccino, slower than the Aston Martin DB6. Admittedly, it's not the slowest Mitsubishi, the Legnum. It is quite significantly quicker than the Minica PJ, it's quicker than, but yeah, this is not a quick car, unsurprisingly. It's also quicker than a base model Integra, so that's something. Although that Integra did have a 4-speed, so... The 1998 Nismo Stagea 260 RS, tuned by Nismo. Yeah, real name. This is fantastic looking, isn't it? It's just ridiculous, the body kit on this. That sort of like fake BMW grille on the front. It looks terrific, but it's here with a purpose. You see, we have had one Stagea go around the course before, and it was alright. It was really let down by its gearbox. It was a 4-speed automatic, and while it did have a lot of power, it actually wasn't too terrible to drive. That was its big Achilles heel, and it was race modded. So what the Stagea has come back with is no race mod and more power, because that was the solution, apparently. Maybe it has a better gearbox, we'll find out when we get on the track. Four-wheel drive, 609 horsepower, 1,530 kilos. This is a brute of a vehicle, if you couldn't tell by looking at it. It also comes in yellow as well, which is fantastic, and I don't know what's going on those side skirts, but I'm very intrigued. Yeah, we'll see how this gets on. I'm hoping it does well. I like the Stagea, especially this one with its ridiculous body kit, so I'm hoping this does well. But I guess it really does depend on A, that gearbox, and B, if this can keep 1,530 kilos under control. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 Rally car. Set at a time of 27.718. The Stagea is unlikely to beat that. I don't know where the Stagea is going to end up, if I'm being honest. How many gears do we have? We have a 5-speed. Okay, that's a marked improvement on the Stagea, so that could mean this thing is quite quick. It's already quicker than the previous one on that first lap. Despite that, this is not... It's very understated. You could feel the amount of weight this thing is lobbing around the course for definite. This is interesting, to say the least. It's also one of the biggest cars we've had to go around this course, no doubt, in terms of overall size, along with the weight. It does look a bit like a comedy hearse. It's under 30. Oh my god. Well, there you go. We've got a Nissan Stagea in... Oh, sorry, Nismo Stagea, to be correct. Under 30. Okay, so that's interesting. Quite... Well, it's very interesting, actually, because that means it's only about 0.2 off of catching the Skyline. Can we prove how bad the Skylines truly are by beating it with a sort of non-race modded Stagea? That will be the question we now try to find out. In case you're wondering if you've never really seen the Skylines go around before, the Skylines are... Wow. The Skylines are immensely powerful, but they also make all of their power in one big glob. And because Skyline GTRs send most of their power to the rear wheels, it means they're quite uncontrollable. This does not have any such issues, because I'm assuming because A, it weighs a lot, and it also, I don't know what stage turbo's on this. It feels like a stage 3, but it might not be a stage 3, it might be a stage 4 to be honest. It feels quite controllable though. I think the only problem is the gears are a little bit long. I'd really want to use first gear for that section, because second gear seems to dip a bit, but I don't know whether I'm going to be able to. Alright, final lap in the mighty Stagea. It's not a nice car to drive, let's get that clear. It is very, well, not good, basically, to drive. Very heavy, very understeering, but it's one of those cars where you just, the more you try and push it, the less you're going to get out of it. 29.894, we will take that though. We will definitely take that to the bank and cash it in, because that is quick. Like I say, unfortunately, it's not quite in Skyline beating territory, although I say that, it has beaten sort of a Skyline. That drift was incredible. Yeah. I'm not sure on that one. That's, it could go quicker, it really could. The sector 1 was so good on that other lap. But, I don't know. How much quicker would it have gone? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I think we are definitely getting towards pushing its limit. I don't think it would have beaten a Skyline, I'll tell you that for free. But anyways, a 29.894 will place this into 47th place. It's beaten a Tommy Kyra R, which is a tuned R33, so we'll definitely take that. Quicker than an Impreza Wagon, quicker than a Legacy Touring, quicker than the HKS Drag GTR, quicker than the Celica GT4 RC, which is very impressive. Yeah, unfortunately it's not quite at the level of the R32s and sort of coming onto the R33s, but that ain't half bad. That really ain't half bad. I think the only thing really close to it on this side of the leaderboard, Mitsubishi Galant, that was 29.598, but that would have weighed a lot less than this does, so... I'm not 100% sure if the other Nissan Stagea has race mod. That's a Nismo version. Hopefully it does. Hopefully some more Stages have this 5-speed as opposed to that 4-speed, because if they do, they could be very, very quick indeed. At the 1999 Mitsubishi Legnum VR4 Type S. That Stagea we had out last time got me thinking, what will the Mitsubishi equivalent be like? We have had a Galant go round, which was actually quite quick. I think that's like a 30.6. We have also had another Legnum go round, but that was the ST with like 180 horsepower. So we don't consider that canon. We consider this one canon though. 4-wheel drive, 411 horsepower, 1,397 kilos. It is very much down on power to the Stagea, but it does weigh less. It's still got a decent amount of torque. Interested to see how this one gets along, definitely. Anyways, to find out, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which set a time of a 27.718. The Legnum is not beating that. As I said, that Stagea last time out did get into the under 30 club. I don't know if I expect this to quite be able to do that. In terms of where this is going to go, as I mentioned, Galant VR4 30.598. I don't expect this to go that high up. Legacies sort of hover around early 30s, so I think if we could get this into the early 30s, I'll be quite happy. It has already beaten that other Legnum that I mentioned, that Legnum ST, which was terrible. So that's good at least. It is quicker than the base model, or rather the base model of Gran Turismo 2. I'm sure it's not actually the base Legnum. I'm sure you can get a Legnum with less power than that one even had. Unbelievable. But no. Actually, this isn't all that quick, is it really? And what gearbox are we dealing with? 5-speed, okay. So we've got a proper gearbox in this. It's just not massively quick. Now, in case you are wondering, there is a bit of a breakdown on how Legnum is going to use race mods, and some of them aren't. The Super VR4 is basically the king of the Legnums, these VR4 Legnums anyway, so that one's going to run the race mod. And this and the 97 are not going to, currently. I think they're all got the same race mod, could be wrong there. I'll have to look that up, but I say I'll have to look that up like I haven't spent literally days and weeks and months and, well, at this point, years, researching all the different racing mods and finding out which car's actually the quickest and all of that. So, if you ever question why this one runs race mod and that one doesn't run race mod, or why this one runs different upgrades to this one, or rather NH twin turbo and stuff like that, it has all been researched. So, I'm not telling you to take my word for gospel, but I'm just saying, if you go against me, you probably lose, because I've spent far too much time looking at facts and figures for this game. Anyways, we will try and get a decent lap out of the Legnum on its final go. It just doesn't feel quick at all, this. I'm quite surprised, really. I mean, it's not... The actual speed is not that much slower than that Evo rally car was, in terms of just overall straight line speed, but it does not feel quick at all. It definitely feels heavy through the corners, which is to be expected. I don't know, this just does not feel brilliant. I'll be honest, it really does not feel all that great to drive. I think we're going to get the corner cut penalty. No, we're not. I think I could go a little bit quicker, but when I say a little bit quicker, I really do mean like a little bit. I don't think this is going to be challenging Legacies in its current form anyway. It's just not brilliant. It's not fantastic. It's not massively quick. The lap time's a bit all over the place. Maybe this could have gone quicker. I mean, you look at that and think, yeah, for definite, and then you sort of look at how all the sectors break down, and it actually turns out it's more like 0.1 of a second, if that. Yeah, Not brilliant, it does have to be said. Anyways, a 30.483 will place this into 71st place. Interestingly, it does set about the same time as the Audi A4 Avant, which is actually quite apt considering that's also an estate vehicle. It is marginally quicker than the Vauxhall Vectra, quicker than the Mercedes-Benz E55. It is quicker than a standard Mitsubishi GTO, which is something. I mean, it's not slow. It definitely isn't slow. Don't misconstrue me there. For this sort of series, it's actually quite quick. It's just the slowest legacy we've had is about 0.3 up the road from this. Same with WRX Wagon, the slowest one. Yeah, it's just not quite got that killer instinct those cars have got. Don't get me wrong, we might get that out the Super VR4, which I'm looking forward to driving eventually, but yeah, it's just not brilliant. The 1998 Alfa Romeo GTV 2-litre twin-spark 16-valve. It is our first Alfa Romeo GTV, or GTV-based car in fact, to take on the course, and it does come here with something to prove, because Alfa Romeos with the twin-spark engine have been surprisingly quick, so I'm hoping this one does the same. It has a fantastic looking racing mod inspired by the Alfa Romeo GTV Cup cars. Both GTVs are going to be running racing mod because the Spider exists in this game and that one isn't, so that's why it's going to break down. I will admit, I like the front end of the GTV, the rear end I'm not so sold on. I do think it's a good looking car, definitely. I personally prefer the Fiat Coupe. I don't know if that's controversial to say. But nevertheless, I do hope this does very well because I'm a big Alfa Romeo fan. Front engine, front wheel drive, 356 horsepower, 1,170 kilos. Good statistics, very similar to that of the 156 twin spark, which was and is still our quickest front wheel drive car we've had, or at least standard front wheel drive car, that is a race car, and the 166, which also was very quick, and even though that weighed a lot more, that was still a lot quicker with the twin spark than it was with the 2.5 V6. Anyways, to see if the GTV can follow in its twin spark brother's footsteps, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land and track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, set a time of 27.718. The Alfa Romeo GTV is unlikely to beat that, but as I mentioned, 156, 30.145, exceptionally quick front wheel drive car. Can the GTV match it in terms of raw speed? That is the question. Now, in theory, or at least you'd expect it to, considering that 156 didn't even have a racing modification on it. This does. None of the other twin spark Alphas have had a racing modification, so that should make this the quickest one. But of course, as we've seen before, just because cars share engines or just because they share chassis, they can go in 2 completely different directions in this series. 30.464, I mean, it's quick. I mean, ideally, if we're talking in pure fantasy land, this should be able to get into the under vertical. If that 156 is anything to go by, and if racing mod's worth what I think it's worth, which is about 0.2 of a second depending on the car, this should be quick. I'm very distracted, however, by the fact this car has a hole in the side of it. I don't know if you can sort of see that. Below the GTV sign, there's a weird hole. Usually, GT2 Plus fixes that. I don't know if the guys know about it. I assume they do, and it's just unfixable, considering PES 2K is pretty on it when it comes to stuff like that. Fixes vehicles I didn't even know were broken, so yeah, I'm sure he's probably taken a look at that and gone, it's unfixable, but I don't know for certain. What I do know for certain is this is quite quick. It isn't fantastic to drive though. It's one of those where as soon as you hit the rear brakes, it all sort of seems to flop a bit, and all of the front wheels just start understeering uncontrollably, which really hurts it through that section right there. That first sort of corner, you need a car that's really compliant and sharp on the front end around there. That's the corner where a lot of cars that we think are going to be quick, like four-wheel drive cars, a lot of them get exposed on that corner right there. and this is no exception. I will say, like, the power you get out of the corners in this thing is insane. The twin-spark engine is definitely not the problem in this car. The twin-spark engine is fantastic, but yeah, the front end is not ultra compliant. That being said, we are on to being quick on this lap. If this final section goes well, which is... No, that's going to be too much, isn't it? No, it's not. We got away with it. 29.919. Haha! A front-wheel drive car. Or a standard front-wheel drive car. Of course, we've got the Celica Wed Sport, but shut up. A standard front-wheel drive car has made it into the under 30 club. It took 200 odd episodes, but we finally got there. Yeah, that final corner, I'm very, 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 very fortunate to have got away with that. But, yeah, I mean, it's not a bad car to drive. I do prefer the way the 156 drives, definitely, to the way this drives, but you can't argue with the speed of it, and it certainly is very, very quick indeed. I can't believe I got away with that final corner. That's not even the quickest lap, really. If you strung it all together, I'm sure you could make this a far more secure under 30 club. I don't know if it would be that much quicker, but yeah, you could definitely secure it to place a little bit more, but still, that is phenomenal. A 29.919 places this into 50th place. As I mentioned, it is our first normal sort of buy from a dealership front-wheel drive car to go into the under 30 club. Does beat that 156 twin spark by about 0.2 of a second. Anything else that's near beats the Impreza WRX wagon, beats a Chevrolet Camaro 30th anniversary, beats a Legacy Touring Sport RS, beats the R33 drag car. It is quicker than a four-wheel drive Celica GT4 rally car, standard GT4 I should say, which gives you an idea of how bad that car is. Quicker than a Lancia Delta. It is monstrously quick. Definitely. Like I say, I think the handling isn't very compliant, and I will be interested to see how the V6 gets along, and indeed it does give me more hope for the 156 that is going to run the racing mod, the 2.5 V6, but yeah, we're free for free on twin spark cars, shocking me in how quick they are, definitely. The 1999 BMW 840 Ci. The jewel in the BMW crown back in the 90s. This is going to be interesting. The 740i, which is essentially the saloon version of this, we've had go around, and it wasn't very quick. It's about 17th from the bottom, which doesn't sound like a lot, until you remember we've had 207 cars go around this track. Then it starts to sound quite bad. So I haven't got high hopes for this, but it does weigh a little bit less, and it looks, well, awesome, so maybe the track will be kind to it. It should be more aerodynamic, at least in the 90s way of making cars aerodynamic, which was giving them pop-up headlights. Can we revisit those days? Maybe. Anyways, front engine rear-wheel drive, 421 horsepower, 1,686 kilos, as I mentioned. Statistically, isn't great, but we'll see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Lounge track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, set a time of a 27.718. This 840 Ci obviously is getting no way near that. As I mentioned, the 740i is way down. I think it's got a 32.767, so hopefully this will be quicker than that. Now, this does have more... It has a 6-speed. Okay, so one of the biggest issues of the 740i is solved in this vehicle, i.e. it has more than 4 gears, which is good. It hasn't got some sloppy auto box, or maybe it has, and it's a very sophisticated auto box. I think it's more this is a manual. Interestingly, because this is Gran Turismo 2, and choices they made with BMW cars made no sense whatsoever. This is not the quickest version of the 850. That would be the 850 CSI with its V12. This is just the standard V8 model, but never mind, we can still make this work. 8 Series BMW, I love this car. It's such a... You can tell this was like the jewel in the crown in the 90s, you really can. You can also tell that 1999 was indeed its last year of production, because look at it. This car could not exist beyond the 90s. Definitely designed in the 80s, and yeah, it's a cool car. I've always really liked the 8 Series. I remember how sort of much hype there was around this car. People love this thing. And then BMW bought it back and completely missed the point by making a car that just looks like a big 4 Series. Admittedly, it's probably one of the best looking BMWs in current production because it's got ridiculous radiator grills on it. But yeah, I always felt like BMW really missed the point with that. And then they gave it a diesel engine and completely missed the point. Yeah, you can't ever quite make a car like the 8 Series anymore, which is a big shame. Although I'm sure they'll make some sort of weird EV concepts, which like harkens back to this eventually. He says that as he just realises the BMW XM and the BMW iX are a thing, and then he's like, actually, you know what, maybe BMW will never produce anything like that, because BMW hasn't got a clue what it's doing at the moment. Anyways, while this car is quicker than the 740, it still isn't brilliant. Who would have guessed a big, lumbering car like this? The problem is, with this, is it weighs an awful lot, and the power figures aren't actually all that great on it, and what you really end up with is a car that, if it had more power, would be a lot quicker, and if it was a lot lighter, it'd probably be a bit quicker. But because it's neither, it's just very sort of disappointing to drive. It also, the handling is quite bad. And I will say this is not me driving at my best, but that is a very disappointing car to drive. That is not good. Like I say, it doesn't make enough power and torque to get itself out of trouble. It's not something like the Camaro 30th anniversary, or indeed even that Dodge Charger we had a couple of episodes ago, where that makes so much torque that it sort of offsets the weight. It doesn't quite have enough power, and it just weighs an awful lot, which means the handling's all over the place. It just feels like a heavy car. It's not good. It looks exquisite, but it's not a good car to drive. Yeah. Could it have gone quicker? Maybe there's 0.2 in it. But even if there's 0.2 in it, that still means it's not a quick car. 31.967 is going to place this into 162nd place. It is quicker than the 740i. It's about a second quicker, but that's still not saying much. It goes in between an Integra and a Nissan Silvia, quicker than Nissan Pulsar, Mitsubishi Mirage. None of this is making this sound any better, is it? It is slightly slower than the 323 Ci, which also wasn't very good to drive. Had a lot of the same problems this did, but it weighed a lot less. Slower than the Elise Sport 135, again, not a good car. Slower than the Dodge Charger. So, if you're in the middle of a midlife crisis and you're not sure whether to buy a 1971 Dodge Charger or a BMW 840 Ci, apparently Charger's the right one. I mean, even on a proper racetrack, the Charger is probably quicker because it makes more power than this. I don't know. It's a shame. This car's a little bit useless. Fortunately, there's a little mod out there, but if you know, you know. There's a special version of the 840 that makes it a lot better. The 1997 Nissan March G hashtag, also known as the Micra SR. Now, I don't know if it's just me, but looking at this car again has made me realise how good looking the K11 Micra actually was. Am I going insane? Am I the only one who thinks this just looks fantastic in its current guise? I don't know. But yeah, there's something about it. Just seeing its model again, it's a really good looking Super Mini. I mean, it's obviously based quite heavily on the original Mini, but they've done a really good job. And yeah, this race mod as well really complements it as well. I like this race mod, this sort of club racer spec that they give you. It's just, yeah, maybe I'm going mad, I don't know. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 185 horsepower, 740 kilos. Statistics that won't blow your socks off, but in terms of super minis, that ain't half bad with a weight figure, but we'll find out how quick it is as it gets 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 Rally Car, which set a time of a 27.718. The Micra, obviously, is not beating that. The Micra, I mean, look, we've had the Fiat Punto, which I've harped on about enough, which was an insanely quick super mini, and we've also had some of these cars that be quite disappointing. We've also had Nissan hatchbacks be quite disappointing. The Nissan Pulsar / Almera being a principal one at 32.0 dead. Yeah, that was not particularly great. I'm hoping this is a little bit quicker than that, but I'm not too sure if it will be. I mean, if it does go that route, then I mean, I suppose it's around like Honda CRX and stuff, which isn't terrible by any stretch, but yeah, you'd hope for a little bit more maybe. But anyways, we will find out. First flying lap, 32.281. I will say, as much as I really, for some reason, I'm just nostalgic. I don't know why I've just decided the K11 Micra is a really good-looking car. I'm not a huge fan of the rear lights of the March. They look quite good in-game here. I think that might be it. Like, the game model just looks quite good. But if you've played Gran Turismo 4, you'll sort of know what I'm on about. The rear lights of this look very weird in the Japanese market. I do prefer the European-style Micra tail lights. Yeah, it's a shame. All of these sort of seem to have gone. I suppose most of them are rusted away, or the people who drove them have expired and people just got rid of them because they didn't really see much point of them. Because you don't see a lot of these anymore, and the internals of these were pretty darn strong, so I'm assuming that's what's happened. Yeah, maybe the heart grows fonder, I don't know. I do remember I always rated these cars as like little first cars. They weren't really for me, but I know a lot of sort of JDM bro people who sort of, yeah, I was around a lot of those people, and when it came to first cars, it was like, get a Micra. I want a Toyota Starlet. No, you want a Micra. A Starlet isn't a good car. Newsflash. Don't get me wrong, the Galanza, yeah, sure, maybe, but like a standard Starlet is not a good car. Of this generation anyway, or sort of this sort of era. And the Micra basically looks the same but better, performs better, drives better. There is no reason you would buy a Starlet over a Micra, unless you just preferred the badge, which I understand to an extent, but also it's a Starlet. So, who are you trying to impress? Yeah, it always made me mad when people are like, oh, I want a Starlet. It's like, yeah, but a Micra is basically the same, except it looks better and drives a hell of a lot better. Like, what's wrong with you? And then the Yaris came out and it became a little bit more close between the two. Anyways, that's my rant. That's most of the reason why I don't like the Toyota Starlet, because I got sick of people telling me how JDM it was. That's quick, actually, to be fair to it. 31.584, that is a lot quicker than I was expecting it to be. I think with that final lap, it really pulled it out of the bag. I'm happy. I like this car a lot. Could you tell? I don't think I've mentioned it. So, yeah, that's good. So, we've definitely found out, and to be fair, this is actually quite reasonable advice, I guess. Definitely go for the March / Micra over the Pulsar, because it's just better. The G hashtag is quicker, evidently. Yeah, it all sort of came together on that final lap, did it? Could it have gone quicker? I don't really think so. I know there's a little bit of time, it looks like there's some time on the sectors there, but I don't think it could go quicker, I will be honest. A 31.584 places it into 147th place. It is actually, looking at that, that makes a bit more sense because it is just behind the Mazda Demio, which is sort of a very similar vehicle to this, really. It's quicker than the Starlet Galanza, yes! Haha! Eat that. Yeah, quicker than the Starlet Galanza, quicker than a Corvette Stingray, Dodge Avenger, ambulance going past. Quicker than Dodge Charger, Shelby GT500, quicker than Stagea. Does lose out slightly to, as I mentioned, Demio, Elan, Megane. But you'd sort of expect that, really. I mean, Opel Corsa. Okay, I suppose that's one big name that it's lost out to. It is slower than the Corsa, but I think the Corsa made a lot more power than this does. So, yeah, not bad. I actually really like driving it. It's a nice driving car, that. So, yeah, good. The 1997 Subaru Impreza rally car. The OG Impreza rally car from Gran Turismo 1. There's two of them in this game. There's this one and the 99. As I mentioned, this one's the OG. Unfortunately, since Gran Turismo 1, it has been tuned down quite a bit. In GT1, it made about 580 horsepower. It competed with the Gran Turismo All-Stars in that game. In this game, well, 410 horsepower. So it makes about 60 or 70 less than that Evo 6 we had a couple of episodes ago. That's currently at the top of our leaderboard. So I don't quite expect this to be a direct competitor to that, but we'll see. Four-wheel drive, 980 kilos, so it is very, very light. It'll be interesting to see how this gets along. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, a 27.718. So, can the Impreza get close to that? That is the question. Now, straight away, obviously, we have a lack of power. We also have a very, very high red line. It revs up to 9 grand. So, that usually is not a great sign in this series, because it usually means you have to work this car quite hard to get all the way to the top of the power band, which isn't ideal. It also doesn't have particularly short gear ratios. It is, however, exquisite to drive. Unlike most rally cars, even the Evo 6, this isn't overly soft. It's actually quite sort of normal in the way the suspension's set up, and that does mean this feels very nice. 29.170. That's. Not gonna lie, I don't expect this to be even particularly quick for an Impreza. The quickest Impreza we've had 28.5. I don't think this is going to be beating that. I think this is going to do well to get under 29 seconds, sort of judging by it, but the actual drivability of this, it is very, very nice to drive. Yeah, like there. The Evo 6, or even the Nismo Stagea we had a couple of episodes ago, that would do that, and then you can pull off an amazing drift in it. This doesn't have the power to pull off ridiculous slides like that, which not only look cool, they can actually be quite good for lap time sometimes. So yeah, this is sort of, for me, this is like the perfect driving car in GT2, but I don't think it's going to be quick. Yeah, this is a shame. Hopefully, I don't know how much power that 99 makes. If the 99 drives roughly similar to this and makes about 70 more horsepower, i.e., what was the Evo 6, 470 something, if it could make, I don't know, like 480, that will be a very, very quick, potent car. But this one, unfortunately, ain't it. And it's really sad to say that, because this is lovely. This is very lovely to drive. I really like driving this. As he's gonna understeer into a wall, because of course he is. I really like driving this, but it's really not very quick. That is a big disappointment. My disappointment is immeasurable, because this with 40 or 50 more horsepower could be a real contender for the top of our leaderboard. But in its current state, it's not even really that competitive amongst the other Imprezas. I'd love to drive the Gran Turismo 1 version of this. Give me 580 horsepower in this, and I would destroy worlds. I don't even think there's... Yeah, you look at that, there's not even much time in it. There really isn't. I think if you could do like 28.8 max, really. That sucks. That really sucks, but you can see in the speed traps, like, it's 10k's slower than the Evo 6, and that's really where the Evo 6 makes up all its time, is the power. Because handling-wise, this is probably nicer to drive than that, but it's just more power. You can't argue with more power. And also, the revs are a little bit nicer on the Evo. 28.924 will place this into 20th place. It is, yeah, as I mentioned, it's actually slower than the Impreza Coupe on which it's based. Not by much, but still. It is quicker than the GT500 NSX, quicker than Toyota Chaser. It's still a quick car. Do not get me wrong. It is still a very, very quick car in the context of this game. And it does beat Evo 4, a couple of the other Imprezas. Corolla Rally Car absolutely demolishes it by about a second. But it's just not quick. It's just not got enough power. That's probably one of the bitterest cars I've driven around here, because I do genuinely think with more power that could be potent. Very potent, but unfortunately it's not meant to be. The 1998 Roof BTR2. Our first two-wheel drive roof to take on the course, and I am a little bit scared of this one, I won't lie. Now, roofs, when they're working, are terrific. For example, the CTR2 sits in 7th place on our leaderboard, which was an exquisitely quick car. And when they don't work, i.e. the Roof CR4, they're not very good, which sits in God knows where, but it's like a 30.8. It's not a very quick car. I'm expecting this to be more like the former, the CTR2. This is also my favourite roof model in the game because it has a mustache. I don't know why Roof decided it needed a mustache, but I'm glad they did because it looks hilarious. Based on the 993 Generation 911, which is my favourite 911, so it's always a good start, and it has the best wheels, the 5 spokes. Don't they just look classically fantastic? Anyways, rear engine rear wheel drive, which is, I believe, the first rear engine rear wheel drive car to take on the course. 544 horsepower, 1,290 kilos. Statistically, it's pretty good. Let's find out how good it is in actuality. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, set a time of 27.718. The Roof BTR2 is not going to beat that, as much as I'd like it to. That being said, let's not leave out the Roof CTR2 Sport, which very might just end up beating that because the CTR Standard was quick, so the CTR2 may also be quite quick. That being said, that's not bad for a first lap. This is very quick in a straight line, no doubt about that. The actual handling of this ain't too bad. I'm not gonna lie, I'm obviously scared of it for pretty obvious reasons. We all know what reputation 911s have, and on top of that, this isn't a 911, this is a Roof, which is basically a mental 911. There's also not much weight over the front wheels, so this really could be a handling disaster, but for right now, it's handling pretty well. It does feel like you can actually put the power down in this, which is nice, and it doesn't feel like it's going to kill you. Now, that being said, once we get onto the grass and start trying to be stupid with power, yep, there you go. I knew it was going to snap eventually, so there is a breaking point to this, but yeah, so far, it's nice, it's alright. A little bit understeer at the front. Again, as I mentioned, there's not much happening over the front wheels, so that does mean understeer can be a very real issue with these vehicles. Or in the case of, if you've played Forza Motorsport 5, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about here. But they also have, roofs have this sort of horrible tendency to just occasionally lift their front wheels up. Nothing major, you know, just to lift the front wheels off the tarmac, which does result in, well, not really understeer, just more no steer, which is worse than understeer, definitely. If you think understeer is the worst handling characteristic you can have in a car, then try that, because that like I say, that's not understeer, that's just not having any control whatsoever, so not ideal. I think this could go under 30. I want under 30 out of this, so let's aim for a good clean final lap, because we've not had the best laps in the world up to this. Come on. nice and control out of there. Try and get it turned in on the rotation. There we go. Ooh, that was nice through there. Ooh, that was nice. I think we're pretty much home free now on this lap. That being said, can mess up the final corner. Did mess up the final corner a little bit. 29.662. I'll take it. That ain't bad. That ain't half bad at all. Yeah, I think it could maybe go a little bit quicker than that. There's definitely some more time in there. Because I was being quite conservative, just trying to get that over the line. And that final corner definitely could have been a lot quicker. I think that final corner alone, you could probably save like 0.1. But I'll take that. That's all right in my book. Slightly scary, but all right. It's actually the quickest final, apparently. Maybe not then. Does feel like there's 0.2 in there though. 29.662 will place this into 41st place. It splits the skylines up once again. So it's quicker than a GT500 Calsonic GTR, quicker than a standard R32 GTR, quicker than the Viper GTSR, quicker than the Audi TT Coupe. It is a lot quicker than the Roof CR4, which was a terrible car. It is obviously quite a ways away from the CTR2, about 1.3 of a second, but again, remember the CTR2 has something over the front wheels to keep them pushed in, and also made more power than this, so I'll definitely take that. That's a very good lap time out of this, to be honest with you. Good car, really good car, actually. I can't believe I'm saying that. I thought this, like I say, I thought I was about to be killed by this, but it turns out I'm going to kill it with kindness, because it's a good car. Maybe the next roofs, the next few BTRs probably won't be so good. The 1998 Toyota Altezza 280T tuned by Tom's. Full name. This is our second Altezza to take on the course, and it's here for a little bit of a revenge tour. You see, the other Altezza we've had, the AS200, did very poorly, down to a 4-speed automatic gearbox. It was not very compliant whatsoever. 32.648 in 190th place. So the 280T hopefully should be quicker. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 417 horsepower, 1,144 kilos. Although do remember, the AS200 also had very good stats. So hopefully the better gearbox is in this one, but we will find out. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, set a time of a 27.718. This is unlikely to beat that. As I mentioned, anything better than 190th will be classed as a win by me. How many gears have we got? We've got 6. We got a proper manual. In fairness, I also think the Altezza RS200 has a proper manual in it, and maybe even the Lexus IS200, which is a separate vehicle in this game. So we'll find out. But anyways, I'm excited to drive this. I quite like the Altezza 280T. It is quite a fun-looking car. It's interestingly one of the only tuned cars that actually sits in the dealership, so you can just go ahead and buy this, which is quite cool. Also comes with the unique race mod, this sort of homage to the Toyota Supra JGCC car, obviously number 36, as we can see, which is the number of the legendary Castrol Tom Supra. So yeah, it's cool, and I like the Altezza a lot. I think it's a really good looking car. Now, most of you will probably know that this car is quite interesting in the history of GT2, because a lot of the early days of GT2, these days when you get a car that's undefined, unrecognised by the game will just go to the first car name it can pull, which I believe is the RX-7 A-Spec LM. So you'll see that car's name a lot on sort of cut cars if you restore them through the actual game itself and not a mod like GT2 Plus. But the Altezza 280T was actually the car that was used as a placeholder name in the early game. So for a lot of the text string based cars that were cut from the game, a lot of Ferraris and Porsche JGCC cars, a lot of them use the Altezza 280T and its racing mod as their names, which is quite cool, quite interesting. It means it was one of the very first. This was one of the very first cars added to the game, and even with the race mod as well. The race mod is probably one of the very first they came up with. We're letting that distract us from the fact that this is just set of 30.369, which is an incredibly quick lap time. So yeah, it definitely does seem like the other Alteza's problem was all in that gearbox, because the Alteza is a monstrously quick car, quicker than any BMW we've had, certainly. Yeah, it's quite pleasant to drive, to be fair. It's a little bit, a little bit wayward on the rear end if you mess up, like I just did there. But overall, it's just a very nice driving rear-wheel drive car. There you go, bit of a tail slide out that corner, but still, that is phenomenally quick. That's probably one of the biggest differences we've had between cars, because, you know, between the AS200 and this, that has shot it up about 110 odd leaderboard places, which is mental. But yeah, no, it's a really good car, that. Really very good car to drive. I like that a lot. That lap was the quickest, and could you have gone quicker? I struggle to think so, I will be honest. But anyways, a 30.369 places it into 71st place. Interestingly, it is only slightly slower than the Mazda Roadster C-Spec, which is another pre-tuned car in this game. It is quicker than the Renault Clio Sport, quicker than an Audi A4, quicker than the Mitsubishi Legnum, quicker than an E55 AMG. Is there anything quicker than this that's a four-door saloon that isn't four-wheel drive? I don't think there is, to be honest. That is exceptionally quick. The Alfa 156. Other than the Alpha 156, I think that's our quickest sort of four-wheel vehicle that isn't a Subaru or a Mitsubishi. That's really very impressive from the Alteza. So I definitely think the Alteza's redeemed itself, and I hope you agree. The 1999 Lotus Esprit Sport 350. Our second Lotus Esprit to take on the trek. The first one going around well back. I think it was like the 11th or 12th car to go around. And it did pretty well, to be fair to it. So time to see how the Sport 350 gets along. The Sport 350 was a trim package for the Esprit in the later years. You got this weird aluminium wing and some interesting decals down the side of it. It doesn't really fit the Esprit, but then again, the Esprit in its later years didn't really fit the original concept of the Esprit particularly. But this is still my favourite years of the Esprit, when it had the big V8. And yeah, it was cool. It was a good way to send this car out that had been around for... Well, by the time this game came out and this Sport 350 was around, this car had been out well over 20 years. So time to see how it gets along. Statistically, it is pretty good mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 669 horsepower, 1,157 kilos. Those are the same statistics, I believe, exactly the same as those you'll find in a standard Esprit. Anyways, this is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsport Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which set a time of a 27.718. Completely did not have to go up through the leaderboard looking for that one. The previous Esprit to go around currently sits in 80th place, a 30.592. The Sport 350. So, I'm not actually too sure on the changes between this and the normal car. I'm assuming this probably has sort of like beefier brakes, maybe some sort of upgrade to the suspension, and of course the wing. But other than that, I'm not too sure what's going on under the hood here and whether it is going to be massively upgraded from the standard car. I'd imagine not, considering the Esprit was notoriously hard to upgrade in its later years. For example, Esprits have a Citroen gearbox in them, and it was either Citroen or Renault. Sorry, it was a Renault gearbox, and the Renault gearbox was basically the limiting factor in this car. So if you try to run this Esprit, the gearbox would implode because it had a specific amount of power and torque that it could deal with. 350 was the number. So they beefed up this 5-speed that was ancient, by the way. They beefed it up as much as they could, to their credit, but there is, of course, only so much you can do with beefing up the internals before you basically need a new gearbox. And by this point, obviously, this was the 90s, and while the Esprit was attempting to have a bit of a resurgence, obviously there's no point of dumping too much money into a car which was going to be made redundant very soon. I think the Esprit stuck around until 2004 before eventually it was killed off. I think pedestrian safety or some sort of EU clause ended up killing the Esprit off. There's a bit of a Lotus Esprit factoid for you. Also, this has the rear lights from an E86 Corolla, as it did at this point in its life. In terms of how it's driving, because I haven't really got onto that too much, the turbo, this is a Stage 4 turbo, I think, and it is a little bit tricky to drive this car with it. You can definitely tell when all the power kicks in because the tail goes out, basically, which is not ideal. That's why I'm having to be very delicate on the power as it comes round. Run to the line, 30.381. Not bad. A little bit quicker than it was before. I sort of think there's a little bit of time left in this. That last lap didn't feel that quick, but like I say, the power delivery on this does feel a little bit strange. Mind you, that's telling me there's not a lot in it, but I definitely think there's probably 0.2 in there. But yeah, I don't know. To be honest with you, obviously all these cars run race suspension, so suspension tuning shouldn't factor into this, but if this was lower than a standard Esprit, maybe that could be affecting this potentially. I don't know. We'll have to see when the V8 SE goes around, which is the other Lotus Esprit we've got to look at. But anyways, a 30.381 will place this into 73rd place. Goes in between a Honda Civic Ferio and the Renault Clio Sport V6. It is, you can't see it from here, but it is about 0.1 and a bit up on the original Esprit V8. Actually, it's 0.2 up on that. Around here, Altezza 280 Toms, Mazda Roadster, the Audi A3. There's not a lot massively comparable. It does lose out slightly to the TVR Cerbera and Chimera, which is quite surprising because you'd figure this would be a bit better to drive, but again, the turbocharger on this, I think, is a bit of a problem. Those TVRs are naturally aspirated, so the power's a little bit more well behaved. But yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It definitely isn't bad for a car that's as old as this one is. Underneath, that is still a pretty good time, and yeah, good job, Esprit. The 1995 Nissan Silvia K's S14. Another S14 to take on the track, like many that have come before it. We've had 1, 2, 3 of these cars go around, and yeah, this is another one of those. Should be interesting. This is the first one running racing modification. Unfortunately, the racing modification for it isn't all that interesting. It's just sort of a generic-y Nissan one. It does come in purple, and the front end also now looks a lot like an R33, but other than that, not a lot to write home about. Speaking of not a lot to write home about, front engine rear-wheel drive, 403 horsepower, 1,058 kilos, pretty average-ish statistics for this series. So let's find out how it gets along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 rally car, which set a time of 27.718. This car is going sideways. Is unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of other S14s, the quickest so far has been the European market 200SX, which set a time of a 30.889. Then it is the Silvia Q's S14, which set a time of a 31.255. And then the Silvia K's Aero, which is this car, but aerodized. That car set a time of a 31.8, although that was one of the very, very first cars to go round, as my ghost goes round, and as I apparently forget how to drive through that sector briefly. This Silvias, this track, they don't fit. Silvias are naturally quite rearwards cars, which is good fun, but not particularly good when it comes to this track. Not only are they quite rearward, they're also a little bit strange to drive. The sort of turn-in and the brakes on them, especially this one, it feels like it stops very quickly and it gets turned in very quickly, and then it just sort of lulls halfway through the corner. It feels like it's sort of two different cars in one, which is a bit of a strange feeling. 31.699 on its first sort of proper lap. Trying to get turned into that first section is a bit of a nightmare, as it turns out. Yeah, these cars are not really built for this course. They're not, in terms of traction, it's not really there. They don't like the bumps because they're quite low to the ground. The power is nice. It's a decent amount. It's pretty average for this series, but it's not like a terrible amount of power or anything. But the problem is, it's got to try and get that power to the ground, which these cars struggle with. I don't know if it's something to do with them being as light as they are as well. I mean, 1,030 kilos, it's pretty average for the series. I would say for this series, somewhere between about 350 and 400 horsepower, and somewhere between about a ton and 1.2 kilos sort of fills it into pretty average for this show territory. I don't know if I needed to brake through that sector there. I may have been able to ride that out, but that would have been difficult. Use the second gear, sorry. The other thing is with this car, the gear ratios seem a little bit wonky for this. Like second gear, it feels like you need to change up desperately, but you don't. It sort of sits in that red line for a while. Very strange. Come around here. 30.878, so it is the quickest of the S14s, by the skin of its teeth, I should add. That was not a pleasant car to drive. I really didn't like that, to be honest with you. I think it got quite lucky on that last lap, if I'm being really honest, because that car does not feel like it should be that quick. I'll be honest, 30.878 is... actually, that's a pretty average time for this course as well, but yeah, I don't know, I didn't like it. I will be honest, I did not like it. So then the ropes, 30.878, we'll place this into 30.878. It places it into 98th place. It knocks off the Nissan 200SX that was there. That has now been bumped down slightly. This is quicker by about a tenth or so. Around here, BMW 320ci, which is a better car to drive. Mazda Unos Roadster, which is a better car to drive. Nissan Silvia K's 1800cc. Even the S13 was probably better to drive. Yeah, it's... everything in this region is a better car, and that's what you should buy, if I'm being honest. Around like a proper track without too many low speed corners, I'm sure this car gets along a lot better, but it's just not ideal. I mean, looking at it in terms of like rear wheel drive sports car stuff, it beats both rear wheel drive Skylines that we've had around currently. It beats the super powered, actually it beats both Supras that we've had. So yeah, for rear wheel drive cars it does well, but the problem with these rear wheel drive vehicles is it is very much a sort of hand in a pot situation where they really could go either way around a track like this. So yeah, interesting. I should stop making excuses of why this should be slower and just be happy with it, but there you go. The 1998 Mugen Integra Type R. I'll be honest, this is one of the cars that I kind of forgot was in this game, because there's a lot of different Mugen models, and, well, I usually just think of the Spoon Integra Type R when I think of modified Integras, but the Mugen's here, and to be fair, statistically, it's probably better. It does look quite cool, other than the very oversized Honda emblem on the front of it, and the questionable bonnet, but the side stripes are cool, and bronze wheels. Yeah, it's a cool car. It'll be interesting to see how this one gets along. Integras have done fine around here. They're sort of spread out a little bit thin, so like I say, all be interesting to see how this gets along. And also Mugens around this course. We've had two, the CRX Pro 2 and the S2000, and the S2000 was okay, and the CRX wasn't very good at all. So yeah, well, let's go ahead and see. Unlike most Mugens, this one is not short for power. Front engine, front wheel drive, 364 horsepower, 993 kilos. Decent enough statistics. How will it get along? Well, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which had a time of a 27.718. The Mugen Integra Type R is not looking to beat that. The Mugen Integra Type R, right, Acura Integra Type R, 30.722. We've had the Honda Integra SIRG, which set the time, I think, of like a 31.8, which this is going to be quicker. Yeah, the SIRG, which wasn't very good, and we've also had the Acura Integra LS, which we don't talk about because, yeah, it wasn't very good. So, interesting to see how this gets on. I'll tell you what, straight away from driving it, it don't feel all that quick. It really does not feel like this is 364 horsepower, 993 kilos. It does feel a little bit down on power, but it ain't bad by any means. It is actually only 0.19 down on the Esprit through there, which is pretty good going. It's another one of those front wheel drive cars that turns in quite nicely, but the actual oversteer on the way out isn't ideal. 30.548. Honestly, that was that last sector, because other than that, it was quicker than the... it was looking like it was going to be significantly quicker than that Esprit. If the rear end of this behaves itself, and I get sort of optimum line through here, this could potentially be our under 30 front wheel drive car, maybe? Question mark? We've been on the hunt for one. That isn't the Wed Sport Celica before someone points that car out. It would be cool for it to be a Honda. I personally would have preferred it to be a Civic, but I'll take an Integra. It's just this final bit, this run to the line, it's not quite as quick as that Esprit. No, I don't think this is going to be that under 30 front wheel drive car. But it ain't bad. It certainly ain't bad. I don't think... The problem with this is it's one of those cars I haven't had. There's definitely 0.2 in it, because the coming out of this corner here is so tricky. Of course, it's the lap where I absolutely nail it. But, yeah, the problem is it just does that, which isn't ideal. That is a shame, because that was quite quick. That does give me hope for the other Integras. We've got more Type Rs and stuff like that, and race modded ones as well. Hopefully could contain some of the inherent oversteeriness of this platform. But yeah, that's just, I mean, look at that, 10.7 through there. That first lap was pretty bob on. It's just when I was trying to push it, there's just no consistency in it, which is a shame. It does do very, very well indeed. It is definitely up there, but just the consistency in its ability to go through the corners just isn't there. I don't know what happens through that last sector compared to the Esprit, but this just seems to fall right off a cliff compared to that car. Anyways, a 30.483 places it into 70... Oh, no, never mind. Yes, it places it into 77th place. It is tied with the Mitsubishi Legnum VR4 Type S, which, to be honest with you, is definitely a win for the Integra. It is slightly quicker than that Vector V6, quicker than a non-turbo GTO. It is 0.3 up on the Acura Integra Type R. Yeah, that's not bad. It definitely ain't half bad. It does lose out slightly to the Honda Civic Ferio, which is 0.1 quicker than it, but yeah, that car was just very nice to drive from what I remember, so good car. Just a shame. It's just a shame about that handle. It's just a bit too wayward and it's a bit too unpredictable. But like I say, I have no doubt this could be 0.2. If you could string a lap together, maybe even 0.3. You know, it could be travelling stuff like the Eclipse. But yeah, I don't know. Just in its current form, not the best. The 1995 Subaru Alcione SVX version L. What an interesting name. Of course, overseas this is known as just the SVX, although over here, or rather here on GT2 Plus, because this is a Japanese market SVX, you have to call it the Alcione, because I needed another word to probably mispronounce. Anyways, this was Subaru's very strange sort of sports personal luxury vehicle. In the 90s, it flopped quite badly, but these days it's quite desirable because look at it, it's very cool and very 90s. And this one's two-tone, which makes it even better. This is the version L. There's also the S4 in this game, which has a little bit more power, so look forward to that one. But just keep watching this one, you know. Anyways, four-wheel drive, 389 horsepower, 1,441 kilos. That is a lot of weight, but then again, a GTO weighs a lot, and the naturally aspirated one of those was quite quick, but don't expect the same out of this. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which set a time of 27.718. The Alcione SVX is not going to be going anywhere near that. Now, the SVX, why am I so negative about this one? I love Subarus, I love four-wheel drive sports cars, and they're very quick around here. Why is the SVX going to suffer? Well, one word and a number: 4-speed transmission. Yep, it's plagued a lot of cars in this series. BMWs, it plagued the big Toyotas, the Altezza and the Aristo, and it is also going to plague this Acura Integra LS. Name various other cars in the comment section, I guess. Yeah, this gearbox configuration, the most 90s of all of them because it was in all the automatics. Yeah, that is what this car has, and it's also what the other SVX has, because the SVX was never officially offered in manual. This car had a 6-cylinder, which is very odd when you consider Subaru obviously around this time were tinkering with turbochargers and so on. But no, the SVX had a 6-cylinder, and the story goes Subaru did not have a manual gearbox that it could put behind this engine without it shattering to pieces, and so this car had to be lumbered with a 4-speed automatic, which I'm fairly certain they had to buy from someone else to even use it. and yeah, it wasn't good. So that's why there is no manual SVXs. These have since been manual swaps. I'm sure someone's put a full STI powertrain into one as well, which is probably the right thing to do. I mean, these were... The thing is with these, obviously Subaru at the time, WRXs and so on, they sold these in America where they had no sporting image until the 2000s, really. This is also quite understeery, which is something worth pointing out. But yeah, they had no real sporting pretense until WRXs and stuff started going over, so this was just a bit of an oddball car. It's one of those where, you know, if this was made a couple of years later, maybe it could have been something. You know, if it was made in the 2000s, then again it wouldn't have looked... Well, then again, Subaru in the 2000s did look kind of wacky, so it would have looked wacky, probably not this good. But, yeah, people sort of forget this is sort of designed to be like a Japanese Mercedes, not a Japanese sort of Supra NSX type car. So it isn't supposed to be like a big sporty thing, it's supposed to be a personal luxury car. That is going to lose out very slightly. That lap was looking like it was going to be quicker, but I completely ballsed up that final sector. That is, I will be honest though, a lot better than I was expecting. That is a lot better than I was expecting from this car. And in fact, what it goes underneath should be very embarrassed that this car is as quick as it is. Yeah, the problem is, underneath, if you put a proper gearbox in this, this probably would be at least 0.5 of a second quicker. It is a bit understeery to go with it, but then again, it does weigh 14,041 kilos, so that is, I guess, to be expected. That's also interesting that the quickest lap had none of the quickest sectors in it, so there's probably 0.2 in there. Definitely feels like it could have been quicker, but yeah, it's just that gearbox. It really does hinder it, and also the understeer, but mostly the gearbox. Anyways, 31.301 places this into 140th place. It splits the Celicas. Now, interestingly, the car I said should be embarrassed is the one directly above this. The ST165 Celica GT4 is only marginally quicker than this. The Celica didn't have as much power, but it weighed a lot less, had a proper gearbox in it. It just wasn't a very quick car. So that is very interesting. Compared to cars of the day, it loses out slightly to the Silvia Qs and the Honda Prelude. It's quicker than an RX-7 with a 4-speed automatic, which is good. Quicker than the Corolla 11. I don't know. It's a weird one, because honestly, I did think that was going to be a lot lower down, just based on the gearbox, but that's actually impressed me quite a bit. Even when you're not expecting a lot out of these Subarus, apparently they can give you a fair bit, so yeah, it wouldn't be my first choice, I'll be honest, for if I was shopping for a car in this game, but still not too bad, and probably better than that Celica is in the long run. The 1999 Toyota Celica Elegant Sports version. Yeah, this is our first 7th generation Celica to take on the course, and from the new car dealer, there's 3 of these available. There is this one, the Elegant Sports version, the Super Strut package, and the Mechanical Sports version. And in case you're wondering what the difference between all 3 of them are, this one weighs 20 kilos more than the other ones, and the Mechanical Sports version, even though it has the same power from standard, has 20 more horsepower when fully upgraded. So that's how 7th generation Celicas work. So the Mechanical Sports version is going to run the racing mod, which is a bit of a shame because it has a cool body kit. Do you know what doesn't have a cool body kit? This Elegant Sports version. I don't know what the elegant part of it is. Maybe the fact they've put headlight covers on it and the Toyota badge is colour-coded, which I'm assuming is an issue. Also, another potential graphical issue is the little grey box. I think that's where the fuel filler is normally on these, and yeah, it just sort of sits there haltingly. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 268 horsepower, 1,048 kilos. I'm not expecting a lot out of this, but we will see. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 rally car that set a time of 27.718. The Celica is unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of where the Celica is going to go, well, this is our first 7th gen Celica, but we've had quite a lot of Celicas, and they're not very good. Almost all of them, in fact, sit around the 130th place mark. There's a bunch of like Celica GT4, ST185. I think the old school Celica somewhere in there as well. ST202, which is the other front-wheel drive Celica we've had. We've had a front-wheel drive 6th gen, but not a 7th gen yet. So that's interesting. Yeah, these have been disappointing, so I think somewhere between 31.3 and 32, that's sort of in that gap, you'll find cars like the Honda Integra SIRG, which aren't too dissimilar to this. So, somewhere in that sort of mess of cars, I would imagine this will go. It's a bit of a shame, because I do like the, I actually really like Celicas. The 6th gen and the 7th gen, this one, I think are very, very cool cars. I would very much consider owning one, probably a 7th gen, because 6th gens are a little bit more rusty, as much as I prefer the 6th gen. So, but no, these 7th gen cars are very, very cool. There are 3 of them in the new car dealer, and then there's one of them that we'll get to later on. That's a prize car, and that one is quite a bit different to any other 7th gen Celica you've ever seen. So that is cool. This actually, to be fair to it, isn't the worst thing in the world I've driven. It does feel a little bit slow. It's also a little bit wayward as you come out of the corners with weight transfers and all that, but it actually isn't too bad. 31.3. Wow, okay. I mean, this Celica is so different to the other ones. Of course, this one didn't have a rally pedigree or anything like that. This was essentially just a on-road sports car. So, if this is going to start, you know, be the Celica that sort of breaks out the norm, that's good. A bit of a shame, because obviously, usually, the rally-derived cars around here do pretty well, but again, I'm not going to complain if it's the 7th gen Celica, because I like this car quite a bit. I should also point out, for the record, this isn't like amazing or anything like that. Like, even if this got into the 30s, it's only sort of right around cars like the Mercury Cougar and Dodge Neon. Like, this isn't phenomenally quick or anything like that. It's just because the other Celicas are so poor. This doesn't appear too bad. That last sector was not very good, otherwise that lap would have been quicker. 31.376. I mean, it's slower than the other Celicas, for the most part, that we've had, but it ain't terrible or anything like that. I'm quite surprised, actually. I was expecting that to be quite a bit worse than it turned out to be. It does look ridiculous. I hate them headlight covers so much. It looks ridiculous. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a little bit more time left on the table with this one. I'm quite surprised that none of the quickest sectors were in the quickest lap, but that's reasonably consistent. Maybe you could get like a 31.2, 31.1 if you really persisted out of this, but I don't think it would have gone that much quicker, if I am being honest. Anyways, a 31.376 will place this into 145th place. Goes in between the Toyota Corona and the Opel Corsa. It is very slightly down on the ST202 Celica, although admittedly that had over 300 horsepower. Quicker than comparable cars. It's quicker than the Mazda Speed Roadster A-Spec, quicker than the Lotus Elise, which this sort of shared engines with. Well, not that Elise, that was K-Series, but later on it would share engines with this sort of car. Quicker than the Renault Megane Coupe, pretty similar-esque car. yeah, it loses out to the Prelude. I'm trying to think of anything else that's sort of close to this sort of low to mid end sort of sports car. But yeah, it's not bad. It's just a bit mediocre, to be honest with you. Hopefully the other Celicas do a little bit better. Maybe that elegant sports version puts 20 kilos of paving slabs in the boot or something. I don't know. The 1999 Ford Ka. Yeah. This game could have had a Ford Fiesta in it, but instead we have the Ford Ka. Could have had a modern Escort, that Escort GTI that was in the game before. But no, we instead have the Ford Ka. Yeah, it isn't even a case of this being a Japanese domestic car, because I'm fairly certain these didn't get exported until the next millennium, and they didn't fare too well, so there you go. Anyways, yeah, the Ford Ka, I don't like these cars, I will be honest. The front end are okay, but the rear end and the side of it, it's very egg-shaped, and that isn't for me. Hence why I really don't like the Citroen Zara Picasso either. The anti-Twingo is what this car was designed to be, and I guess they sort of succeeded with the sharp angles and stuff. These did have leather, which was interesting though, if you got a high-spec model. Also, just to round off this fun facts of Ka, unfortunately these aren't as plentiful as they used to be, but if you live in the UK like I do, or indeed this may be true in Central Europe as well, next time you see one of these, which is quite rare, just look underneath the fuel filler, and that's where all the rust comes in. So most Japanese cars of this era rot from the inside out. You can't tell them before you know it, it's too late. Well, as these just rot on the outside, as you do. Ford. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 177 horsepower, 780 kilos. I am expecting this to be quite pathetic, but we'll see. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 Rally car, which has a time of 27.718. This car is unlikely to beat it. Now, there is a car in Gran Turismo 2 land that could beat the Evo 6, the WhatsApp car, if you know, you know. But, yeah, we ain't driving that around here, probably ever. So you have to deal with this, with the mighty green paint scheme. I actually quite like the racing modifications of this. It's sort of, and I think these did get used for like junior rally, at least in the UK they did. It was like this, and then the Pumas as well they used a little bit. But yeah, it's kind of cool. It also handles kind of flat. It actually doesn't drive too bad, this, actually, I will be honest. For I mean, obviously it's got no power, but it does feel very, very lightweight. And it's 32.244. So this has the sort of same power as like most key cars, and actually most key cars way less than this does. But this seems to be quite... What's the quickest key car we've had? The Subaru Clio. 32.077, so if you can beat the Clio, that's quite an achievement. Other cars like this, it's quicker than the Fiat Cinquecento. We haven't had the Lupo around yet, but I'm not expecting the Lupo to be particularly quick. The Polo set a time of like a 32.3, and the Lupo probably is going to be a little bit quicker than that because it has race mod, but not by much. No, I'm actually, like I say, the handling of this is incredible. For a track like this, it really is very good. This is like one of those cars which, should the Hot Lap Classic, you know, if you want to remake this track in Assetto Corsa or whatever, and do your own version of it, I won't be doing that, but if you want to do that, and you drove the Ford Ka around here, over like something like the R34 Skylines, the Ford Ka would probably be quicker because it's just more usable around a track like this. 31.7, and it's still probably got a little bit more left in it. This is very impressive, actually, from the Ka. We haven't had too many Fords go round yet. We've had the GT90, which was incredible, the RS200, that was incredible, the Focus, that was quite quick, so it comes from a pretty established sort of lineage, if you will. Ford's not doing too bad. around this course at the moment. There was also one of the Mustangs, but that's a different kettle of fish. Definitely lives up to the term buzz box, this. It does buzz a lot. But no, it's quite a good little car, this, actually, to be fair to it. To be fair to the cat. The unfortunate bit is when you drive this, you have to look at the rear end of it, but that's not bad. It's pretty consistent as well, to be fair. I think there is a little bit more time in that. You could probably get this to like 31.5, realistically, which would be quite cool, but yeah, not a bad outing. And like I say, that is 0.2, 0.3 quicker than a key car, so that ain't half bad at all. The time doesn't say it, but I do think there is probably 0.1, 0.2 in there. Realistically, obviously the sector times don't say that, but yeah. I mean, to be fair, 116 kilometers an hour for a car with 170 odd horsepower as well ain't half bad either. Yeah, pretty good. 31.7. What is it? 31.775. Very important we get all the numbers there. 31.775 places it into 164th place. It goes between a 1983 Toyota Celica and a Shelby GT500, which doesn't tell you a lot, but it isn't very far off of the Peugeot 306 and the Dodge Avenger. It's quicker than a Lotus Elise. Cry. Quicker than the Honda Integra, Nissan Almera, quicker than Subaru Clio, which we mentioned, quicker than a Toyota MR Spider, quicker than a BMW 840 Ci. It's quicker than a lot of other cars, to be fair. The Nissan March, which was a very, very quick car for its size, to be fair, is only about 0.2 quicker than this, so yeah, that's a really good showing from the car. Yeah, unfortunately you've had to look at it this entire episode, but still, good showing. The 1996 Honda Prelude SIR. Hell yeah. The Honda Prelude. This generation of Prelude. This is the first of this, the 6th gen Prelude to go around the track. We've had a couple of 5th gen cars, which is the other Prelude in this game. We've had both of them, actually, but now it's the turn of these, the later cars, and to be honest with you, this is my favourite era of the Prelude. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. The engines on these were cool. They had 4-wheel steering in certain markets, and certain trims. Yeah, these are cool cars. Unfortunately, the racing mod for them is a bit fast and furious. I had to use the racing mod on this. As soon as I saw it was green, purple, and pink, I went, yeah, I gotta use that. I could not resist. This one wasn't going to run racing mod, but now it is. Because of course it is. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 323 horsepower, 1,076 kilos. Pretty average statistics for this track. Let's go ahead and see how average the Prelude is, because the Preludes we've had before have been average. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 rally car, which set a time of a 27.718. The Prelude is unlikely to beat that. Now, the quickest Prelude we've had was the VTEC Prelude, which had racing mod. That is a 31.1, which is basically where a lot of front-wheel drive coupes exist, and, well, it's already matching it. This is going to be quick, you know, by the looks of it. Not what I would expect. I honestly thought the Integras were going to be the quickest. I think quickest Integra we've had, about 30.7, I think. So I don't know if we're going to quite get that out of it, but we will give it a go. I had a messy gear shift right around here, which wasn't ideal. 30.994, we're under 31, which is good. This is really, really good, actually, to drive. Another green car on the track, and it's actually up through the first sector on that Lotus Esprit we had go around, which is the quickest car in the current session. Wow, it still is as well, you know. Probably just this, the straights are probably affecting it. 30.655. Wow. Yeah, this is quick. This is really nice to drive, actually. I am super impressed with it. This is, if I'm being honest, this is basically nigh on perfect. There is a little bit of understeer when you hit the brakes. Just a smidgen. Like, it just seems like it almost locks up for a sec, which is sort of normal for front-wheel drive cars. And four-wheel drive cars, actually, in this game. But other than that, it's fine. Unfortunately, I ran over the grass there. It's just going to be one of those cars where the more you try and push it, the harder it becomes to extract lap time from it. Okay. Final lap I want to get right for this car. Because I do think this could be phenomenally fast. Who thought I'd be concentrating so much to get a prelude around the track? Well, here we are. That first sector was not as neat as I may have wanted it to be. Used the cheeky corner cut, which is definitely one way to make up some time. Although, in this case, it won't have helped it too much. 30.455, that could go quicker. That, honestly, that's quite irritating, that, because that really could go quicker. But, that's phenomenal, actually, if I'm being honest. That really is very, very quick indeed. Yeah. The problem is, it hasn't got a turbo on it, so it is a little bit sort of... When you come out the corners, you don't get quite the turbo shove. I'm sure if this was turbocharged, this very easily could be well up there. If this had like the power the other Integras had, but still handled like this does, that could be mighty, mighty, mighty quick. Yeah, I think there's 0.2 in there. But yeah, 30.455. That will place it into 75th place. It is quicker than an Audi A4 Avant, Mitsubishi Legnum, quicker than the Mugen Integra Type R, which I forgot about, quicker than the Vauxhall Vectra, thank God, quicker than an NA Mitsubishi GTO, Lancia Stratos. It is only fractionally slower than a Renault Clio Sport, Lotus Esprit Sport 350, which, again, through most of the lap it was keeping up with. It's just that final straight, and that Esprit has well over 600 horsepower. Slightly slower than the Civic Ferio as well, which is quite a similar car, although I think that was turbocharged, so you can sort of see the difference there. Turbocharging is definitely what you want for this track, but no, that was a phenomenally good car. Actually, I'm really, really impressed. I'm very excited to see what the other preludes hold in store. The 1971 Nissan Skyline GTR, as the game calls it, the KPGC10, which is catchy. Yeah, this is the first GTR, the daddy of them all, and it has, in my opinion, one of the greatest race mods in this game. I love it. It comes in 4 different colours. This green, though, I think really, really sets it off with the headlight covers, and yeah, it's just proper old school fun. I remember I bought this car ages ago, because I was going to use the joke that this was going to be the first GTR to go around, but that didn't really work out. So, well, it's here now. And, yeah, like I say, very, very cool, but probably not going to be the quickest thing in the world. Also, it has, like, I've just realised they actually 3D modelled the little oil lines going to the cooler there. That's very cool. Anyways, front engine rear-wheel drive, 344 horsepower, 981 kilos. It is rear-wheel drive, not like any GTR in the case of this game before or since, but obviously there were rear-wheel drive GTRs for a couple of years after this. The one that kind of looks like a American muscle car, that was rear-wheel drive. The Ken Mary, I think it gets called. Anyways, this is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 rally car that set a time of 27.718. this GTR unlikely to beat that, because, as mentioned, it is not really a proper GTR in the way we obviously know it when it comes to this track. It isn't a four-wheel drive, 600 horsepower stage 4 turbo monster. It is just, you know, a rear-wheel drive Nissan sports car, which I guess, ooh, a bit rearward there, puts it on sort of levels of stuff like the Silvias that we've had go around, which haven't been massively quick. I'm expecting, where's that 83 Celica? 31.3. If this can beat that Celica, I'd say this is probably mission accomplished for this car. There's not an awful lot to really compare this to. Cars of this vintage in Gran Turismo don't exist much. You have stuff like the DB6 and the old Fiat 500. I'm trying to think what else. You have the 240Z, which is another Nissan similar to this. You have the 2000 GT. This is the second oldest car you can only get in the used car dealer. So if you've not played Gran Turismo 2 for literal decades like I have, and you're a bit confused as to, oh my god, I didn't think this car was in the game. That's because, yeah, it was in the used dealer, and it would be one of the very rarest cars. It's like this and the 2000 GT. Although the difference between this and the 2000 GT is when this showed up, I think this costs about 50,000 credits, whereas the 2000 GT is like hundreds. I think it's like 120k for the 2000 GT. Which, when you consider an Aston Martin DB6 in this game could be had for 30 grand, it does become a little bit weird how all of the pricing works in this game. But you know, Gran Turismo and car pricing has never really got along, has it? Look at GT7 with its real-world dynamic pricing, and yeah, you suddenly realise it is just a bit of a mess, really. But anyways, final lap in the old Skyline. It does not like this section. It gets a bit rearward through there. That's a little bit too much of a corner cut, I think. To the line, 31.410. I just realised we've had the rear-wheel drive Skylines as well, which I think are actually quicker than this, but that's not terrible. The actual speed is quite impressive, really. But obviously the handling is not bad. It feels very heavy, to be honest. That's sort of the big downfall of this one. It just feels like a heavier car than it is. I don't know if that's just because of its age. I'm not really sure. But I think there may be a little bit more time in there, but I don't think there's a lot. I will be honest. I think we're sort of hitting the rough ceiling of where this car is going to be going. But to be fair, for an old car, it has done quite well. 31.410 will place it into 148th place. It is slower than an Opel Corsa, ignore that part, but it's quicker than the old Rally Mini. It's a lot quicker than the Aston Martin DB6 and a bunch of other old muscle cars we've had. It smashed that 83 Celica, 31.7 that Celica is, and it's utterly blitzed that. It's sort of stepping on the toes a little bit of some of the more modern sports cars. It's not too far off like the Tom Supra, not too far off the Toyota Celica and the Toyota Corona, the RX-7, although that is the 4-speed automatic RX-7, so ignore that one a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's not bad actually. It's I don't know. It's a hard one, this, because obviously it's an old car with a lot of racing pedigree, so you'd hope it'd go quicker. Stuff like the Chimera Z28 absolutely blasts this to tears. That's a 31.0, but also, given the age of it, you know, what more can you really expect? It did alright. It did alright. That's the important part. The 1991 Acura NSX. our first Acura NSX to take on the course, one of two in the GT2 Plus mod. You might be thinking there's more of those in the NTSC version, and you'd be right, but they've been cut out because they weren't actual cars, and they've been given back to the Honda dealership because there was no such thing as the NSX Type S Zero in the Acura version. There might have been more sort of modified versions. I think there was eventually a Type S or some sort of sports model, but that came later on. Anyways, this car, 91 Acura NSX, the granddaddy of them all, the birth of the everyday livable supercar. We've had the Honda version of this go round. This one is the same, but it's running racing modification because I thought as a PAL user it would be more interesting to see the Acura logos, which I'm not used to. Anyways, mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 401 horsepower, 1200 kilos. Statistics aren't too bad. Let's go ahead and get on track and see how this does. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which had a time of 27.718. This is unlikely to beat that. Now, the 91 Acura NSX. Let's talk about this and the other NSX what went round. This car has a bit of an issue. Can you tell what it is yet? Well, I'll tell you. It is, of course, the return of everyone's favourite boogeyman, the 4-speed automatic transmission. Hell yeah. Yeah, if you've been watching the series for a while, you may know cars with 4-speed automatic gearboxes are not good in the grand scheme of things, unbelievably, because they are very sort of, yeah, the gear ratios are very long, which means you're never in peak power, and when you do reach peak power, you have to quickly change up. It's not good, basically. If a car has a 4-speed gearbox, it is death of it getting a good lap time. Now, in the base version of this game, the Acura NSX is actually saved a little bit because polyphony sort of messed up, and it's the same with the 90 NSX as well. They messed up and basically gave it the statistics of the 97 NSX, which gets you a 6-speed manual and a little bit more power. And so in the base game, it doesn't really matter which NSX you go for. However, in GT2 Plus, go for the 97 because, yeah, this is, I don't know if Polyphony designed it to be one of the sort of booby trap cars, which do exist in this game. We've seen them go around this course a couple of times. It's stuff like, well, this NSX, although they did fail, a little bit like Rockstar when it comes to putting anti-piracy measures in games. They just sort of fail a little bit in the case of this. Yeah, we've seen it with this. We've seen it with the Mitsubishi VRG is probably the closest one. The Gran and the Legnum, which don't have any power whatsoever. So yeah, there's a couple of these in the game. You've got to be careful what you buy. You never know. I suppose it's trying to teach you like real life. You know, there's good used cars and there's bad used cars. And in the case of this, even though this isn't a used car, this is definitely one that you should be doing your car vertical check on, or whatever proprietary software you decide to use. I've messed that up slightly, I will be honest. This is not great to drive. Unbelievably, right? You know, 4-speed automatic mid-engine car not being very good to drive. The racing mod doesn't help it. It really does not help this car whatsoever. It is going to be going slower than the Honda version, although admittedly I think it probably could go quicker, but I cannot. I can't get that out of there. Yeah, that is not very good to drive. Basically, TLDR, don't buy this one. In fairness, that lap time does look like I got everything out of this, but I know there's a little bit more because the NSX went a little bit quicker, unless Polyphony being sneaky may have made this one way more or something. I'm not sure. Anyways, 31.2 dead. That will place this into 132nd place. It beats, it splits the Nissan Fairlady Z version R and the version S 2x2s. yeah, it is a little bit slower than the Honda version, 0.17 of a second, although that, because of the way this leaderboard is and how cramped it is, that does mean that the Honda is 15 places ahead of this one. So that's something. Other cars around here, it beats a Vectra and a Stratus and a Nissan Primera. It does get beaten by a Prelude and a rear-wheel drive R33, Tom's T111. Look, it's not very good. Alright, this is, as I mentioned, you avoid this one. The other NSXs we drive around here that have proper gearboxes are going to be good, but this one with the 4-speed slush box, forget it. The 1998 Subaru Impreza Coupe 22B STI version. The ultimate Impreza. And the reason you've been waiting for it so long is because you're wanting to see if this can take on the Evo 5s and 6s that have been dominating our leaderboard for so long. Well, we're going to find out. Statistically, yeah. 4-wheel drive, 539 horsepower, 1,084 kilos, has one of the best power-to-weight ratios in the entire game. So, this has got a lot of expectation riding on it. Will it be able to deliver? Will I be able to deliver? That is the question. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 Rally car, set a time of 27.718. This car is going to be looking to beat that, but it's going to be a tall order. This car also has to contend with Evo 5 RS 27.806. That's our fastest standard car we've had. So, a lot riding on this one. And like I say, got to try and deliver. Straight away, I have to say, this doesn't handle as nicely as I'd want it to. It is understeery. It isn't, you can tell straight away, it isn't nearly as sort of flamboyant as the Evos are. That's why they're as quick as they are, because they're just so adaptable and on it. 28.329 on the opening gambit. That does mean I've got to find 0.6 of a second, which is gonna be tough. Yeah, it's not as throwable as those cars, which is, oh, crying shame. Although to be fair, so you get little hints of it like that, but then obviously it just sort of, it drives. We've seen this with a couple of the Imprezas actually. They're very sort of lead-footed, if you will. They do not like, they have a way they want to drive, and that is the way you will drive them. They're not like the Evos. The Evos are fun. This isn't really that fun, I will be honest. Also 2 laps to go to try and get something popping. That is not going to be the start of that lap, because that was a terrible run-up. I really want this to beat it. I really do. I love Imprezas. And I would love this thing to smash the Evos in, but I don't think this is going to quite be able to do it. Now, admittedly, it is now quicker than the GSR, quicker than the Mines Lancer Evo. All cars that have run the leaderboard before. So, it's sort of right in the middle of the Evos, but this needs to become one of the greats. Come on, final lap. Come on, Impreza. Come on! Ah! Oh my god! I can't do that anymore. Honestly, that has got to be one of the worst experiences I've ever had with this show. Oh, so close. But it's not quite enough. It is not quite enough. Oh, man. In defense, I don't think that would have been beating the Evo 6 rally car. But that was everything. Literally everything I could have given that. Oh, man. 27.819. That does put it into third place, but that is an Herculean effort. It is fractionally slower than the Evo 5 RS, unfortunately. About 0.1 down on the Evo 6 rally car. I gave it everything. I gave it absolutely everything. The car did not want to comply with me there. But unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough. It really wasn't, and I'm so gutted by that, because I really wanted this to beat that Evo, but it just doesn't handle as well. That first sector is where it loses all the time. If this handled like an Evo, this would be getting like 27.2, but I really tried. I really tried. But that'll be it. That's it. The Ultimate Impreza. Now, saying that, do not despair, because we've had some of the other Imprezas go around, and certain one of them handles a little bit more Evo-esque, so you never know. Maybe one of the other Imprezas will be quicker, maybe something like the Type 6 Imprezas, but as for statistically, that's the best shot the Imprezas have got at beating the Evo, and it just isn't quite enough. The 1998 Nissan Cube X, the Cubex. Yeah, those of you who know your cars probably know of the mighty Nissan Cube and its later generations, but this is a first generation Cube, which, I'll be honest, doesn't look nearly as weird as the second generation Cube would. That really played into the whole Cube thing. Yeah, interesting vehicle. I think these were basically Nissan Micra based, but obviously they have, well, a cubey exterior. So I'm interested to see how this gets along. One of my favourite race mods in the game, because it says Cube on the side of the car, which I think is hilarious. Front engine, front wheel drive, 191 horsepower, 865 kilos. It actually weighs a lot less than you would expect it to. So let's see how it gets along. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which set a time of a 27.718. This car, unlikely to beat that. I can't have another car go that close to the Impreza. Oh, sorry, yeah, as the Impreza was last episode. I needed something to calm my nerves. And the Nissan Cube is a good way to calm your nerves. It does have a 4-speed. Ooh, God. Okay, that's not good. Anyways, in terms of where this is going to go, well, it's quite key-car-like in performance, so I'm not expecting a lot out of the Cube, and now that I found out it has a 4-speed, I'm expecting a lot less out of the Cube. Mitsubishi Pajero Mini, 32.834, Suzuki Wagoner Aero RS, 32.876, probably somewhere around there, although, again, this gearbox is not good. Now, fortunately, this is not naturally aspirated. It does have a turbocharger on it. If it was naturally aspirated, it'd probably be a lot worse. 33.945 on its first flyer. Yeah, it ain't looking too good for the old Cubex. Yeah. What's down here, I guess? Let's have a look. Let's be honest, I could probably have a good time to look at this before we get to the next corner. Okay, so it's beaten the Suzuki Servo, and then there's a giant gap to the Mitsubishi Legnum ST, so maybe this is going to sort of fill that gap. It's not the slowest car we've had, which is good and also slightly embarrassing for the cars that are a lot slower than this. Stuff like the Move CX and the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. They are 36 seconds and very much welded to the bottom of the leaderboard, whereas this on its first lap, which starts from a rolling start but not a very quick one, was quicker than that. So yeah, not a good sign for those cars at the bottom. They are going to be beaten monstrously by the Cubics. 33.410, never mind, it beats that horrible Legnum. Yeah! That Legnum really is not a good car, as it turns out. Can we get anything more out of this? Probably not. This is not very good, I will be honest. The gearbox in this is atrocious. I sort of was thinking, because I think the Cube in the later games, the second gen Cube, although the first gen Cube was in GT4, you probably forgot it existed. Yeah, the later gen Cubes had a CVT, and I'm sure this probably would have been offered with a CVT, so I was hoping it would have a CVT, but unfortunately it doesn't. It has a pesky 4-speed automatic gearbox and a mighty whale tail spoiler, which I'm sorry I haven't brought more attention to. That is incredible. Yeah, this is... I think this might be able to go a little bit quicker, I will be honest, but probably not by much. 33.410 is going to be the time for the Cubics. As I said, I think it probably could go quicker. I think maybe a 33.2 is possible in this. Yeah, I mean, the final sector on the last lap was very, very good, but I don't think it would have gone much quicker, if I'm being honest. 33.410 will place this into 213th place. It is quicker than the Legnum ST, which is a damning indictment on the Legnum ST. Quicker than the Suzuki Servo Mode SR4, quicker than the Minica PJ, quicker than the Honda Life, which is quite similar to this, to be fair. It is slightly slower than an Autozam and a Plymouth GTX and a Nissan Silvia. Okay, this side of the leaderboard is just very weird. It does lose out to the Suzuki Wagon-Rs, Pajeros, stuff like that. I think if this had the racing gearbox in it, it probably could compete closer to those vehicles, but as it stands, yeah. Probably not a car you'd put in your garage for performance, but you should still put it in your garage because it has a massive whale tail spoiler and it's called the Cube. How can you get any better than that? The 1992 Mazda UNOS Roadster S Special, aka the MX-5. This is our first UNOS Roadster to run racing modification. Unfortunately, it's also the least powerful UNOS Roadster we've had. Front-engine rear-wheel drive, 185 horsepower. Not a lot of power. I think this is the 1.6 litre. 882 kilos, though. It is very light. The S Specials are the lightest of all of the UNOSes in this game. So that's something. But yeah, the power figures are not very good. I like this racing mod, though. It's very cool. Sort of classic Japanese race car. I like the stripes. This one is the classic red and white, but there's a bunch of different colour options that we will get into. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, which set a time of a 27.718. The little UNOS Roadster is not likely to beat that. The little UNOS Roadster. Well, we have the standard car, which admittedly I think had more power than this, do a 32.088, so I guess if you can get somewhere around there, it won't be doing too badly. The quickest one we've had was one of the Mazda speed cars that set a time of a 30.5, which this is not going to do. I think the S Specials with the turbocharger might be the quickest of all the UNOSes. Yeah, there's this, and one of the other normal UNOS Roadsters is going to run race mod as well, so that's going to be making about 300 horsepower. So there to look forward to. This one with its NA tuning, not. You can turbocharge this. I've chosen not to for the sake of variety, because there's also the 1993 Unos Roadster S Special in this game, and for me personally, I think there needs to be more differentials between the 92 and the 93, so yeah, that's why the 93 is going to be running the turbocharger, and this is running race mode because it's the lightest of all the MX-5s, currently at a 32.5, which is not very quick, I will admit. I actually probably need to scroll down a little bit more to get into that sector of cars. Although, actually, I mean, to be fair, it's only very slightly slower currently, and bear in mind there's a lot more lap time left in this. It's only slightly slower than the Suzuki Cappuccino, which actually power-wise isn't too dissimilar to this. That is a fake Ferrari going past, in case you're wondering what all that racket was. Or at least I assume it's a fake Ferrari. I see it far too often for it not to be a fake Ferrari. I'm still yet to do the MOT check on the old number plate on it, though. It's also horrendously modified, which leads me to believe it's not a real one. 32.485, not bad. Slam straight into a wall. You know when sometimes you can see something's about to happen, but you just don't seem to do anything about it? Yeah, that was that. I say there's a lot of lap times come out of this. I actually don't think there is. It's just not very quick. Yeah, last do or die lap for this, but yeah, maybe I'm just not used to driving slow cars anymore after trying to contend with that 22B a couple of episodes ago, which still haunts me and will haunt my dreams tonight. I love it how even when this hits a wall, which isn't a particularly quick car, it's still quicker than the slowest car we've ever had go around here. By quite a margin as well. Actually, no, it isn't. It's only just quicker than that. Or just slower, sorry. God, you can have a conversation in the time this takes to get up and down the straights. 32.233, there we go, finally, we got a lap out of it. That is going to put it in a very strange place, but, God, this is slow. Like, this is really slow. Once it actually, like, revs out and stuff, it isn't too bad. It just feels so slow. And that actually makes it a bit hard to get the lap time out of it in a weird way, because any small mistake you make, you'll just hurt the lap time badly, because it's just not quick. Yeah, 32.233. We'll place this into 192nd place. It goes in between a HKS drag car and a Volkswagen Polo. Welcome to the Hot Lap Classic. It is quicker than the Fiat Cinquecento Sporting, quicker than the Suzuki Alto Works. It is quicker than the Suzuki Cappuccino, which is very similar to this in terms of performance. It's actually not too far off the MR2G Limited, which was a 300 horsepower MR2. It was just terrible to drive. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's the second slowest MX-5 we've had. That would be the D-Rights car, which didn't have any upgrades, but yeah, once it has a turbocharger, I'm sure it'll be quicker, but in this, guys, it's just so slow. The 1999 Toyota Celica rally car. So, I was looking through my garage and I saw this, and it made me wonder. We've had quite a few Toyota Celicas go around the track, and for the most part, they have been quite disappointing outside of the wet sport. They haven't been very quick at all, even though the statistics on them have been very good. So, how will the Ultimate Celica get along? This is one of my favourite polyphony designed cars in the game. The 99 Celica obviously never went rallying, but looking at this, it definitely should have, because this livery is amazing, and just the way it looks on this car, it just looks like it was right for this vehicle. It does look terrific. Statistically, it also looks terrific. Four-wheel drive, 577 horsepower, 960 kilos. This has one of the best power-to-weight ratios in the entire game. So here's the question. Will it be a Toyota Celica, or will it be able to get to our top spot. The car in our top spot is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car. That set a time of 27.718. The Celica has a massive power advantage. In fact, it even has a weight advantage over the Evo. But as we know, Celicas around this track have not been particularly good. So, will this car be able to claim the top of our leaderboard? Straight away, that first lap is promising. And straight away, this has very soft suspension. Yeah, it doesn't... the Evo 6 rally car, I will be honest, didn't drive quite as nicely as the Evo 5 RS did. And, yeah, this also... the soft suspension obviously works for going over the bumps when we do the corner cuts that people always like to remind you take place during this series. But the actual, obviously, for like getting around the corners and stuff, it isn't ideal. Yeah, this is very strange to drive. It actually feels like that the 22B that we had not long ago. In fact, a couple of episodes ago. Yeah, it does feel quite similar to that in the way it sort of handles. It is quite understeery. Which is a bit of a shame, really, because this should be like an absolute monster at this track. It is up on the 22B through there. I don't know why I keep trying to say 2022 today. It was a lot easier when this show was in like 2017, and that didn't roll off the tongue as nicely as it does nowadays. 27.876. It is knocking on the door of the top competitors. It definitely... It's a bit weird, this, because it feels like the handling isn't all that amazing. It doesn't feel like it also has 577 horsepower. It feels like it's a lot lower powered than that. It does feel as light as it is, though. You can tell... Right, we'll get a run up, because that was not going to be a very good entrance into there. You can tell it's as light as it is because it is getting bashed around quite badly when we're going over the bumps and stuff, which is ironic considering how light it is. This statistically should be like the ultimate rally car, but when you actually drive it, even I've driven this on a couple of the dirt events as well, it just isn't quite as good as you would expect. It is the Toyota Celica in this game, basically. Which, as we've discussed, is not a very pleasant car to drive. This is looking good, though. To the line, 27.552. Can you believe it? It's a Toyota Celica at the top of our leaderboard. That is not very... it looks awesome. It looks incredible, and I wish this car was like some sort of like sub-26 monster, which I'm sure some cars probably will be during the course of this series, but yeah, it just isn't as good to drive as it looks, but that doesn't matter. Deserved or not, it is going to the top of our leaderboard. There could be a little bit more time in there, but I don't think there's much. 27.552 puts the Toyota Celica rally car into first place. It beats the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 rally car, finally ending the Mitsubishi Evo dominance that has been occurring in this series for a long time. I think it was episode 150 the Evo RS got to the top of the leaderboard, and it is now episode 225 when we have a new leader, and for the first time in this show, it is a Toyota. The car in front really is a Toyota. The 1998 Renault Laguna V6. Hell yeah, the Renault Laguna. A car that you didn't realise you'd miss until it was gone, strangely enough. You do not see these first generation Lagunas around anymore, but when you do, it's quite an experience, and it's usually never a V6, but this one is the mighty V6 with the PRV V6 in the front. Now, this also has a very cool race mod, or at least it would do. It is based off the British touring car Laguna, Unfortunately, it's the British touring car Laguna without any of the sponsors, which does make it look a little bit bland. It's also a shame they went for the 1999 BTCC car as the inspiration for this. I very much prefer the 96-97 with the yellow and the blue. That is just an incredible livery for me, but yeah, there you go. It's based off of the BTCC car that was run by Williams, believe it or not, the F1 team. And hopefully this goes a lot better than the F1 team's current performance. Front-wheel drive, 386 horsepower. That is a lot. 1,255 kilos. Let's see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. It is naturally aspirated. Wow, 386 horsepower from that. That's incredible. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car. That set a time of 27.552. It is going to take a while before I get used to saying Toyota Celica rally car as opposed to saying Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, whatever it may be, at the top of our leaderboard. But no, if you didn't see the last episode, the Celica beat the Evo, so that was cool. Anyway, speaking of cool, the Laguna. This car, what has it got in its sights? Well, the Vauxhall Vectra V6 we had go around. It is a lofty goal because that set a 30.486, which is a mighty quick time. But I am hopeful this can beat the Vectra. If you locked me in a room and told me to choose between a Laguna and a Vectra, I would definitely choose a Laguna. Now, admittedly, that is not a hard bar to clear because there is a lot of cars I would have other than a Laguna. The Peugeot 406. For example, very, very cool car. I like that one a lot. What other BTCC compatriots did this have? Volvo S40, what car? I would have one of those in a heartbeat. Honda Accord, yeah, I'd have one of those. I did. So, the Laguna's not, you know, big on my list, but I still like these. And I like, whenever these come up for sale on like Car and Classic or something, they don't cost a lot, but I do have a look at them and go, I would kind of like to own a Laguna one day. See, the interiors look cheap, but they also look very soft and cushy, which I like. Most V6 Lagunas were automatic. I don't know what the gearbox is in this one. I forgot to check. We'll check when we stop up. But feeling it could be a 5-speed actually. Maybe they did these in manual. I'm not sure. I'm almost certain these would have been a 4-speed automatic. If it was the auto, similar to stuff like the Peugeot 406, which, actually no, I think they did do a 406 V6 in manual, strangely enough. What a weird time when you think about it. Like, you get the top line, they had, well, these cars existed, which they don't anymore. I don't think there is any sort of normal humdrum family saloon car on the market anymore. I think the closest you get to it is like the 3 Series and the Audi A4. The Passat's been turned into an estate. That was sort of the last one that was left. 30.689. I will say, I'm getting very confused between this and the Ghost. It's actually hurting my eyes a bit. I don't know what it is about this car, but it just, like the Ghost and this are meshing into one for me. This lap isn't going to be quicker, so we will check. It is a 5-speed. Okay. Yeah. What was I saying? I was saying words. Words were coming out of my mouth. I don't know what they were. Anyways, yeah, the Laguna. Laguna's cool. It's actually pretty quick, to be fair. It's not bad to drive. It feels heavy. It definitely feels like a car that does weigh 1,200 odd kilos. It isn't quite as quick as the Vectra. The Vectra was nicer to drive, I will admit. I think the Vectra had a lot more power than this. Oh, sorry. Had the same amount of power as this, but it was lighter as well. But no, that's it's not bad. I think it probably, if it was turbocharged, this would be a lot quicker. But yeah, it's quick, especially for a car like this. Humdrum family saloons, that's what I was saying. There isn't enough of them. In fact, there is none, basically, that I can think of. Unless you can think of one, post it down below in the comments section. I think that's basically all the time I could have had out of that realistically. Maybe you could have pushed a 30.6 a bit higher up, but I don't think it would have got close to the Vectra at the end of the day. Anyways, a 30.689 will place this into 89th place. It is quicker than an ML2 GTS, it is quicker than the Golf 4 V5, it is quicker than an Acura Integra Type R, quicker than an NSX Type S. Yeah, it's pretty quick, actually, to be honest with you. That's really rather good. It does lose out slightly to the Vectra, Mercedes-Benz E55, other cars like this. Loses out to the A4 Avant, but that's not surprising. Yeah, not bad. It's not the quickest car with a PRV, that would be the Clio Sport V6, but in fact, I think where's the Venturi? That was probably quicker than this as well. But yeah, nevertheless, alright, pretty good. It is exactly like you'd expect a Laguna to be. It is firmly average. The 1996 Toyota Corolla Levin BZG. Yeah, this is our second one of this generation of sort of Levin Terrenos to go around the track. The first was the Tom's T111, which was quite quick, so interesting to see how this one gets along. I like this sort of 90s generation of the Corolla and Terreno. I'm sure most people didn't because they're front-wheel drive, but for me that makes them better. This also has a very peculiar looking race mod. Purple, orange and silver don't really go together, and I don't know why it's a specialty motor car all over it, but it does, and I'm grateful for it. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, as all of these Corolla 11/Sprinter Terrenos were. 260 horsepower, 909 kilos. Pretty mediocre stats. So, let's find out how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. This is unlikely to beat that. What is this likely to be? Well, cars like this sort of entry-level sports coupe. We've had the Mitsubishi Mirage Asti RX, 32.020. I'd say that's probably this car's closest rival in the game. I'll laugh if it beats the 85 Sprinter Terreno, 31.849. That would be funny. Although I think one of the Corollas set a much better lap time, and that's way far up. Toyota Starlet Galanza, 31.5. I don't think it's going to be quite that quick. It certainly does not feel anywhere near quick enough to sort of compete with that type of vehicle, so we'll see. So far, this is everything I expected it to be. It is, I'll be honest, pretty mediocre. It isn't very quick, especially not compared to like the Tom's T111. Admittedly, I think that had a turbocharger, which would help this significantly. It's just, yeah, it doesn't even really feel like it's 260 horsepower. It's sort of a lot like the Mirage Asti, actually. That also did not feel like it made nearly as much power as the game claimed it did. So could be interesting rivals. 32.103. They are very close rivals, in fact. I love the wing on this as well. Like, why do you need a wing that big on a 260 horsepower front wheel drive car? But I digress. Yeah, I also, again, this race mod, I think there was an option of red, but as soon as I saw the purple, I was like, oh yeah. In fact, with the way it's a specialty motor car, it is an orange, white, purple and green race mod. It is just colours. Very colourful. 32.060. Doesn't that tie it with the Asti? No, not quite. Needs to be another 400th second quicker to, or 4,000th, I think, even, to compete with the Mirage Asti. Is that too much cut out of there? Not quite. Final lap. Can the Toyota, I forgot which one this is, the Corolla 11, I think it is, beats the Mirage Asti? One of the hottest battles ever in the history of the Hot Lap Classic. Truly. A truly battle of our time. It just isn't very quick or exciting. if I'm being brutally honest. It is going to be quicker than the Mirage Asti though. 31.907. That ain't bad, actually, to be fair. Yeah, pretty mediocre, but there's definitely been worse cars to go around here. It's a car you don't expect a lot of, and in return you don't get a lot, really. In case you're wondering, also, just to bring this up, the Corolla 11 and Sprinter Trainers are basically the same, so the Sprinters are going to be running without race mod, because the Sprinters don't have as interesting race mod as these ones do. 31.907 places this into 178th place. It goes in between the Honda Integra SIRG and the BMW 840ci. It is quicker than the S13 Silvia, it is quicker than the Nissan Pulsar, which is pretty bob on, to be fair. Honda CRX Del Sol, Mirage. Yeah, it's right around where it should be. Maybe it should be in the lower part of that, but you know, it got a quicker lap time in the end, and that's really all that counts. Slightly slower than Honda Integra SIRG, which is the car I'd probably pick out of that lot. It's certainly quicker than this, but yeah, not bad. It loses to a Ford Ka. So, don't know what that really tells you. The 1996 Toyota Supra 2.5 GTT VVTi. Letters. Yes, this is our first Toyota Supra to take on the course. There are 3 of them in this game. You have this one, you have the GTT without the VVTi, and the 3-litre GT, which has insane amounts of power. This one is not that, even though I thought it was originally. Anyways, yeah, Toyota Supra. These are also known as Lexus SC300s or 400s, depending on which side of the world you come from, and I'm not a huge fan. I will be honest. They're a little bit dull, if I'm being honest. They're basically Toyota Supras, but more luxurious. So, I mean, if you want a cheap Supra, that's probably all they're good for. But anyways, here you go. Front engine, rear-wheel drive, 433 horsepower, 1,388 kilos. It is heavy like a Supra, and it's not massively powerful. So we'll see how this gets along. Anyways, we have a 5-speed. Okay, that's good. Yes, we'll see how this gets along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to have those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is a fellow Toyota. It is the Toyota Celica rally car, though. That's at a time of 27.552. This is not likely to beat that. I think this is going to do a little bit better now that I found out it has a 5-speed. To be honest, I was expecting this to be appalling. But, yeah, I mean, now that it actually has a better gearbox in it than I was expecting it. I was expecting, like, sort of Lexus GS territory, which is, oh sorry, Toyota Aristo, I should say, which is a 32.6, I think that car currently sits around. So it should do a little bit better than that. That being said, while it doesn't have a 4-speed gearbox, it feels like it has a 4-speed gearbox. This is a very, very long ratios in this box. Yeah, interesting. So we'll see how it gets along. It definitely feels heavy, and that is not ideal. I didn't hit that wall. It's just that sometimes happens when you get too close to the walls in GT2. What can I say about this? Comes in a nice yellow. This is sometimes I don't point it out because I like to see if people notice, but in this case I will say this is not obviously a factory colour. This is one of the colours added with GT2 Plus as a homage to some of the prize cars you can win in GT1. There's a couple of cars like this, we've ran them already. The Civic Type R had the unique colour, one of the GTRs as well had the unique colour, and now the Supra is too. The CRX as well kind of did, because it had a unique colour for the racing mod technically. Yeah, if I do run these when I sort of A, remember they exist, and B, if there's not like another colour I'm already got my heart set on, because sometimes I do. There's certain cars that need to be certain colours in my mind. stuff like the Aston Martin DB7, for example, when that comes round. There is a few special colours for that car, but I'm not interested in them, basically. So, yeah, this is not very good to drive, I will be honest. It is, for a car that has 430 horsepower, which is, let's be honest, not a lot, really, for this course. It drives like it has like 500. I'm not sure what turbo's in this. I think it's a stage... I thought it was a stage 3, but I'm looking at the turbo gauge, and it must be a stage 2 this then. But it just spins its tyres, that's all it does. Spins its tyres and waggles its rear end around. Yeah, I don't think that could go much quicker, I will be honest. Usually, I'm quite happy to say if a car is slow. You know, I will admit, I definitely made some mistakes, probably even on the quickest lap out of this thing, but it's not nice to drive this. It just spins. That's all it does. Spins its rear wheels and makes silly blow-off noises, which does make it slightly endearing. Yeah, not brilliant. Definitely not brilliant. I will say when we drove this around in the old series, it was far worse. I do remember this car being terrible to drive in the original running of this series. So, yeah. A trait that carries on into this one. 31.950 puts it below that Corolla we won last time. Interesting. It does go right around a bunch of other sort of powerful rear-wheel drive coupes that weren't very good to drive. BMW 323ci, the Silvia K's S14 is down here. Sprinter Terreno, that actually wasn't that bad, but that's here as well. Yeah, it's a bit of a loser's corner, this. It is quicker than a Mark II Tourer, which I think had sort of similar statistics to this, although that also had a 4-speed, so... The 1998 Daihatsu Mira TX 4-wheel drive. If you are from a different country, you might recognise this as the Kawore. Although probably not, because the Kawore did not sell. Yeah, this is a Japanese kei car that looks slightly dowdy, but I love it because it's a Daihatsu, and I love Daihatsu, as much as the media doesn't at the moment. Anyways, 4-wheel drive, 165 horsepower, 686 kilos. Those are regular kei car stats, and you know what that means. This is probably going to be slow. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally cars at a time of 27.552. The Mira is not beating that. The Mira has a 5-speed. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I like this car a lot, actually, I'll be honest. I kind of like the Kawore. It's just sort of small and cute and chuckable, and to be fair, most kei cars from around this time period were a bit mental, and this one is no exception. Now, I should point out the GT2 Plus mod does fix a little bit of an issue this car had that you probably didn't even notice, and I certainly didn't. This has... in the base game, the exact same engine that the Kawore TR 4-wheel drive has, which is incorrect. This should have a naturally aspirated engine, and it does now, thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, this turbocharger added in by the game's upgrading system, because otherwise this car would make no power whatsoever. And in fairness, it still doesn't, and apparently as soon as you shift into 3rd gear, it just stops moving. That's interesting. 34.030 on its first lap. I'm not expecting this to be a quick kei car, I should point out. This is sort of more Daihatsu Opti Club Sport level, although not quite, because it has beaten the Opti Club Sport by over 2 seconds on its opening gambit, which is something. As soon as you shift into 3rd gear, it just has no power. This one has quite a cool race mod, I think. It's a lot of the Daihatsus have this, but this one I think is definitely worth mentioning, pointing out, because it's on a car that it shouldn't be. It has the same livery as the Daihatsu Storia rally car, which actually led our leaderboard for a little while. Not very long, but it did do it at one point in time. Very cool car, so nice little homage to that. Obviously, a bit weird to see it on the slightly smaller Mira / Quarry. The other Sirions, in case you're wondering, do have this as the de facto race mod, and it's available in a lot more colours, which is quite interesting, so look forward to that. Unfortunately, this one, the racing mod on this is not particularly interesting. I think it comes in red and blue. I would have, in all honesty, preferred to run the race mod on the other Quarry, or rather, I think, yeah, I'd have preferred to have run the race mod on one of them. I can't remember. I'm running it on both. For some reason, my brain's drawn a blank. Because this used to just have a cloned engine, this was going to run no race mod, so you can embrace the sort of base modelness that it looks like. But because it's been fixed, both of them are running race mod, or something to that effect. I'm not really sure. Or maybe the other Quarry was not going to run a race mod, so you can appreciate the aero package that car has. But unfortunately, yeah, it's been corrected, so both of them are going to run it to give them the best shot of glory. Admittedly, it hasn't really worked in this case. 33.537 does make it one of the slowest cars we've ever had. It is not the slowest key car we've ever had. It's not the slowest Daihatsu we've ever had. There is stuff slower than this, but I mean, 165 horsepower, and it actually weighs quite a bit for a key car as well. It sort of all conspires against the little Mira a little bit. Yeah, I don't think there's much time in that, if I'm being honest. Maybe like 0.1, but it's so slow. You can see the speed trap. That is 104 kilometers an hour is about 64 miles an hour. Not quick. 33.537 places this into a bit of a no man's land, 220th place. It goes in between the Mitsubishi Legnum ST, which is a terrible car, and the Suzuki Servo Mode SR4. It is quicker than Mitsubishi Minica PJ and the Honda Life and the Honda Beats, both of them. Slightly slower than the Nissan Cube and the AutoZam and the Plymouth GTX. So, not... I mean, it's not, like, horrendous. It's not like Daihatsu Move CX or Opti Club Sport levels, but it ain't far off. The 1991 Jaguar XJR15. If you play Forza Horizon 5, that sends shivers down your spine. But for me, this is one of my favourite British cars of all time. Some people prefer the XJ220. I prefer the XJR15. This car is a monster. It's basically a Group C prototype, but road legal, which... interesting. Statistically, not the most impressive thing in the world. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 477 horsepower, 1,050 kilos, but still, it looks fantastic. It sounds mental, and I can't wait to drive it. And yeah, these are also insanely expensive in real life. GT2 Plus does add more colours, however, you cannot beat the iconic blue that this car has. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is... it has 2 wing mirrors. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of a 27.552. The XJR15 is unlikely to beat that, but it is, if it's well behaved, likely to be quite quick. Anything we've had like this before, a couple of the roofs have done quite well. That's sort of the closest to sort of supercar stuff we get. Venturi Atlantique, Vector, I think that's sort of low 29s. So plenty of opportunities for this. And of course, this car is quite closely related to the Nissan R390, which actually did insanely well around this course. I think that's in 5th place currently. So yeah, that's admittedly that is also the Le Mans version of this car. Just got to watch that that jump there. But other than that, this is phenomenally quick. 28.611. Yeah, I mean, Ford GT90, I think, actually used bits of this car, if I recall. I think most people think it's an XJ220, but I'm almost certain it had bits of XJR15 in it as well. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be quite GT90 levels of quick, but it ain't far off. Shame we got a bit of a slide out of that final corner, because that would have been phenomenally fast. I say phenomenal a lot, but in this case, this car really does hold to it. Where does that put it at the moment? Okay, yeah, let's see if we can get... Top 10 would require a 28.4. I think it's definitely in here somewhere. It'd be nice to unlock it. I don't think we're quite going to be able to... no, not quite. It's just that final corner, it just runs out of traction a little bit there, but that is still, yeah, quick. Certainly. A lot quicker than it probably has any right to be. That's a very good car, that. I like that a lot. Yeah, unfortunately it just gets bounced around a little bit too much. But if it wasn't for that, this would be a very serious threat. What a car. Yeah, as you can see, the lap times are a bit all over the place, but that was a bit of a monster. 28.584 places it into 14th place. It actually beats the TVR Supra LM edition, beats the Mercedes CLK race car, CRX Del Sol. It's right up there with the LM editions. It's quicker than a Toyota GT1 race car. Does lose out slightly. The quickest sort of supercar stuff, GT90, Roof CTR2, does lose out to them. But remember, like, GT90 had over 700 horsepower, was surprisingly controllable. That Roof has four-wheel drive. So, in terms of mid-engined rear drive stuff, I think the R390 is the quickest. But considering this isn't a racing modified car, that's phenomenally quick, actually. Really good time. I'm very happy because, again, XJR15 is good. Be interested to see how the XJ220 gets along. The 1994 Mitsubishi FTO GR. This is our second FTO to take on the course. The first FTO was a 94 GPX, and that did really rather well. I think it's in the low 30s. This one, I'm not expecting to be too quick, but we'll see how the more base model FTO goes. This one is so basic that it does not have the wing, which I do have to admit does look a little bit weird, and it also has, I guess these are wheel trims, they could be alloys, but they look like trims. Statistically, it isn't particularly impressive. Front-engine front-wheel drive, 256 horsepower, 1,058 kilos, but we shall see how it gets along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It has those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is... oh wow, it's got a third brake light that works. That's kind of unusual for this game. Yes, our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. The FTO is unlikely to beat that, but speaking of Celicas, this probably should be around sort of where they are in terms of where this is going to go. 32.020 is a Mirage Asti RX, and that's a fairly similar car to this, not the same engine or anything like that, but, you know, front-wheel drive Mitsubishi Coupe from around this time. Other cars down there, Toyota Supra, Honda Integra SIRG, I suppose that's probably the closest competitor. This is going to have 31.876. If it goes a little bit further up than that, I think there's a couple of Toyota Celicas that are sort of hanging around the 31.3 section, so we will see. 31.643 on its first flyer. This is pretty impressive, you know. It does handle really nicely. I also have to say, this colour, I think this is cranberry red pearl, looks exquisite in my opinion. This is the best FTO colour I think I've ever seen. Even if it is on an FTO that does look quite weird with its sort of wingless silhouette, it is still a very, very cool colour. This is going to be one of those cars where it's very consistent in terms of lap time, and it's going to be quite difficult to get much more out of it, I feel, because it isn't. It handles beautifully, but it is not a quick car, as you can see pretty evidently. I could maybe be using first gear a little bit more. I don't really want to risk it because I don't think first gear is going to be particularly long enough for what we want to do here. Going a little bit wide out that corner, 31.509. We're fairly in the pretty average territory for this show. That means it's quicker than a Mazda Demio and Nissan Micra. And just before you say it, that does mean that a Honda Integra SIRG, yeah, first gear's not one. That does mean that the Honda Integra was beaten quite significantly actually by a Mazda Demio and a Nissan March. In fact, the Demio is a very, very quick car, but we're not talking about the Demio, we're talking about the FTO. I don't know how I got away with cutting that first corner that much there, but I'll take it. That is a bit too wide, and I think all our lap time's going to go there. Although maybe not. Yeah, you see, if I tried to shift to first gear there, I just wouldn't get the speed out of there. To the line, come on, 31.479. That's alright, actually, to be fair, considering I did not expect this car to be particularly quick, because statistically it is not particularly quick. That's not bad at all, actually. Sounds very strange. I know these have got V6s, so, but very strange sounding engine there. Well, actually, that is surprisingly all over the place. Maybe there is 0.2 in this. It doesn't feel like there is, but who knows. Anyways, 31.479 is going to place this into 156th place. It is in between a Mini Cooper rally car and the Mazda Speed Roadster A-Spec. It is slightly up on the Lotus Elise Mugen Accord, quicker than the Renault Megane Coupe, which is pretty sort of like this. Quicker than the Lotus Elan, quicker than the Mazda Demio GLX that I mentioned before. To be fair, looking up there, it's only slightly slower than the Toyota Celica Elegant Sports version, and this handles a lot better than that does, and I'm fairly certain that had quite a bit more power than this did, so yeah, not a bad little showing, actually, from the FTO GR. And if this, which is the slowest of all the FTOs, places itself here, it will be interesting to see how the other FTOs get along. The FTO GP version R, the quickest one. That should be quite a hoot. The 1998 Honda Integra Type R, or as its logos there says, 98 spec. Whatever that means. What that does mean is that this, in theory, should be the quickest Integra we ever take around here. Front engine, front wheel drive, 376 horsepower, 963 kilos. This one is turbocharged. You have the option of NA tuning. I think the 95 Integra Type R is going to run that, but this car is running the turbo. Just going to do a quick check. I think... yeah, one of the Acura Type Rs is going to run racing mod as well, so I guess it's the battle between those two, but they should be basically the same. Anyways, let's go ahead and see how the fastest Integra takes on the course. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica Rally car. That's at a time of 27.552. this car unlikely to beat that. But this Integra does have a point to prove. The quickest Integra we have had was the Mugen Integra Sidecar, 30.483. This benefits from racing modification. We did have one of the Acura Integra Type Rs go around, that was the 95 model. That wasn't all that quick, but then again that was a very early car to go around from what I remember. So that's obviously not benefiting it. I can't quite remember where this racing mod comes from. All Integras have the same racing mod, hence why the 95 and the 98, I'm going to run the 95 without, just because variety's sake. Also, this racing mod does convert the cars to have the 98 spec front end on them, I think, because apparently there's a difference. I couldn't tell you what the difference is, but there is supposedly a small difference there, so that is true for this. I think, I could be wrong, but this is from like a North American Racing Championship, like NCAA or something like that. So this livery would have actually been on the Acura. 29.864, wow. Okay, that's one for the record books. That does make this our quickest front-wheel drive car ever. We was waiting on that for a long old while. The Alfa Romeo GTV Twin Spark is the only sort of normal front-wheel drive car to do it, but now the Integra is also up there on the well up there actually, to be fair. Can we get anything more out of this? This is quite remarkable. To be fair, that lap was quite something in this. This isn't the as we oversteer into the wall there. This isn't, I will be honest, this is not the best front-wheel drive car handling wise. It's a little bit oversteery, but you can't argue with the time. The front end gets turned in really nicely. It is a very sort of exact car, this, which is really good. Just got to try and make this last lap count, see if we can get anything more out of the Integra. A little bit too late on the brakes there, and the rotation didn't quite play ball in that final bit, but still, I mean, 30.170, that would have been a very quick front wheel drive car anyway, but yeah, wow, that's very impressive actually. That's a very good car to drive, definitely. Yeah. Quite taken aback by it. That lap was a stonker, to be fair. I don't know if there's much more time left in that, I will be honest. I think there's bits, but I don't think it would have gone much quicker. I think if you kept practicing at that all the time, you'd end up at like 29.7, but that's impressive. That's really impressive. 29.864. We'll place this into 52nd place. Goes in between a GT300 Toyota Treno and the Nismo Stagea, which doesn't sound all that impressive, I will admit. But it's quicker than the Tommy Kyra R, quicker than the Venturi Atlantique, quicker than the Alfa Romeo GTV. It's quicker than an Impreza WRX wagon, quicker than the Camaro, quicker than the HKS drag car. It's quicker than a Celica ST185, like the GT4 RC version of it. That's mighty, mighty impressive from the Integra, I do have to be honest. Yeah, I'm sure there will be other front-wheel drive cars to go ahead and sort of come this side up of the leaderboard into the under 30 club, but it won't be many. It'll be a pretty exclusive club, and the Integra Type R is now one of those cars. The 1989 Mazda Familia Interplay 4-door sedan. What a name. This is also known as the 323 in PAL regions, which is what you may more recognise this as. And this is truly the Chad first car. of Gran Turismo 2. If you pick the 323 Interplay, you mean business, and you didn't completely just click on the first dealership and select the first car, as I'm sure some of us may have done. That being said, if you did select this as your first car, then you might be pleasantly surprised by the power figures that this gets when it's fully upgraded. 376 horsepower. This is, I think, one of the most powerful 323s, or Familias, out of all of them. Only maybe the GTR beats this, and I'm not even too sure if that does. Yeah, incredibly powerful. This one is front-engine front-wheel drive, unlike all the other Familias in the game. 892 kilos as well. It weighs not a lot as well when you take all the weight out of it. It's quite an incredible car. Comes in this incredible livery as well, based off the Mazda World Rally cars of the 90s. So I am very much looking forward to driving this one. Could it be another front-wheel drive car to break into the under 30 club? That's what we need to find out. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car that set a time of a 27.552. The 323 Interplay, as much of a story as that would be, is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the 323 is looking at going, depends how well behaved it is. That first lap though is pretty darn good. Yeah, that Integra we had out last time did actually weigh 100 kilos more than this. Had about the same power as this, so you could say, well, this could beat that, but I'm not too sure. This is a bit more of a, well, it's a bit less of a sort of sporting machine than that Integra was, but we will see. I hope it does well. Like I say, this is one of my personal favourite first cars in this game, just because of how silly its name is. I don't know what the Interplay got you. I'm assuming it's like the sportiest sort of base 323 trim you could get. I'm not sure. This car also, fun fact, was sold as the Daihatsu Applause. If you, you know, if you're so inclined, if you want a Mazda 323 that badly, but don't want a Mazda, you could have had that. These were also, I cannot for the life of me remember what brand it was under, but they were built in South Africa under license for a time as well. I think they called them like Sows or something, I'm not sure. They did actually sell those in the UK, but I think 2 of them still exist on the roads today. Like, they were just cheap cars, basically. But, yeah, interesting little footnotes on the 323. A little bit weird. It doesn't quite have the same responsiveness that the Integra had. It does have the raw power of the Integra, but strangely enough, it does feel like a car that does not weigh 900 kilos. It weighs like significantly more than that, it feels like, which is hurting it a little bit. Although this last lap, 30.212, is there any more in this? I think there might be. We're going to be able to extract it or not, it's a different story. This is quite annoying because I think this could be an under 30. Yeah, that final corner I did not set up right. We'll see what the lap time breakdown is, but 30.212, I will take that. That is pretty good, actually, to be honest. Again, annoyingly, that does feel like that could really be a potential under 30 car, but yeah, it's still good. It's still really good, that, actually. It's one of the quickest front-wheel drives we've had. Yeah, I mean, if you got everything perfect, perhaps. I thought I really messed up that last sector. I sort of did to save the lap time, but it wouldn't have gone that much quicker, to be honest with you. Anyways, 30.212 places this into 66th place. It is quicker than an Evo 2. It's quicker than the RX-7, which I think makes it one of the quickest Mazdas we've had. Nope, there's another RX-7 up in 50th place, but it's not far off. It's quicker than the Eclipse, which we thought was going to be the quickest front-wheel drive car for a time. Quicker than Fiat Punto GT, quicker than Mitsubishi FTO, quicker than every Civic we've had. It's a quick car, that. It's a really quick car. Like I say, annoyingly, that does feel like it could go under 30. It really does. But I'm not so sure. I think it would have more been a 30.1, which would have put it sort of around the Alfa Romeo 156 Twin Spark, which was another very quick, very good car, that. But no, we'll take it. That's very, very good from the Interplay. So there you go. Next time we play through GT2. Interplay. The 1995 Nissan 180 SX Type X. This is our first 180 SX to take on the course. There's 4 of them in this game, and fortunately these cars are easy to figure out in this version of the game, unlike in the PAL region, where for whatever reason this gets called a 96 model year, which then means there are 2 1996 Nissan 180 SX Type X's. In case you're wondering what the difference between them is, the 96 has a body kit, and this one does not have a body kit. This one is, well, the Ryan Cooper spec, if you will, even though that was a 240 SX, which is a different car and not very good. 180 SXs are basically S13s, but in this sort of sleeker fastback body shell. I'm not a huge fan, I will be honest. I prefer a normal S13, but there you go. Interestingly enough, there was also a modified version of this that people did called a Celica, where they stuck a Silvia S13 front end on it for some reason, which I think's the wrong way around. It should be sticking an S13 rear end on this to make it look better, but there you go. And that actually caught on to the point where Nissan did their own version of that, which is also in this game, and we'll see that later, the 1988 Nissan Celica. Anyways, this, the 180 SX, front engine rear wheel drive, 373 horsepower, 1,113 kilos. I am not expecting anything out of this, really, I'll be honest. They're not particularly good cars around here, but anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set at a time of a 27.552. This car is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this car should be, somewhere in the 31s, I would suspect. The Silvia K's 1800cc, I think, set a 31.973. So if this can beat that, that seems like that would be a pretty decent task. I'm not 100% sure, so I'll say this with not a lot of confidence. But I think the 1800cc in the Silvia is pretty similar to the engine out of this. So, yeah, there's 1.8 litre turbocharged engine. These did exist in Europe as well. I can't remember if they were 180 SXs in Europe. I think they may have been. And then obviously, if you live in America, you'll know this as the 240 SX, which famously had the truck engine in it. that 2.4 litre 4-pot that everyone thinks is amazing, but let's be honest, it isn't. It's a 2.4 litre 4-pot that produces 135 horsepower. It's basically an economy car engine. But anyways, yeah, this is the full true-blooded 180 SX. As you can see by the texture on the rear light, you can actually see it says 180 SX. I'll have to play the North American version and see if they've changed that to 240. I highly doubt they did. But I mean, technically I have a North American copy of this game because Gran Turismo 2 Project A spec is region locked currently. So the North American version, I hope they do a PAL at some point. Just because it'd be better on me, but that's me probably being a bit selfish. I'll speak to the guys about that. I doubt it's going to happen, but I'll speak to them. Anyways, Yeah, of course, Ryan Cooper's car, this one. There's not a lot to say about the way it drives. It's very drifty. It's very Sylvia. It's not too, like, terribly quick. I will tell a story about this. I was actually planning on using this car in an earlier episode, and I started driving it, and it felt atrocious, and I went back into career mode and realised this was actually... Usually I do joke about it and say, oh, I wonder if I put racing suspension on it, because this feels very wonky, and usually, well, if you see the video, I have, but in this case I actually hadn't put racing suspension on it, so yeah, I had to go and rectify that, because this car, do not drive this car fully upgraded without the racing suspension, because my god is it terrible. To the line, 31.240, wow. That ain't half bad, you know, actually. I was throwing shade on this, but for a rear-wheel drive, that's not bad. It's quicker than a bunch of cars, actually, that are comparable to this. That's solid, actually. Really solid. Yeah, and also apparently none of the quickest sectors were in the quickest lap. Admittedly, it's not by much. I don't think there's much more to come out of that. I will be honest, that does seem like it's a bit of a dead end tuning wise. Oh, I also forgot to point out this is the only 180SX that's not going to run racing modification. The racing modification on this car is A, atrocious, and B, the 96 car has the exact same racing mod, so that one's going to run it. And the other 180SX, the Type S, is also going to have racing mod according to this for some reason. Anyways, yeah, 31.240 places this into 143rd place. Goes in between the Alfa Romeo 166 2.5 V6 and the Nissan Primera. It is quicker than the Nissan Silvia Q's S14, so it's quicker than the car that ended up taking over from this one. Quicker than the RX-7 with the 4-speed automatic. It's quicker than the Tom Supra. It is 0.2 up the road from the Corolla Levin, which is probably the closest thing to this that I can think of. Yeah, that's a really good car, actually, to be honest with you. Like, in terms of lap time, that's really good. I say it's really good. It's pretty, like, mid-pack for this series, but, you know, that could be a lot worse. I'm trying to think of stuff that's, like, looking up the leaderboard. The GTS 25 Type S R32 31.005. It's not quite that level of good, but, yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised, actually. I thought that car was going to be an absolute chore to drive, and it wasn't too bad. So there you go, Ryan Cooper. The 1998 Honda Z Turbo. When people talk about the Z cars, I think of the Z Turbo. That is, of course, a joke. I literally don't even know what this is. Right, I am the biggest Honda fanboy you can probably find, but even I will tell you, my God, is this car ugly. I don't know what this is. It looks like it's made of corrugated sheet metal. I guess this is like a late 90s idea of what a crossover is, I guess. I have no idea. Like a Suzuki Alto Works and a Fiat Panda had a horrible, horrible baby. This is what might result. I don't know. I have no words for this, but it is a car I have always been very curious to have a go in, much like the Minica PJs and so on. So I'm excited to see how this turns out. Four-wheel drive, 187 horsepower, 892 kilos. Pretty mediocre stats. It's pretty K-car-like. Anyways, to find out how this car gets along, my God, this is another one I'm going to have to check. I've got racing suspension on. It leads! Yeah. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car. That's at a time of a 27.552. This car is obviously not beating that. This car has the biggest tyres known to man. I have noted that. First lap, it is very key car-like. I do feel like this is racing suspension. It's just leans that much. I'm almost certain the stock car would lean far more than this one does. Wow, yeah. Also, it's even uglier in third person when you're looking behind it. It truly is just one of the weirdest... I'm going to have to look up a picture of this car afterwards. Like I say, I'm sure... I did read the description on this. I can't remember it, but I did read it to figure out, like, what on earth this car is. What's, like, going on here. And I think it did say it's basically some sort of, like, chunky on-roader. If Honda, you know, if Honda was still with Rover during the early 2000s, this would have been the streetwise sort of thing. Yeah, it's just, it's tragic looking. It really is. Like I say, I love Honda, and I'll say I find a lot of their cars have very beautiful designs, but this is not one of those cars. This is definitely not one of those. The mighty Z Turbo. I should say, in terms of what I was expecting it to go near, I was expecting Mitsubishi Pajero, however, it has a 4-speed. This is quite horrible to drive, actually, if I'm being honest. This really is... It's not even like the suspension lean, although that definitely contributes to it. It just... for a car that has 187 horsepower, it has no right to understeer and oversteer as much as this one does. I don't know what's going on with it. It's kind of like if Megamind drove a Suzuki Alto. That's sort of what I'm thinking here. It is horrendous. And to drive, it's not much better. I suppose you could have looked at this for a brief couple of seconds and realised this was not going to drive well. Third gear drops off a cliff. This car does feel like if you stuck in a Scudo engine in it, fourth gear probably would top out the top speed, because these gear ratios are atrocious. That being said, this final lap does seem like it's coming together a little bit better. Come on, Honda Z Turbo thing. To the line, 32.722. That actually does beat the Mitsubishi Pajero. It probably shouldn't, but it does. Why do the tyres look so ridiculous on this thing? They're so big. It's like, I didn't mention it, but now that I've made the thumbnail to it, I have realised the Ford Ka we drove around here not long ago also had the biggest tyres known to man on it as well. What a horrible thing. Yeah, anyways, 32.722. I don't think there's much more lap time to come out of that. I will be honest, that is a pretty atrocious car to drive. 32.722 will place this into 213th place. It goes in between a Subaru Vivio and a Toyota Risto. Yeah. It is 0.1 quicker than a Pajero 97, although admittedly the Pajero 98 is yet to go around. Quicker than the Suzuki Wagon-Rs, it's quicker than a bunch of the stupid stuff. It's quicker than the Nissan Cube, which, I mean, sure. Quicker than the Minica PJ as well, which is another weird oddity. It is actually the quickest of Honda key cars, I believe, because it's a million times better than a Beat. So, yeah. Interesting, to say the least. That was an experience, and not really one I'd like to repeat again. But either way, we have now experienced the Honda Z Turbo, which is probably something no one has done in the 20-odd years this game has been out. The 1998 BMW 323i Coupe, an E36. Yes, thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, the 323i E36 is in the game. This was a car that was planned for inclusion and then for whatever reason was dropped halfway through. Polyphony never ended up finishing the model for this. There was an E36 in this game, the E36 323 Ti Compact, which this car may have been morphed into at some point, but we just don't know. basically. It's a bit of a shame because the E36 is my favourite generation of 3 Series, so it is nice to see this car restored into the game. In case you're wondering, it has custom physics, which I'm not sure how that all works, but I'm assuming they've sort of based it off the E46s. Anyways, statistics on this are reasonably similar to the E46 323 Ci that has already gone around. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 449 horsepower, 1,232 kilos. I should mention the 323 Ci we run natural aspiration. This one is running turbo, so it should be quicker, but we shall see. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. The 323i is unlikely to beat that. In case you are sort of curious as to why this is a 323i coupe, that's the car that they were planning on including. This specific model for some reason. I'm not sure really what happened. I don't know if it's a case of... because I'm assuming BMW being, well, German and a bit weird, they probably didn't work too closely with Polyphony, and obviously the M cars are not in this game, which is sort of another sign they probably didn't work with them too closely. So I don't know if this was a case of the E46 sort of being unveiled halfway through development when they'd already sort of started the E36 and they converted it to it, or if the plan was to have both, and then they just sort of didn't see a point, maybe thought it would be a bit confusing for people to have both the newer generation of 3 Series and this old generation. But then again, they did also have the 323 Ti Compact, so I'm grateful for that because, you know me, I love a 3 Series Compact. It is truly crushing to me that no game has ever featured the E46 Compact, which is my personal favourite BMW probably of all time, because it's weird, which BMWs never usually are. But yeah, like I say, a bit of a shame because I'm a big E36 fan, if I'm honest. They're just, I don't know, I find the E46 is a bit too... I guess the people have turned me more off the E46. Is when they started doing the whole sort of jelly styling, which I wasn't a huge fan of, like the way the front lights sort of bubble out of the bodywork. I'm not a huge fan of. So for me, E36, you know, the straight jawed. It might be a theme with me because my favourite generation of C-Class is the one in this game before that went a bit bubbly, and my favourite generation of Audi A4 is also the first gen that's in this game, so maybe it's a me thing. But yeah, no, late 90s German cars, give me more of those because they were fantastic, really. I'd also like to point out I do like the E46 in this game, the sedan specifically. I have fond memories of that when I was a kid. But yeah, unfortunately BMW went a little bit strange in the early 2000s and never really recovered from that. Anyways, this car drives alright actually, quite quick. Not a lot more to really say about it. The interesting thing with this car was always going to be the having it included, not the actual driving experience of it, because it's another 3 Series. Admittedly, this is a very quick 3 Series. It's actually the quickest 3 Series we've had so far, so justice to the E36 served. But yeah, it's a BMW to drive. We're going to have quicker 3 Series, I should point out. The 328s are probably going to be the quickest, I would imagine, because they're the most powerful. So, but anyways, it was fun to drive this. I like it. I also like the colour. I managed to get this in. This sort of, it's very E36-esque. In terms of lap time, I think there might be a little bit to pick out of it in the first sector, but I think 30.5 honestly would have been the limit for this vehicle. But 30.623 certainly isn't bad. That's actually going to place it into 91st place. It is quicker, fractionally, Then, or is it? Hold on, let me just check that. Yes, it's quicker fractionally than a Spoon Civic Type R. It is quicker than the Renault Laguna V6, Golf 4, quicker than the Acura Integra, Mugen S2000. Comparable cars to this, loses out slightly to the E55 AMG, but that did have a lot more power. As I mentioned, it's about 0.3 up on the 320 Ci we had. It's well up on the 323, although admittedly that car was not very nice to drive. Quicker than an SVT Cobra Mustang. Yeah, I mean, in terms of rear-wheel drive coupes, it's well up there. It's a nice driving car, actually, to be honest with you. It's a good one, this. The 1996 Chevrolet Corvette Gran Sport. Some may call this the most iconic Corvette of all time, and I'd be inclined to agree. This blue with the white stripes, the little red decal there. Yeah, this is a pretty iconic car. It is not my favourite C4, though. That would be the ZR1, which I think is far more interesting. But the C4 is my favourite of all the Corvettes. These late C4s, just something about the way they look, it's perfect. It is peak Corvette for me. That being said, while I am a big fan of this car, I am very scared of this car because it has 677 horsepower, an awful lot of torque, 1,331 kilos. It is rear-wheel drive, because of course it is. Yeah. Scared of this. Definitely scared of this. In case you're wondering, the Corvette that's going to run the race mod is the standard Corvette Coupe, because that one works out to be the best one statistically. So there you go. The ZR1 makes more power from stock, but actually when you fully upgrade the ZR1, it isn't quite as powerful as this, and this weighs more than the standard Corvette Coupe. So there you go. In case you're wondering, these have red interiors in real life as well, which looks mental. Anyway, speaking of mental, here we go. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, setting the time on 27.552. This Corvette is not beating that. We've had a Viper go around here before, which is a direct comparison to this. That was a race car, and that was terrible to drive, so, yeah, this is already shaping up to be a bit of a painful episode for C4 lovers like myself. Yeah. Now, there is something to suggest this car might have been okay. The Camaro 30th Anniversary Edition did do very well indeed around here, actually. That was a very quick car, but that car was quick because it was heavy and it had a dual gearbox, which means the power never caused it problems, and because it made so much torque, it could get out of the corners really well. This doesn't have that, and also I have to use first gear in this. 30.777 on its first lap. If that was a 666, I'd be inclined to leave it there. This is going to be a really hard car to push more lap time out of because the handling is so knife edge. If this was four-wheel drive, I know, weird thing to bring up, but if this was four-wheel drive, this would probably be in contention for the top spot because this engine power is monstrous. It really is. Like, even down the straights and stuff through the little speed, higher speed traps, whatever you want to call it. It is very quick. I mean, it's over 12 kilometers up on that Integra, but through the corners, it is barbaric to drive. Not very good at all. And again, if I was using a controller with, if I was using the triggers to accelerate, as I now know that you can do, so thank you all people to point that in the comment section. But unfortunately, it's a bit late in the series for to start doing that because some cars would gain a monstrous advantage, and this Corvette would definitely be one of them. This Corvette would be insanely good with actual like input, but with the analog input that I am using for the throttle, which basically means it's on off, it's terrible. I am going to try. Come on. Final lap, Corvette. Come on, you can do this. You can do this. Just be controllable for a little bit. Come on. So you have to be... you have to be really careful to be controllable but not just slow, which is, I think, the problem with this car, is it is just a bit slow. There probably is acres more lap time out of that, do not get me wrong. Or, sorry, this is an American car. There is feet more in this, but I can't extract it. I can't do that. That is... I think that second lap was pretty bob on, to be honest with you. I am very impressed with my ability to control it that well. I think that was sort of the one and done lap for this car. I just can't extract. The more you try and push it, the worse it gets, and it just isn't good enough, really, to, yeah. It's better than, like, a car with a Stage 4 turbo, where that would just, like, you'd make no power whatsoever. So at least you've got the torque on your side, but it just spins its tyres, and that's all it does. And, unfortunately, that means it isn't very quick. 30.777 places it into a 98th place. Goes in between a Mugen S2000 and the Honda Civic EG. It's quicker than a Dodge Copperhead, which, to be fair, is actually a pretty big achievement for this. There's a lot of sort of nutter cars around here that aren't quick because they're uncontrollable. Stuff like the MR2 GTS is sort of around here, but yeah, it's just not controllable. That's it. It just, honestly, it's just out of control. Okay, so in my mind, this should be the worst one, because the ZR1, purely on account of it having a different engine, I'm hoping that means it's a little bit more drivable. And the other one having race mod may also help a little bit through that first sector, just so it has a bit of downforce, because you could see, like, even when I was turning in, like, the rear end was kicking out on it, which was crazy. But, yeah. Not good. The 1998 Mercedes-Benz A160 Avant-Garde. Yeah, the first generation A-Class, the very weird looking one. The one that's famous for falling over, which really makes you wonder how it ended up in a Gran Turismo game. Was it a bet? Was it a joke? Was it a request from Mercedes-Benz? Who knows? What I do know is this comes in a fantastic range of colours, and it's our first and only front-wheel drive Mercedes to take on the course. So, it should be interesting. 251 horsepower, 1,025 kilos. Not much weight, not much power. Let's see how it gets along. It is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. My god, it sounds burly. It is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which had a time of 27.552. The Mercedes A-Class unlikely to beat it. The A-Class does get some credit for having some very high resolution badges on the back, which is interesting. Anyways, the A-Class, well, in terms of the wheeled wardrobes that we've had go around the course, this one is one of the more powerful ones, 250 horsepower compared to 190 odd for cars like the Daihatsu Moves, Suzuki Wagonars and so on. So it should do a little bit better than those. I suspect this is going to end up somewhere in the 31s. In terms of, like, actual where it might go, I don't know. There's not many sort of mini people carriers to compare this to. I guess the closest thing in relation to this game, possibly the Mazda Demio, sort of similar time period, similar sort of cars, I guess. But the Demio is, I think the slowest Demio we've had is 31.553, quickest is just under the 31 second mark. So I don't expect this to do quite as well as that, although this does have the same amount of power as that did. So far, it drives alright, actually. A little bit of oversteer, which you may or may not expect from a Mercedes A-Class, depending on what side up it wants to be. But it's not bad. Yeah, this car, it was a bit of a Gran Turismo institution. It got introduced in Gran Turismo 2, was absent from GT3 admittedly, but after that it was in every game up to GT Sport, where it's finally been replaced by the newer A-Class, the one that's either insanely quick or insanely yobbish, as I usually find with the A-Classes. You know, it's not uncommon to see the 3rd gen A-Class, which I actually liked when it came out, but I've seen far too many blacked out A180s with a hint of marijuana smell to them to really think that too much anymore. I suppose they're better than Golf R's at least. Right, let's go around here. Final lap, 31.248 for the A-Class. Not bad. Potentially a little bit more to take out of it, although it is very understeery. The thing that's hurting this car is 3rd gear is incredibly long compared to, like, you shift into 3rd and you're not even at 4,000 RPM. That is quite disappointing, really. What transmission does this have? Because we're not going to go quicker. It's a 5-speed. Could be a manual, actually, because, yeah, could be. Anyways, yeah, unfortunately not going to go any quicker on that lap, but a 31.248 is actually very impressive, considering what this is. It does go into a large collection of cars, but yeah, that actually isn't half bad. It makes a very strange noise, and it does look rather ridiculous careening around here, but yeah, maybe it was too quick to laugh at the A-Class. That is going to be the slowest Mercedes we've ever had, but wow, there's not even much times in those sectors. It's pretty consistent, to be honest. Like, the way it drives, it does feel reasonably consistent, so it's not a bad car, really, ironically enough. Anyways, a 31.248 will place it into 147th place. Goes in between a Nissan Primera and a Honda Prelude, which is interesting. Quicker than an S14, quicker than a Mark III Supra, quicker than the Celica GT4, quicker than the Subaru SVX. It's quicker than a front-wheel drive Toyota Celica. I told you the Celicas were bad. Several, actually. It's quicker than the Opel Corsa, so this is the quickest German Super Mini we've had. Admittedly, there's a very small pool of them in this game. In fact, I think the Mercedes, Volkswagen Polo and Lupo, which has yet to go around, to be fair. And, yeah, interesting. No, that's not bad, actually. It really isn't that bad. I'm quite impressed with that. The Mercedes, they're doing pretty well around this course. They've, yeah, they're all quite quick. Even the A-Class. So, very strange. The 1999 Ford Mustang GT. Our first new edge Mustang to take on the course. Not our first SM95. We've had the 98 SVT Cobra, but this is our first 1999, and I do have to say, and I am going to get some flack for this might be my favourite generation of Mustang. When I think Mustang, I think New Edge S95. It is such a good looking car. It's over the top, as a Mustang should be, but yeah, I love it. I would never own one because the interior is made of Play-Doh, but this is a fantastic car. Maybe not my favourite Mustang of all time, that would probably be the 07 GT500, but this era of Mustang GT, yeah, it's cool. It's like I say, this is the one that sticks out in my mind. Now, something interesting that should be mentioned, GT2 Plus fixes quite a glaring issue the Mustang GTs had. You see, when Polyphony was coming up with these cars, for some reason they put a 5.0 motor in both the 98 and the 99. The mod fixes that, so this has the proper statistics. It's supposed to have, in this case, from stock, this should make 260 horsepower, 4.6 litre V8. That was not very good. Anyways, upgraded, it is very slightly better. 444 horsepower, of course, it's front-engine rear-wheel drive. Decent amount of torque, 1,321 kilos. should be interesting. Let's see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which set a time of a 27.552. The Ford Mustang GT, unlikely to beat that. Now, the previous Ford Mustang to go around here, as I mentioned, SVT Cobra with race mod, that set a time of a 30.970. Because these cars are basically identical, it's just a facelift really. I am not expecting this to go quicker than that, but we'll see. The first opening gambit's pretty good on this. So the Mustang, the SVT Cobra, to be fair, was a little bit of a disappointment because when we bought the Mustangs around here, I was hoping it was going to compete with the Camaro Z28 30th anniversary, which we had go around. It was one of our first ever cars, and to this day it's the quickest muscle car we've had go around this course because it just handles beautifully. It really does. It's a very good car, that, because, okay, sure, it's really heavy, but because the gearbox was so well set up and because it made an insane amount of torque, it could, you know, cope with this course very, very well. So yeah, go see that episode if you want an indication, because words can't express it, but basically that car is in the under 30s. I was hoping the Mustangs would be similar, but Mustangs actually weigh slightly less than Camaros do. They also make slightly less power than Camaros do, so as a result, none have gotten close. Maybe they will, you know, Celine SR wide body, which technically wouldn't be part of that, but, you know, it's still a cool race car nonetheless. That would be interesting to take around here. We are on a bit of a heater at the moment with this. Across the line, 30.665. It is quicker than the 98 SVT Cobra. That's quite surprising. To be fair, I don't remember how much power that made. The 99, when you fully upgrade the 99 SVT Cobra, it is a significantly better car than the 98. The 98 is slightly cheaper, but the 99 is better, really, to be honest. Gotta go a little bit quicker, 30.642. Yeah, this is pretty good, actually, to be fair. Ooh. And into the wall we go, and that's the end of that. We have a 5-speed. I don't know if... No, this must have had a 4-speed auto, I'd imagine. It's the American car from the 90s. They weren't very sophisticated. That is really impressive, actually. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. So, potentially, the 99 SVT Cobra could be a very good car indeed, but we will have to wait and see on that. Or maybe this is one of those weird cases where less is more. But either way, yeah, it doesn't handle too bad. You do lose the rear end a little bit in certain parts of the course, but overall, a very nice car to drive, that. And I am very impressed. The quickest lap was not the quickest lap. I mean, there's not a lot there. I think maybe if you're a better driver, you might be able to get a 30.5 out of this, but that would be a struggle. 30.642 places it into a 93rd place. Goes in between a Spoon Civic Type R and the Renault Laguna V6. Interesting. It is very slightly slower than the BMW E36, which is a little bit of a disappointment. Quicker than an Acura Integra Type R 95, quicker than the Mugen S2000, quicker than the Corvette Gran Sport. That is interesting. That car was uncontrollable, though, to be fair to it. Quicker than the Dodge Copperhead. Anything else that's really worth mentioning is a lot quicker than a Mercury Cougar, which the other Mustang was not. Yeah, good car. Good car, actually. Not a lot more to say than that. I'm happy. The new Edge truly brings a new edge to the leaderboard. The 1994 Opel Calibra Super Touring Car. This is a bit of a Gran Turismo icon. First introduced in GT2 and was in, I think, every single game up until GT Sport. So, hopefully they'll add it to GT7. I mean, it doesn't bother me because I don't play that game, but, you know, for consistency's sake, it would be nice. Speaking of nice, statistically, this should be pretty good. Four-wheel drive, 563 horsepower, 1,060 kilos. But there's a fly in the ointment. Look at that torque rating. This makes no torque, so, yeah, my optimism with this slowly goes. I do remember this thing being quite crazy. It revs to about 15,000 RPM or something ridiculous. I'm hoping it does really well, because I like the Calibre a lot. Probably one of my more favoured of the Opel Vauxhalls. Admittedly, they weren't very good to drive. And also slightly failed in their purpose of being aerodynamic, because unless you got the base model, it had the same drag coefficient as a Cavalier. But we'll see. This should be fun, and I like the livery, and I like the car, so I hope it does well. I like these DTM things. Unfortunately, the track doesn't, as we'll get into in a second. Anyways, this car is going to have to probably use first gear. How long does that go to? 92 kilometers an hour. Oh boy, this is going to be a tricky one to drive. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to serve the best time it possibly can. God, the gears take forever to shift. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica Rally Car, setting time of 27.552. Having seen how dodgy this is probably going to be to drive, that might be safe. In terms of what you should be comparing this to, well, we have had the fabled CLK race car, the one that was, ooh, God, going to the moon there. That can be the fun there. Actually, no, it won't save up to that point. Damn, that's a shame. Anyways, yeah, we've had the CLK race car go around, the one that was deleted from GT2 before its release. That car actually shares its statistics from the C-Class DTM car that was also supposed to be in the game and was dropped. So that was sort of very similar, four-wheel drive, 500 odd horsepower, no turbocharger, so it didn't make any torque, and that currently sits at a 28.6, so I don't remember that being as dodgy to drive as this is, though. I really don't like driving this. I will be honest, it does feel a little bit... I wish first gear was longer, I wish it didn't rev as high, because I'm also having to look for when to change gears. This is not ideal. I don't know whether to put a conservative lap in with this, just so there's something on the board, because I think if I did it all in second gear, I'd probably get around a lot of the dodginess with driving this, but also it would be slower than if I can just pull a lap out with it. That was complete brain mush from me on that second sector. Around a track, like a proper track, not this silly thing, this is actually a really good car. Around here, it's not. It's terrible. Oh, hold on. We might have something here. Houston, we have a potential lap on our hands in the ungodly driving... I was going to call it a Cavalier, it's a Calibre. I wish it was a Cavalier. I'd probably drive better. That's terrible. I hated that. I hated every second of that, if I am being honest. The worst bit is I've got to drive this twice, because I've got to drive the Vauxhall version as well, which was also a bit of a Gran Turismo icon, just unintentionally, because, you know. Yeah. I like this car a lot, but that is awful to drive. That is atrocious, if I'm being honest. Lap times are all over the place. Could it go quicker? Not a shadow of a doubt. Can I get it quicker? No. Okay, so maybe I could get a 28.3 if I just kept practicing and got used to actually driving it, but it's not good. It really is not good. That's, yeah, terrible. I hate it. 28.780 places it into 18th place, goes in between the CRX Del Sol LM edition and the GT1 race car, so that's actually not too bad. It is, again, down slightly on the CLK race car. I think on a track this would probably have the advantage because this makes more power, but in terms of actual controllability, the CLK was much better. It's quicker than all the GT500 cars we've had, quicker than a Chaser LM edition. So, again, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not bad. That's certainly quite a good spot on our leaderboard, but it's terrible to drive. It really is awful. Not fun. With tuning, I'm sure that's good. But as it is now, no. The 1993 Roof RCT. This is our 4th roof to take on the course, and it is our second of the 964 generation of 911s to take on the course, or roof 911s, if that makes sense. The previous 964 we had was terrible. That was the 4-wheel drive CR4 that did not do well, but the cars after that have been pretty good, so we'll see on this. Statistically, it's going to kill me. Rear-engined rear-wheel drive, 665 horsepower, 1,246 kilos. Awesome amount of torque. Yeah, this could be quite deadly, but we'll find out. It should be fun either way. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car that set a time of 27.552. The Roof RCT is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, so, as I mentioned, the CR4 terrible, let's discount that immediately. Roof BTR2, 29.662. Now, from what I remember, that made less power than this does, but again, it is a newer chassis, that. We've also had the Roof CTR2, that's one of the quickest cars we've ever had. That's where the leaderboard, that also had 4-wheel drive, so we'll discount that as well. So, somewhere in there should be the Roof RCT, so we're sort of expecting 29s from this. It actually isn't too bad to drive so far, a little bit wayward, but then again you'd expect that from what I'm assuming is a 911 turbo with more power, because, you know, when a car's called the Widowmaker, most people would just sort of leave it at that, maybe do a recall or something. Roof thinks, no, what that needs, that name is just fictional, you know, those cars didn't kill anyone, let's give something that really will kill people. The RCT. I think that was a 930 actually, this is a 964? Yeah. There is a few 930 generation roofs in this game. I think the CTRs, a couple of the CTRs are sort of 80s. Obviously there's the Yellowbird in the game as well, which every fibre of my being wants me to paint it not yellow, but we'll see. This is one of those cars that when you try and push it to get more lap time out of it, it gets angrier. So that's good. That's, yeah, what I want in a car. Come on. Under 30 club, I can feel it. This could do it. I mean, like my quickest lap time, I smacked the wall there, which is already a bad sign. The problem is, with these roofs, is they are insanely quick, and to be fair, traction isn't as bad as you'd think it would be. The problem with these cars is the understeer, because there is no way over the front end. The 4-wheel drive ones, there you go, 29.835. The 4-wheel drive ones aren't too bad, because they are, you know, there's a bit of a front axle pushing down on that and some power going to the front. Whereas in this, yeah, it's all directed rearwards, which is not ideal. Yeah. I mean, in theory, this should probably be slower than the BTR. I think there's a bit more lap time in this, if I'm being honest, but I'm not skilled enough at this moment in time to get it out of it. That's quite scary. Yeah, I think it could go quicker, definitely. I think there's some more time in there, but you can see by my times on the board that, yeah, not good would be the way I would describe that. But it did get into the under 30 club. 29.835 places it into 51st place. Goes in between an Audi TT and a Mazda RX-7, and those cars are far more controllable than this is. It's quicker than the Toyota Treno, quicker than Honda Integra. Now, as I mentioned, it does lose out by about 0.2 of a second to the Roof BTR2. It is down about a second and a half on the Roof CTR2. So these cars definitely got better with the newer generations by the looks of it. Unfortunately, there's more new generation roofs than these older ones, so something to look forward to, I guess. And hopefully more of them are four-wheel drive as opposed to these the rear engine ones that are a little bit sketchy. The 1998 Daihatsu Storia X4, also known as the slightly less in-your-face Sirion, if you are from Europe. This is quite an interesting car, actually, the X4. This is essentially a factory-built base rally car. Think like Evo RS and a couple of the Imprezas. Obviously not on the same levels in terms of power, but this has a very strange engine. I think it's a 712cc turbocharged engine, which is quite wild. We have had a Storia go around the track before. It was the CX2 wheel drive, and it did, well, ridiculously well. It got under 31 seconds, so be interesting to see how the X4 gets along. Four-wheel drive, 198 horsepower, 772 kilos. You can tell it's had some weight reduction because it's missing the chrome streaks across the side. Anyways, the Storia X4 is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports line of track in order to take the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which is a time of 27.552. The Storia X4 is unlikely to beat that. Now, I should mention, I did say one other Storia has gone around the track, but actually 2 of them have. We've had the sort of, admittedly not very Storia rally car go around the track, and that actually was our leaderboard leader for a while. Since then it has, well, let's just say it's come down a little bit from its heyday, but still, we did once have a Storia at the top of our leaderboard. And like I say, the CX2 wheel drive did quite well, so I'm hoping this one does alright. I'm not too sure. Weight-wise, I think this actually, even though it has got, you know, some weight reduction, it does actually weigh more than the standard car did, so that probably isn't working in its favour, but we'll see. First flying lap, 31.820. Yeah, I think this might end up being slightly slower than that other one, but that's still quite impressive. In terms of things for this to compete with, well, a lot of the Japanese sort of small hatchbacks it's already beaten. It'd be nice to see it maybe beat something like the Opel Corsa 31.4. I think that could be possible from this. Although the Corsa did have more power, which is a sentence people usually don't say when it comes to Wocky Corsas, well, in that case Opel Corsa. Yeah, a little bit more refined. I'm sure the youth of Germany don't put fart cans on them, but I'm sure they do. I don't want gearboxes in this as well. We'll check once we pull up. But it's alright, it's fine. It's, like I say, it does... I don't remember a lot about the cars that I cover. I'll go for a bit of a run-up, why not? Let's have a laugh. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of the cars I run. So... I'm struggling to remember how the Sirion drove, but I remember it driving a little bit quicker than this. Although actually that was a bit of a stealthy car with its lap time. That was one of those where like you don't realise quite how quick it's going, and then it just puts in like a stonker of a lap time, and that's that almost understeered off into the tyre barrier there. So I think through the last sector there's definitely some time to make up. A little bit of understeer as well, which at this power point maybe you're not expecting that particularly, but it does have it. I should also mention this is not running race mod. There is a separate car in the GT2 Plus mod, the Storia X4 rally car, that is going to run the race mod, not to be confused with the other Storia rally car, which is quicker. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. 31.430. That could go quicker. It didn't, but it could. Yeah, not a bad little lap from the Storia. It's, you know, for a four-wheel drive car, sort of sub 200 horsepower, there is no point of a car being four-wheel drive over front-wheel drive. And I think that's sort of what it's shown here. They're obviously heavier when they're four-wheel drive. But it's quite good. It's quite chuckable. Okay, so actually, we weren't too far off. I think there's a fraction, 31.3 maybe, but I'm happy with the 31.430. 31.430 will place it into 163rd place. Goes in between a Nissan Skyline and a Toyota Corolla 11. Just as God intended. It is quicker than the Mini Cooper Monte Carlo thing. It's quicker than the Mitsubishi FTO. It's quicker than a Lotus Elise. Quicker than a Megane. That's actually not bad. Quicker than the Micra SR, which is probably the closest thing to this as well. Quicker than a Galanza. It is about 0.4 down on the two-wheel drive Storia, which really, like I say, does go to show that there's no point, really, in having four-wheel drive at this point. I should mention it is slower than the Opel Corsa, fractionally, but that's quite irritating. But good display. A historic display, if you will. The 1990 Mazda Savannah RX-7 Infini 3. The second FC RX-7 to take on the course. We had the Cabriolet, that was one of the very first cars to go around. Now we have the mighty Infini 3, whatever that means. Comes with the throwback Castrol livery, which is quite cool. Yeah, RX-7s have done pretty well around here. FD RX-7s, I should say. FCs, well, like I say, the Cab was one of the first cars to go around, so we haven't really had a representative lap time from them yet, so hopefully we can rectify that today. These are down on power compared to the FDs, though. This one has 397 horsepower. It is, of course, front-engine rear-wheel drive, and it has 1,070 kilos of weight. That actually makes quite a bit of torque for a rotary, so it could be interesting. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which is a time of 27.552. The RX-7 Infini 3, unlikely to beat that. In terms of the cab is sitting in 132nd place with a 31.083. This realistically should be better than that in every single way. The Infini 3, I think, is the quickest of all the FCs. There's the Cabriolet, which, like I say, probably the slowest. We've had this, the Infini 3, and there's also the GTX. I think the GTX might actually be slower than the Infini 3, maybe, not 100% sure on that. I also think there's one of these in the GT Project A spec mod, but they're race cars, and we'll get to them at some point. 30.598 on its first run. Well, yeah, the RX-7s are quick. Yeah, I think, actually, we've had an RX-7 go under 30 before, the Type RS, so see if it follows in its footsteps. I think the reason these cars are so quick is A, because RX-7s don't accept stage 4 turbos, they accept stage 3 only. That's the limit on the turbos, which, as we've discussed, is probably the best turbo. Obviously, everything gets fully upgraded, so we do see the stage 4 crazy nutter things, but if you were building a car for this track, you would go stage 3 turbo. So that's good, and that means that the power delivery is nice and smooth on these. which is what you want, really, for a rear-wheel drive car, especially around here. You just want your power delivery to be nice and smooth. In something four-wheel drive, you know, it's okay to be savagely, like, beaten over the head with power, even in something sort of mid-engine rear drive that has a good amount of weight behind it. But in these cars that send their propulsion to the rear wheels and have engines in the front, it's all about nice, smooth power delivery. That's why four-wheel drive cars are always going to be quicker around this course, or unless they're 200 horsepower as you saw with the X4 last time. Yeah. Ooh, and straight into the wall. Okay, well that probably means the 598 is going to be the quickest lap time out of this. I don't know if there's much more to come out of it, to be honest. It is lovely to drive though, very nice, smooth, consistent. Good car, really good car actually. I'm excited to drive the GTX now. There's also the previous generation RX-7s. I want to call it the FB, but I don't think that's its actual name. That was still 30.742 even with the clout into the wall. But yeah, we've still got those. It'll be interesting to see how they are. But yeah, that is a good car to drive. That really is just nice, smooth, consistent, good. In the battle, I'm trying to think now. In terms of cars that you can sort of buy as your first car in the game, this might be the quickest one we've had so far. The quickest used car for under 10 grand, maybe. I don't know. I'm not keeping track of it, but I should. Wow, apparently it could go quicker as well. I have no doubt, to be fair, that might have a 30.4 in it, but yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I think it'd be tight. 30.598 though is still a good lap time, and it will place it into 93rd place. It is a thousandth of a second quicker than the Mazda Roadster B-Spec, quicker than the E36, so similar vintage I guess, quicker than a Ford Mustang GT, quicker than the MR2 GTS. Yeah, I think in terms of Japanese sports cars, the only things that can really truly top the RX-7s are stuff like the GTO, which you see slightly above it, and that's a naturally aspirated one, by the way, just to point out, and also the Skylines for raw savage power. But no, these RX-7s, you shouldn't sleep on these. If you want a rear-wheel drive, nice, easy to drive sports cars, these definitely seem to be a top choice. The 1995 MG F 1.8 IVVC. Yeah, this is the only MG in the game, and from what I hear, MGFs are supposed to be quite a good amount of fun. Of course, I wouldn't know because I'm not owning an MG, and good luck finding one because the head gaskets explode quite violently. Anyways, yeah, I don't like this car, I'll be honest. I don't do the MG Rover, not good. So yeah, but we'll still try. We'll see how this does. I'm not expecting a lot because mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars haven't been good, especially British ones like the Lotus Elises, which have been quite terrible, actually. And the ML2s have actually, come to think of it as well. Yeah, maybe it is just sort of these lower-end mid-engine rear drive cars don't do good, while the high-end ones like the GT90s and NSX GT500s of the world do. Anyways, this race mod is quite disgusting as well. I like the stripes down the side, but the slightly off-center MGF on the front bonnet irks me. Anyways, yeah, mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 248 horsepower, 990 kilos. Those statistics are a recipe for disaster. But we'll find out. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car with 27.552, the MGF, unlikely to beat that. Now, as I mentioned, Lotus Elises, that is sort of where I'm expecting this to end up. We've had 2 of them. We've had the standard car, which had a 31.519 with race mod, and we have the Sport 135, that's at a 31.811. Now, Elises are more powerful than this. Elises also weigh less than this, and I think that contributes to the Elises problem, because Elises weigh about 600 kilos, whereas this is 990. I don't know how they managed to make this thing weigh 200 odd more kilos than a Lotus Elise, but there you go, MG things. The engine's probably made of lead or something. Although in fairness, actually, these K-Series engines, other than the head gasket issues, aren't bad. As usual with sort of MG Rover, anything that's considered not bad is usually either got some horrendous reliability issues to go on with it, or wasn't built by them. Much like the Rover 200s, 400s, 800s, stuff like that. Although I think those cars actually have turned out to be a little bit of a basket case. Anyways, yeah. So far, this is not good. As I mentioned, 250 horsepower, 990 kilos. The power to weight ratio on this thing isn't that good. I'm just trying to think now. MR Spider's like a 32.0. We had the GTS MR2. I think that was a 32.174. Ironically, that car shares its lap time with the Mitsubishi Pajero Mini, I believe. So, yeah, maybe that's something the MGF can aspire to beat, potentially. I don't know why it was so slow through. You might think cutting that corner there is sort of like a key to unlocking lap time, but in my experience, it really isn't on sort of lower powered stuff like this, because you need a decent amount of run into the final corner, and yeah, if you do that, then you don't get it too much. That's better. Come on, MGF. Oh, 32.302. Finally, something a little bit more representative of its pace, although I don't think it's going to get much better than this, by the looks of it. I will say the weight is helping this. This is definitely nicer to drive than an Elise. It's slower than an Elise, but it's nicer to drive, which does count for something. My god, this car is slow. Even with like 250 horsepower, it feels like it's got like 190. 32.029, there we go. Finally got some more lap time out of this. That doesn't mean it's quicker than the MR Spider, just about. Although, if I remember rightly, that MR Spider weighed more than this does. Anyways, yeah. That's, to be fair, actually to drive, it's not bad. It's just not very good, if that makes sense. This is a very low-end car, I would say, by the game standards. And should be treated as such. 32.029 places this into 198th place. Goes in between the Mitsubishi Mirage Asti and the Mugen CRX Pro 2. That is not great. Yeah, that's pretty low-end stuff. Quicker than the Subaru Pleo, quicker than the Unos Roadster, the normal one, which had no race one, like 210 horsepower. As mentioned, quicker than the MR Spider, although that car was terrible. Quicker than the Daihatsu Move. It is slower than a Del Sol, which is more telling, I think. Slower than the Almera, slower than the 96 Corolla 11. Trying to look for anything else that's really comparable to this. It is about 0.2 down on the Elises, and considering all the trouble those cars had, that could have been good for the MGF to capitalise on. It's slower than a Ford Ka. That's, yeah. Slower than the Lotus Elan as well. So, a win for the front-wheel drive roadsters that everyone loves so much. Anyways, that is it for this episode. Thank you all very much for watching. Join me next time when I'll be driving something that's hopefully better. The 1999 Volkswagen New Beetle 2-litre GLS. Oh, it's a GLS, so you know it's gonna absolutely pound the track. Yeah, New Beetle. This car, do you remember when this car was coming out? This car was in like every single game from about 1998 to 2002. Yeah, this was something, wasn't it? Hyped, and then, well, it turned out to be a bit rubbish. Much like the old Beetle, really, but, you know. It was essentially a Golf 4 chassis with this shape put on top of it. I'm reluctant to call it good looking because it isn't. These cars were very strange to drive apparently because you sort of sit in the middle where the bubble comes up and then there's a lot of space between you and the windscreen. Now admittedly, some people who do like this car, very tall people, love the new Beetle because they fit. And there was some cool versions of this. I think they did like a V5 and they did some turbo engines, and of course there was the RSI, but in this game we have the 2-litre GLS. That being said, this makes a lot of power, 376 horsepower, 1072 kilos. It is a front-engined front-wheel drive, and this should be interesting. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. It sounds like a Toyota GT1. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which at the moment 27.552, the new Beetle, unlikely to beat that. Now, with that being said, there is a new Beetle in this game that I am curious to take a look at soon, and that is the new Beetle GT, which is essentially a race preps version with 4-wheel drive, sort of a diet TTLM, which that should be quite fun. Now, in terms of where this is going to go, well, Volkswagen products have not been doing too bad. The slowest Golf we've had is a 31.120. That is actually the same engine that this car has, the 2-litre. So, interesting to see how this does with that. I believe that may have also been wearing the race mod. Could be wrong there. Yeah. In relation to that, it'll be interesting to see. Straight away, this is very sketchy to drive. The front wheels, okay, so it's got gobs of power, and when you come into a corner like this, the front wheels don't hook up, and then they do, and all the power goes through them, and then it becomes uncontrollable. It's like driving a North Korean missile. You don't know what it's going to hit. You know it's going to hit something, and it's not really built the best, so yeah, this is sketchy. I should mention all these cars do have limited slip differentials, so that should help. This is one of those cars as well where it's going to be really difficult to get a nice clean lap time out of it, because this does feel quite quick. Like, it does feel like it is actually quite a quick vehicle, but it's just when you try to push it, the handling is terrible. 31.117. That should put it about equal with that Golf I was talking about. We've also had the V5 Golf, that was a 30.703, which this is not getting anywhere near by the looks of it. If it was controllable, or if I could get a good lap in, maybe, but I doubt it. Do you know the funny thing is, this would actually, wow, okay, 30.776, maybe I was lying. This is one of those cars where this would be really good at like a Seattle or something like that, where it's all 90-degree corners. Yeah, if they do like a little Seattle karting track, this would probably be one of the quickest cars we have, but they don't do that, so it won't be. Although, to be fair, 30.776 is not a time to be laughed at, and I definitely think there is a little bit more time to come out of this, especially through that first sector. That is... okay, it's awful to drive, let's just get that clear, but it's quick. There's no denying that. Yeah, I think there's some time on the table there. I honestly think there's probably a 30.5 lurking in there if you're willing to work for it, but you'd have to really work for it. 30.776 will place this into 102nd place. It is a thousandth of a second quicker than a Chevrolet Corvette Grand Sport. It's quicker than an EG Civic, quicker than an NSX, quicker than a Citroen Saxo. All of that hurt to say. It is slightly slower than the Acura Integra Type R, Golf V5, MR2 GTS Laguna. So it's one of those weird ones where it's right on the the precipice, I can't speak, of it's between a mid-front wheel drive car, which would sort of be hanging around the low 31s, to an upper tier one, which is sort of more the low 30s. That's where they usually hang out. It's right in the middle of those. So yeah, it's not like a Civic Type R or an Audi A3 or something like that, but it did better than I expected, especially considering that is sketchy to drive. That is not fun. But so far, the Volkswagens, they're doing alright around here. The 1991 Toyota Celica GT4 RC ST185 rally car. Yeah, so it's been a while since I've covered one of these, so I'll quickly explain how these work. These are cars added with GT2 Plus from the arcade mode. You might remember, if you played the arcade mode of this game, there's a couple of pre-tuned rally cars that you don't see in the base game: Citroen Saxo, Renault Megane, stuff like that, and this Celica. They are actually classed as separate cars, and the GT2 Plus mod adds that in as prize cars for certain rally events. Now, these cars are identical to the standard cars. They come pre-tuned with a bunch of parts, and then I go in and max them out. The only thing these cars can't do is have stage 3 weight reduction, which is a shame, but because they're so similar, if a car like the Celica RC, which we have had go around, if they do come to the track and they have the option for race mod, then the rally car will run the race mod, because it's basically the same thing. So that's how that works. And this is the GT4 RC. 4-wheel drive, 417 horsepower, 1,236 kilos. The Celica RC, when it was here last time, disappointed quite badly. So let's see how the rally car gets along. This car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car. That's the 1999 version, the sort of weird concept car thing. That set a time of 27.552. This car is not going to be doing that. The Celica GT4 RC, when it came here last, set a time of a 30.080. Couldn't crack the under 30 club, and to this day it is the quickest Celica, or road going Celica I should say, that we have ever had. So I'm hoping the rally car can bolster its way into the under 30. I will say the rally car seems to be suffering much of the same problems the RC had. The issue with the RC was understeer, and this has understeer. There is, I will be honest, a lot of these sort of pre-built Celica rally cars, so you will see a lot of these. 30.112 on its first flyer. So there is one for, I think, every generation of Celica in this game has the pre-built rally car version, so yeah, ST205s, 165s, stuff like that, you'll see all of them. So get used to seeing this Castrol livery. Not like it's a bad thing, because the Castrol livery is probably one of the greatest motorsport liveries of all time. Alright, come on, let's see if we can do some justice to the Celica name. Obviously, the 99 sort of did. Although, ironically, the joke of this series has been, when it comes to Celicas, they are disappointing to drive, all of them. Even that 99, it heads our field, it's number 1, but with the statistics it has, it should really have absolutely decimated the Evo 6 rally car that was at the top of our leaderboard, but it didn't. It really did not, so yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Or rather, I have been keeping an eye on it, and I've noticed they're all terrible, so I'm hoping we can do something about that. So because race mod is technically weight reduction anyway, I'm not too sure on the weight figures. Oh, actually no, I think I did check this once. The weight figures between a race mod sort of rally car and the standard car. The standard car with stage 3 weight reduction is usually like a kilo lighter, but obviously one benefit with race mod is you get downforce, so this will have downforce, which the standard Celica does not. So that should benefit it a little bit. to the line. It is going to set a 30.088. Oh, God. These cars are terrible. You know, with that GT4 RC, sometimes I think, could I have driven it a little bit better? And do you know what? They got a second chance. And do you know what? It's just as bad. This is terrible to drive. Could I have gone quicker? Maybe. But like I say, the understeer in that is monumentous. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm sure it could go into the under 30, but in this case, it does not. 30.088 puts it into 64th place, and would you look what's slightly ahead of it? It's the GT4 RC. Yeah, not a lot to really say on that, is there? It's slightly quicker than the 156 Twin Spark, which was a very quick car. It is quicker than a Lancia Delta HF Integrale, in fairness to it, quicker than the Legacy Wagon GT, quicker than the Mazda Familia, slower than the Drag R33, and yeah, basically all of its four-wheel drive sports car cousins are all living it up in the under 30 club, and the Celica, or at least this 91 Celica in this case, will not be reaching them. Hopefully the ST205 does good, because I love that car, but time will tell. The 1996 Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon GTB. This is our third Legacy to take on the course, and will this be the one that gets into the under 30 club? Because the other two Legacies we've had, admittedly they were ran quite early on, neither of them have managed to break in yet, so can the Legacy follow its younger Impreza sibling into there? We'll find out in a second, but first, the Legacy GTB wagon. First of all, I love the race mod. I love the fact that it says Legacy on the side of the windows, in case you couldn't tell. All Legacies have this race mod from this era anyway, just different colours. In the case of this one, I used it because it comes in this blue and gold arrangement, which is very cool. There are, for some reason, 4 Legacy wagons in this game, as opposed to 3 Legacy saloons. So that's interesting. There's the 96 GTB, which is this one, and there's also the 97 GTB Limited, which, is there a difference between this and that? I don't think so. What I do know statistically is this is looking pretty good. Four-wheel drive, 461 horsepower, 1,221 kilos. Good statistics. It's a Subaru, so hopefully it does well, and it should do well, because Subarus historically do well. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports line track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car. No, not the one from last time. That set a time of 27.552. So, yeah, the Celica rally car we had last time, very disappointing. Can the Legacy be better? Well, I'm hoping it can make its legacy on this course, but we shall see. Yes, well, okay, there you go. It's in the under 30 club, so that's good. Automatically, the Celica we had last time gets put to shame by a big Subaru wagon. That is cool. With a 5-speed as well. I don't know if that would be a manual or not. Did they have 5-speed automatics in this era of Subaru? Possibly. I mean, wasn't the Bilstein Impreza that's in or Blitzen, sorry, that's in GT3, that has a Porsche derived gearbox, I believe. Like, they actually helped on that, because for those of you who don't know, Porsche do, well, not anymore obviously, because they're big into the Volkswagen group now, but even into the late 90s they were doing engineering for hire. For example, and I did not know this, and I'm amazed I didn't know this, did you know Porsche basically developed the Vauxhall / Opel Zafira? Neither did I, but apparently that is a thing that happened, and yes, they are mainly to credit for the design of the first generation Zafira, so yeah. So don't, let it go to your dad's ego or anything, but next time he picks you up in your Mark 1 Zafira and the kids laugh at you for having a Mark 1 Zafira, just remind them, it is technically built by Porsche. Although according to my statistics, none of my audience is school-aged anymore, so don't go to a school, you'll get arrested. Unless you have kids. Anyways, yeah. This is actually not very nice to drive, if I'm being honest. It's very heavy. You can feel it's heavy. Like, it's, to be fair, statistically, it isn't too bad. It's 1,200 kilos. That first lap was a stonker, wasn't it? And then everything else after it has been a stinker, because this thing weighs so much. And it does not like that bit, I don't think. To be fair, I don't think I've seen many cars at all that like the hill. The only cars that like the hill are the truly horrendous ones to drive, like them HKS drag cars. Yeah, cool, we're going to go away with that. To the line, 29... Wow, okay. 29.354. Quick. Really quick. Admittedly, that last lap did come together very nicely. I will be honest, it's almost like when I pay attention to what I'm doing, I'm actually not bad at this game. But yeah, it all came together on that last lap. That was good. Could have gone quicker. Apparently. I don't think it could have gone that... I'll be honest, I don't think this is like a 29.1 car and I'm just sleeping on it sort of thing. It's good. I don't think it's quite that good, but... yeah, we'll take it. And it certainly puts the legacies on the map a little bit. A 29.354 places this into 34th place. It is fractionally quicker than an Evo 4 from the same period. And that's a car that isn't, oh, it's one of those cars that ran ages ago. No, that ran in, like, episode 100s. So, that is quick. It's quicker than almost all the Skylines we've had. It's quicker than a Mitsubishi Galant. It's quicker than the Impreza sedan version 3. Quicker than the Corolla rally car. Yeah, and to be fair, that was a very good lap, that final lap. Especially the last corner cut I probably shouldn't have got away with, but I did, so we'll take it. Yeah, that's a good car. That's a really good car, that, actually. It's actually only 0.4 off of the Impreza rally car, the 97, so that would have been one for the books. So we'll see how the other legacies go, because they may end up beating that. The 1997 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 Coupe. This is our third and final Camaro Z28 to take on the course. Not our final Camaro, but the final Z28. And this one has a little bit of a point to prove. You see, we ran the 30th anniversary edition a long time ago in this series, and it somehow broke into the under 30 club. So, will it do the same without racing modification? I don't think so, but we'll see. Statistically, it's pretty good. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 624 horsepower, 1,389 kilos. A lot of torque, so it weighs a lot, but that's probably a good thing when a car is rear-wheel drive. Yeah, the Catfish... Oh, is this technically a Catfish? Someone told me it wasn't, but I'm going to still call it a Catfish. This generation of Camaro is still my favourite, well, second favourite generation of Camaro. The one before this was pretty cool, the 90s one, but this one's definitely a close second. This is sort of the iconic Camaro to me, in the same way the Mustang is. I just like late 90s American trash, evidently. Although apparently these are supposed to be quite good to drive if you do a few bits to them. Anyways, to find out how good to drive it is, we are going to take it for 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which set a time of a 29. Set a time of a 27.552, the Camaro unlikely to beat that. Now the Z28 30th anniversary set a time of a 29.982. That had a race mod, this does not. So that could potentially impact this. The quickest Camaro that we should have in theory is going to be the Camaro SS, which this is not. Straight away, I am being reminded as to why that Camaro was so good initially, because you can just leave it in second gear Don't even have to change gears whatsoever. Go for first gear, that happens. Keep it in second gear, stays nice and controlled and composed. I like this car. Yeah. I like cars like this. They're very easy to drive. Which sounds weird to say about a 624 horsepower GM product from the 90s, but no, I mean it. It's genuinely quite nice to drive, as long as you don't accidentally stick it into first gear. In terms of stuff around this, quickest Mustang we've had is that Mustang GT that we had a couple of episodes ago, set of 30.6, I believe. So this is quicker than that now. Yep. So unfortunately, they can no longer claim to be the quickest non-race modded muscle car we've had. And this is now quicker than a Corvette as well. And there's definitely some time left in this as well, because I can feel it. As long as I don't slam into that wall anyway. Although, I will be honest, this is one of those cars where race mod probably really did help this a lot because of the downforce, because, again, 620 odd horsepower muscle car. It helps to keep some of that under control any way you can. And if airflow is a way to do it, then airflow is good by me. Although, you know, pretty aerodynamic shape, I guess. Just needed first gear to kick it out of that corner, because otherwise it would have bogged significantly. Final lap. Can we get anything more out of this? 30.180. There's definitely some more in this, although I need to try and not get messy, and this lap is messy. This is annoying because there's definitely more time in this. I think this could go under 30 if I am being completely honest about it. There was a screw up in that lap. I wonder how badly that's reflected in the sectors. Actually, not as bad as I thought. Alright, that's a little bit nicer, but yeah, there's a little bit more time in there, isn't there? Is it in under 30? Not so sure, but no, it's good. It's definitely good. It's nice to see that 30th anniversary wasn't a fluke, like, genuinely this car is just that good. And it'll be interesting to see the Camaro SS with its race mod as well, how close it can get up here. But today, a 30.180 puts it into 70th place. It ties with the 1994 Impreza wagon. No, yes it does. Yeah, it ties with the 94 Impreza wagon. It is quicker than a Lancer Evo 2, quicker than an RX-7, quicker than a Mitsubishi Eclipse, quicker than all the TVRs, quicker than, oh, apart from the LM edition one. Yeah, it's quick, innit? It's just quick. You don't need to say anything more than this is a very, very quick car. And to be honest with you, that Celica should probably count itself lucky, because I think there's at least 0.1 in that second sector, and I could have had it. The 1997 Nissan Skyline Zexel GT, our first R33 JGTC car to take on the course, and the first JGTC Skyline since the Celsonic, which was a long, long time ago. That was episode 25, I believe. We're on episode 249 now, so there you go. Anyways, front engine rear wheel drive, 680 horsepower, 1,200 kilos. The GT2 Plus mod converts all of the GT500 Skylines to rear wheel drive, which is correct, but it doesn't mess with the power. The power figures are changed for GT2 A-Spec, and we'll cross how we're going to handle that when we come to it. So that torque figure is scary though. Let's see how this gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. The Zexel Skyline, unlikely to beat that. The Celsonic, where is the Celsonic? Is in 47th place at 29.675. Now, we've had JGTC Supras and NSXs since then, and they've been significantly quicker than that. So, unfortunately, despite being an iconic car, the Calisonic was a bit of a scapegoat to get the JGCC cars on the leaderboard. They have gone quicker since, and I expect this to go quicker now, unless this turns out to be awful to drive. Now, it is worth pointing out, if this was four-wheel drive, this would be absolutely cremating our leaderboard. I would put these in contention for one of the quickest cars we could have round, provided the suspension could keep up with the corner cuts. But alas, they are rear-wheel drive converted. And there you go, it's quicker than the Calisonic. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame, really. I know, obviously, GT2 Plus is supposed to fix these sort of things. Although it is weird to only fix the drivetrain, not the actual power figures, although I guess he thought that would be a lot of work trying to get all the power figures right, which I don't blame him, to be fair. You know, the Project A-Spec guys are basically walking JGTC encyclopedias. So, those guys know all the figures, but I don't blame PES2K for not knowing them. And to be fair, it honestly wouldn't surprise me if these were all-wheel drive, to be fair. So, yeah, would I have made the change? Probably not, just for authenticities, but also the whole point of this mod is to correct things like this. And I guess power figures on road cars where you can get, like, definitive figures, well as these things, are a little bit more difficult. Yeah. And also, the problem is if you, like, change this Skyline's power figures, like, you know, this makes 700 horsepower, but the Toyotas and Hondas were not making as much power as GT2 claims. So, you know, you're going to start adjusting them as well. It just becomes a bit of a faff, really. Anyways, I haven't talked so much about this Skyline. This, I don't remember what the Calisonic was like to drive, but this is lovely, to be honest. This is really nice to drive around here. A little bit, because it's rear-wheel drive, it does catch you out a little bit, but it's good. I'm excited to drive the other R34s around now, to be honest. 29.029. That's not bad, actually. That's really not bad. That actually, you'll see why that's interesting in a second. Yeah, unless the R33s are just better to drive than the R34s. That was nice to drive. Very nice to drive. I liked it a lot. Yeah, that last lap was the quickest lap. Do I think you could push anything more out of that? Possibly, but it would be in fractions. Yeah, I'm happy with that. 29.029 places it into 29th place. It is quicker than the 4-door R33 and the Silhouette Formula. It's of course quicker than that Calisonic one. It is quicker than the Supra GT500 car that we've had. And you might notice it's only fractionally slower than the R34 GTR, which is the quickest Skyline that we've had. So that would have been interesting if the GT500 cars, despite being rear-wheel drive, would have actually ended up topping that one. It's also pretty close to the NSX GT500 car as well, so good to mention. Anyways, that is it for this episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and next time, well, it's episode 250, so there's going to be a bit of a Gran Turismo icon in that episode, so look forward to that. This is the 1996 Toyota Supra Castrol GT, if you couldn't tell already. Yeah, Gran Turismo icon. This car has been in every game apart from Sport, which we don't class as a proper Gran Turismo, so yeah. Absolute icon. I love this thing. It's classic, isn't it? You know, the Castrol livery, the bodywork. It's a proper car, this. And for episode 250, it had to be a Gran Turismo certified icon. Maybe he's expecting the Pikes Peak car. I promise we'll get to those at some point. But for now, let's just bask in the glory of an icon. Front engine and rear wheel drive, 695 horsepower, 1,150 kilos. Should be interesting, and if you saw the last episode, you probably know where this is going. Anyways, this is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which has a time of 27.552. The Castrol Super GT on cool factor would probably, you know, get up there, but in terms of our leaderboard, it won't. If you saw last episode, you'll know what went round. The R390 JGTC car, which, don't get me wrong, this technically is the wrong year for that, but those cars would have somewhat competed. So it'll be interesting to see if this can beat that. That's set at 29.029. 29.029. We have had a JGTC Supra go around before. That's at a time of a 29.451. All of these cars are, well, the 99s are all identical. This one, I'm not actually sure. Okay, it's quicker. If it beats it by that much, that will be quite funny, but hopefully there's some more in this. Much like with the Skyline, I've got to be honest, this drives a lot better than I remember JGCC cars driving. I remember these being awful. The NSX was nice, but I remember these ones specifically being quite bad, so maybe my memories are wrong on these. Anyways, it goes slightly quicker, goes under 29 seconds. Does that mean it's the quickest JGCC car we've had right now? Yes, it does. Alright, I mean, Icon gotta do Icon things, right? It's beaten another Castrol car, ironically. Another black Castrol car. Of course, GT2 Plus mod adds this classic colour scheme, and I of course had to run it in the black. Just, you know, the Intimidator style. Admittedly, this car, I hate it slightly more than I used to, because trying to win this was a nightmare, because I kept getting the white one. To the point where I genuinely thought, like, I think I tried the event about 7 times when I was sort of originally getting all the prize cars and stuff. And I gave up and I had the white one, and then when it sort of went through my mind, oh yeah, episode 250, there's got to be the Castrol Super GT. I decided to try once again to get the black one, and eventually I did, but I honestly thought, like, it was part of the game that, like, didn't go through. Like, I could see the black one in the dealership, but I couldn't buy it. Ah, that's just soiled that lap. Damn, that is a shame. Because I ran on the grass, and I think there's about 0.1, 0.2 in this. That's annoying. We'll have to lick our wounds on that one, but it did go under 29 seconds. Quick car, very quick car. Nice to drive that. Yeah, like I say, I must be misremembering these GT500 cars, unless these sort of earlier ones, maybe the 99s are terrible, but the 96s and 97s are good. But yeah, shame on that one. Yeah, maybe there's only 0.1, but, you know, 28.8 would have been nice, but we will take a 28.922. Actually puts it... Okay, so this is going to be interesting. 28.922 places it into 24th place. It is actually fractionally quicker than another Gran Turismo icon from GT1, the Subaru Impreza rally car. Quicker than the NSX Castrol Mugen GT, which currently makes it the quickest GT500 car we've had. The only Toyotas quicker than this are the Celica rally car and the GT1 currently. So... good shout from the oldie. It is 0.1 up on the Zexel that we had last time. It's up on the Silhouette Formula. Yeah, good car. Really good car, actually, to drive that. Yeah, I'm happy I did it justice. And the 1999 Honda NSX Takata GT. Remember Takata? I remember Takata. I had the recall notice done on my Accord when I had it. Yeah. Bit unfortunate, but Takata did make some pretty banger liveries, and this one isn't really one of them, I'll be honest. I much prefer the yellow they'd use in later JGTC seasons, but you know, I mean, it's got green wheels. It's cool. It's an NSX. And of course, this rounds off our trifecta of GT500 cars. We've had an R33 Skyline, the Zexel, we've had the iconic Castrol Supra, and now we have the Takata. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 617 horsepower, 1,180 kilos. On paper, it's the slowest of all the GT500 cars, but, well, we'll see in actuality. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Online track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which has a time of 27.552. The Takata NSX unlikely to beat that. The quickest GT500 car we had, thanks to last episode, is the Castrol Supra. It's at a time of 28.992. The 98, which I think had slightly less power than this, the 98 Castrol NSX set a time of a 28.970. So the question is, will this be quicker? Will the NSX come out on top once again? Well, I said it in the Supra and the Skyline, and I'm going to say it again. These cars are actually quite nice to drive around here, if I'm being honest. Even the NSX, which, if I remember rightly, this has a bit of a reputation for being quite a handful in... well, it's quicker. Nice. Ruin the suspense. Yeah, this has a bit of a reputation for being quite a hard car to drive, but... no, the NSX has actually been the quickest one around here. I don't know why. I guess there's no turbo, which means it doesn't... well, actually, no, I would say, you know, because it didn't spin its tyres that much, but it actually does. You know, this doesn't feel... well, rather... I don't know. It feels a little bit more planted, or rather... I don't even know if planted's the word I'd use. It feels a little bit more responsive than the Supra and the Skyline. It feels lighter. I suppose it is. But, yeah, it feels a little bit more responsive, a little bit more reactive than those cars do. Yeah, I don't know. It's beaten the Supra again, just to clarify, this was not like a one-off. I do think I can go quicker. Do you know what this actually kind of reminds me of with the white, the green, and the blue? And it's... I say reminds me of, it doesn't resemble it in any way. I point that out before someone says something. It does kind of look like the Earth car from Honda's 2008 F1 season. My god, 28.558. This is quick. By the looks of it, it's not going to be quicker on this final lap, but it doesn't really need to be. That is legitimately quick. Legitimately really, really quick. I think there's also a little bit of time left in there, so yeah, NSX just casually asserting its dominance, as it does. You know, the some of the cars may, you know, be a little bit quicker in their road car form. The NSX's sort of tuned haven't been particularly leaderboard stomping, but in GT500, which, let's be honest, it's the one that counts because it means that they go towards the top of the leaderboard. Yeah, these things are pretty stomping. Pretty darn good. So, like a recall notice, it's pretty quick. Although, actually, I got the recall notice on my car about 10 years after. So, although, to be fair, the previous owner didn't do the recall. Anyways, yeah, 28.558 places this into 13th. It's quicker than the second quickest Impreza we've ever had. It's quicker than the XJR15, quicker than the Subaru LM Edition, quicker than the CLK race car. It is about 0.4 up on the Castrol GT. It's quicker than the 98 car. Again, how much of that is just general improving around the lap and how much of it is... although I don't think I did that long ago. So the 99s are probably just quicker. Yeah, I mean, in terms of stuff it loses out to, there's not a lot that really is left to prove. I mean, yes, would it have been nice to beat the Celica Wed Sports? Yeah, so it means it's not technically the quickest JGCC car, but it also beats a GT1. So, yeah. Mental. The 1991 Lancia Delta HF Integrale Evoluzione. Yeah, very cool car, the Lancia Delta. We have had the standard Integrale go around the track, and while it didn't quite get into the under 30 club, it was still very impressive. So how will the Evoluzione do? Now, I should point out, and yes, I should also point out that Italians are trying to murder me currently. This is the only Delta that has a race mod. However, the race mod will be worn by the HF Integrale Rally car, which is a separate car thanks to GT2 Plus. So this one we get to run with, well, any colour I like. And I chose this yellow because it's kind of cool. Anyways, yeah, four-wheel drive, 407 horsepower, 1,157 kilos. Statistically, not very impressive. I guess much like the car in real life, but it should pack a punch. So let's see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car. Set a time on 27.552. The Delta HF Integrale Evoluzione is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this should be looking, well, like I said, the standard Integrale was a 30.167. So I guess some headway into the under 30s would be nice. I don't think it'll be quite beating that legacy wagon that we had go around not long ago, because that just was insanely quick. But, you know, sort of low 29s would be nice. I'm trying to think of a car that this could really... It could be like an Audi TT, you know. Where's the TT? 29.802. I'd be happy with that. Version 2 Impreza, 29.751. Somewhere in that sort of gaggle would be quite good. That second lap was appalling because I was looking at the leaderboard. This is, unfortunately, quite understeery. It is not Celica GT4 bad. I should point that out. It's nowhere near as bad as that car. But yeah, it's a little bit understeery. That being said, that was a pretty good run out of that corner. It's a very nice last sector as well, 29.718. So yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted out of it. Can we get anything more out of the little Delta? It's a shame these cost so much now, because I love these cars. I really do. Yes, they were built with the steering wheel on the wrong side, but my god, do they look cool, you know. I think Top Gear a couple of years ago, when they were doing like the best car manufacturers, Lancia, have I been saying Lancia or Lancia? It should be Lancia, technically. Anyways, yeah, the Lancia segment, they called the Integrale, they said it wasn't a very good looking car, and I completely disagree with that, and I'm sure many people do. I think this is a beautiful bit of hatchback design. Don't get me wrong, it is one of those cars where, you know, if you're driving just a normal Delta, you can tell you're driving the normal Delta, you know, like they did not try to pretty up the standard versions of this car, but, you know, the sports ones with the double headlights and spoiler and the body kit and the body coloured panels, yeah, this car's cool, isn't it? And it's also apparently very quick. That's a pretty good lap time, to be fair, out of it. Is there a little bit more on the table? Potentially, but I tell you what, for 400 horsepower, and it's really not much over, 407, I think it said, and the weight's not even that impressive, really. That is quick. That is really, in fact, that beats a lot of Skylines. A lot of them. So, good on you, Lancia Delta. Could have been quicker. Could have been. A little bit. I don't think it would have been that much. Again, you know, that legacy, 29.354. Would this have been knocking on that door? Knocking, yes. Would it have been answered? Probably not. But no, that's not bad. 29.513 places this into 43rd place. The Lancia Delta HF Integrale Evoluzione beats a Ford Escort rally car. It's quicker than the Galant VR4, it's quicker than the big gaggle of Skylines that we've got down there, quicker than the Evo 3. Loses out slightly to the Corolla rally car, the WRX Sedan 96. I don't think it's controversial to say the Imprezas are better than this. Evos as well. You know, it beats the Evo 3, but it loses out to the Evo 4. Although, admittedly, this car in its era would have been taking... Well, this is 1991. It would have been taking on Evos and Imprezas. So, I guess it proves the old boys still have it a little bit. But, yeah, I'm happy with that. The 1998 Nissan Sunny VZR. You know how I've spoken before about cars that are a bit naff, but I'm strangely fascinated by, you know, like the Dodge Stratus and cars like that. The Sunny is also one of those. I've always wanted to drive the Nissan Sunny, and I don't remember ever doing so, so I'm quite excited about this. Why am I excited about it? I have no idea. This is not an impressive car. The race mod's quite cool. It's based off of a car from one of the Far East Touring Car Championships. I'm really sorry. I can't remember specifically which one. I think this might have raced at Macau at some point, but yeah, this has always fascinated me. This isn't a Sunny. We got Sunnies as rebadged Pulsars, but this is a Sunny in yeah. I think they sell these more in like Russia, Middle Eastern countries, stuff like that. I think they even call these Datsuns sometimes still. Anyways, front wheel drive, 248 horsepower, 1,052 kilos. Not impressive, not expecting a lot out of this, but we'll see. It is going to get, wow, it revs high. It is going to get 6 laps of Late Motorsport land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. The Nissan Sunny is not challenging that. The Sunny, I think a good place for this Sunny, and what it should be doing, is beating the Nissan Almera / Pulsar that we've had, the VZR, that set a 32 dead. So if this can set a 32 dead, I think I will be happy with that. It seems like I slept on the Sunny a little bit, because I was not expecting this to rev as high as it... I don't know what engine this has. I don't really know why you need a performance-orientated version of this car, but apparently Nissan does offer it. You know, if you... It'd be a good bank robber's car, this, because it truly does look like literally nothing. You know, the race mod has tarted it up a little bit, but, you know, the front... There you go, it's beating the Pulsar, hooray. The front is sort of Japanese-esque. The rear end kind of reminds me of the Premier from GTA San Andreas. You know, what car did they go away in? Oh, it's a 4-door. To be fair, I say the race mod has started this up a bit. The race mod literally has the name of the car on it. You know, if you got told to describe what the bank robbers were driving, you'd probably forget that it's even said Sunny on the side of it. You know, you'd think it was like a sponsor for Sunny D or something like that. Remember that? That's an English joke. This video that is going to be primarily watched by people who are not English, because it's the Nissan Sunny. I just dropped a Sunny D reference in there, so way to go me. This is one of those cars where genuinely... I should try this one night, like have like a quiz on the Nissan, or just in general to be fair, like Gran Turismo 2, like how many cars in the new car dealer can you name? And I bet you any money, if we got to Nissan, the Sunny would be one that everyone would forget about. Probably the Sunny, and then like the 5 stages that they sell in the newest car dealership for some reason as well. This is, if I had to describe how this car drove, I would use the word consistent. It isn't exciting or impressive, but it's just nice and consistent. It is a nice driving car. It's, you know, if you're a beginner, maybe give this car a look. I don't think it costs that much. If it does, then there's something wrong with this game. You know, if this costs over 20 grand out of a new car dealership, there's something horribly wrong. You know, admittedly, there's not a lot of like performance potential you can get out of this. like in terms of actual like upgrades you've seen, like 240 horsepower is the max you can get out of it, but it's not bad. That was a lot quicker than I expected, a 31.450. I wouldn't say, you know, it's quick, because that does put it towards like the lower third of our leaderboard, but it's not bad. It really is not bad. I am pleasantly surprised by the Nissan Sunny VZR. Are you sleeping on this car? Yeah, maybe. It's one of those cars as well, like you can see the lap time chipping away. Maybe this could get like a 31.3 if you really practice with it. It's just that easy to drive. It's such a non-complicated, easy car to drive. There's definitely faster things out there, make no mistake on that, but it ain't half bad. 31.450 places this into 174th place. It is quicker than the Monte Carlo Mini, which was mental. It's quicker than a Mitsubishi FTO GR, which is what you might be cross-shopping this with. Quicker than all its least, quicker than the Mugen Accord, quicker than the Renault Megane, quicker than the Nissan Micra SR. It's not bad. It really is not that bad. I mean, if you look at what's sort of ahead of it, you know, as I mentioned, you could probably get a 31.35 out of this, and at that point you're beating like Opel Corsas and the 71 Skyline and stuff, so, yeah. You know what? I've always wanted to drive the Sunny, and unlike when I drove the Stratus, which was a little bit, well, awful, as I predicted it would be, this is good. It's good. I recommend it. Go drive the Nissan Sunny for probably the first time you ever will have in GT2. The 1994 Mazda Unos Cosmo Type S CCS. Our first Mazda Cosmo to take on the track. There's two of them in this game. This car is one of those cars that is far more interesting in reality than it is in the world of Gran Turismo. This thing has a... I'm about to claim that this car has a free rotor, however this particular Unos Cosmo does not have the free rotor. This one is a two rotor. The Type E that's also in this game is the free rotor one. If I refer to this as a free rotor at any point during this video, I apologise greatly. I didn't realise this one was in fact the two rotor, so yeah. I'd love to drive a Cosmo. Maybe I'd even like to own a Cosmo because they look pretty generic. So, you know, you could surprise people when they hear rotary noises coming out of it, but I don't drive like an imbecile, so maybe I don't want a Cosmo. Anyways, I remember driving the Type E, which has a lot more power than this, in the first iteration of the Hot Lap Classic Remastered, first iteration of the Hot Lap Classic, and I remember it being terrible. So, we'll see how this one goes. Front engine rear wheel drive, 423 horsepower, 1,297 kilos. Pretty mediocre statistics. Yeah, we'll see how it gets along. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land at track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. This is unlikely to beat that. That gearbox is long. How many gears has this got? Oh no. It's a 4-speed! Oh no! Oh god, this is going to be even worse than I imagined. Yeah, rotary 4-speed. Mazda ideas. Maybe this makes more torque than the RX-7 one does. I don't know, but oh dear. Anyways, this car, which was not going to turn out to be particularly impressive, where do I think it's going to end up? Well, in terms of 4-speed luxury vehicles, lots of them have been quite terrible. You know, Toyota Altezza 32.6. What I'm really hoping this sort of goes towards, and I cannot remember what transmission was in it to be honest, is the... Okay, that's a decent first lap. What I'm hoping this sort of gets towards is the Toyota Supra, which I guess would have been this car's main rival back in Japan. The Toyota Supra set a 31.950, currently hangs around in 201st place. So, yeah, if this can beat that, I'll be happy with that. Anything beyond that is a bonus. I'm trying to think of, like, other big bargy car. Oh, wow. Wow. Mazda's, you know, as long as you ignore like the AZ1 and the Unos, the really, or the Unos Roadster I should say now, because we've got the Unos Cosmo here. Yeah, I mean, if you ignore the really like naff stuff, then Mazda's not doing too bad. That is actually, it doesn't look it, but that is pretty impressive. You know, it's slower than a Nissan Micra, but considering this has a 4-speed, that's pretty good. The 4-speed RX-7, the Touring X, that is a 31.334. I would like for this to beat that. I don't think it will. The RX-7, well, RX-7s are pretty good anyway. That one obviously wasn't because it has a 4-speed. But I think power-wise, that was probably better. So maybe this won't be beating that, but we'll see. Yeah, for a car with a 4-speed, this is pretty impressive. I mean, obviously it's not like Vector W8 levels of impressive or anything like that, but be reasonable. It wouldn't be, obviously. If I remember rightly, that Vector I just left in first gear and it just sort of sorted itself out. That's going to be too much corner. Yeah, I knew it was going to be too much corner. But, I mean, 31.587 is a lot better than this could have been. Definitely. And it does beat some decent stuff there. So, I'll take that. That was, you know what? That was surprising. I don't know. Okay, so, let's be honest. The twin-turbo car that has, like, 660-odd horsepower. If that has a 4-speed as well, that probably will end up being slower than this, but not bad, not bad. It's not bad. It's all right. It's all right. Could it have gone quicker? Maybe a little bit. Would have been unlikely, but maybe a little bit. 31.587 places it into 184th place. Goes between a Nissan March and a Peugeot 306. That doesn't sound impressive, but it's 0.4 seconds up on the Chaser, quicker than a BMW 323 Ci, quicker than the old muscle cars we've had, a lot of them, Shelby GT500 Charger, quicker than an Avenger, quicker than a Fairlady Z version S 2x2, that was one of the first cars to go around, but, you know, it still beat it, fair and square. Yeah, like I said, don't look too much on what's beaten it, because there's a lot, even that Nissan Sunny beat this that we had last time out. But in the context of this being a 4-speed luxury car, which usually do horrendous around this track, that wasn't bad. It was good, actually. It was very, very impressive. So take a bow, Mazda Cosmo. The 1998 Dodge Viper GTS. Hell yeah, some proper American muscle. You know, Corvettes, Camaros, Mustang, they ain't proper American muscle. This is proper. I am very scared of this car, I will be honest, looking at the statistics, but we'll get to that in a second. Thanks to a GT2 Plus mod, currently, I can have this with the blue and the white stripes, which is the way you should have a Viper. This is actually a 99 model, and the blue and white stripes were only available 96, 97, hence why GT1 has it, but GT2 does not, because Dodge apparently had some sort of creative control over this game with, A, the Dodge models that are in this, like the Neons and the Intrepids, but also, I guess in terms of model years, they wanted the newest cars featured. It wouldn't surprise me if Dodge was a bit of an ambassador for this game, but I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so that means the base game colours are not as good as blue and white stripes, and I had to use this car quickly because PES2K, the maker of the mod, wants to remove this change in a future update, so quick, let's use it. Anyways, front-engined rear-wheel drive, 716 horsepower, 1,362 kilos, a lot of torque. I am, like I say, petrified about this, because we have had a Viper go around before, the 96 GTSR, and it was terrible, actually, if I'm being really honest. So, the road-going Viper with more power, I ain't got much hope. But we'll see. I hope it does well, because I love the Viper. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. The Viper unlikely to beat that. Now, for me, I mean, with this power figure and so on, if this is controllable, which so far it is, although I'm sort of granny driving this at the moment, yeah, if this is controllable, then it should be very, very quick indeed, but, okay, it's already beaten it. I was about to mention the C4 Corvette Gran Sport that we had go round. That's at a time of a 30.777, so if the Viper could beat that, we'll count that as a win, and it has, so. In case you're wondering, the RT10 I think weighs less than the GTS, and yeah, that's the one that's going to run the racing mod for the Vipers. So there is a racing mod for the GTS. It's sort of, it's alright. It's, you know, quite cool in isolation because you can have the blue and the white stripes, but in terms of this series, it sort of just looks like the GTSR, if I was to be completely honest, and so as a result I don't want to use it. So that's why we are not using it. And again, the RT10, which, wow, okay, that's quick. The RT10, which is sort of very similar, that will run the race mod. I think it might be lighter as well, the RT10. Could be wrong there. Anyways, I hope this... Can we get a Viper into the under 30s? If this is the car that beats the Camaro, I'll be happy. The one problem, and I am a bit worried about this, is right now I'm leaving this car in second gear, and I think that'll be my plan this entire time, because I don't really want to use third, or first. First scares me more than third. Yeah. I just don't want to overcook this car, because it could be very easy to overcook this and go mental with it, so... Just that last corner, it warns you. It's under 30! It beats the Camaro! Could this drive quicker in first gear with some proper throttle control? Yes. Am I going to find out if that's the case or not? Nope. No, we are not. Could have gone a little bit quicker maybe, but that was tense, if I'm being honest. Should we find out, just for a laugh, what this is like if you try and use first gear? That's yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah, that was it is scary. It really is quite scary car, that. I'm sure you're sat there. This is probably one of the most frustrating episodes to watch, because you're probably sat there shouting, you could go quicker, you could use first gear through here, here and here and go 29.5. It's like, I'm sure that's a possibility, but I'm not going to find out. I'm not driving it like that. Could have gone quicker, maybe a little bit. That final lap could have been something, but you know what? I will take 29.925. Like I say, that is quicker than the Camaro, quicker than the Corvette, so for now, I'll take that. 29.925 places it into 64th place. Goes in between the Alfa Romeo GTV Twin Spark and an Impreza wagon. That doesn't sound impressive, but it is, trust me, to get into the under 30 club. That's quite an achievement. It's quicker than the Z28 30th anniversary Camaro, finally meaning that this is the quickest muscle car if you count the Viper as a muscle car, which I'll be honest, usually I don't, but I'll class it as a win in this case. It is actually only 0.2 slower than the Viper GTSR, and honestly, this might be able to beat that, but like I say, I'm not going to find out. Maybe the RT10, when that comes around, we'll see, but no, I'm going to take my lap time. I'm going to cruise off into the sunset with it. And the 1995 Acura Integra GSR. This is our third Acura Integra to take on the course with its weird bug eyes. And this one, unlike the previous one, the LS is not a removed item. This is just a normal car in the North American region. It's very similar, in fact it's identical to the Integra SIRG that we've had go around the course, except of course that looks better because it's got the proper square lights as opposed to this with its weird bug eyes. Statistically, it's not too bad. Front engine, front wheel drive, 290 horsepower, 1,113 kilos. Should be relatively quick, but we will find out. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which had a time of 27.552. Don't mind me changing the game audio there, which you may or may not have seen on your screen. Yeah, as opposed to where this is going to go, well, it has a bit of a target. You see, we have had a Honda Integra SIRG take on the course from 1995, like this Integra. But it wasn't very quick. It set a 31.876, which admittedly is sort of right around where cars like the Corolla 11, the front-wheel drive one, I should preface, and some other sort of front-wheel drivey cars, Nissan Pulsars around there as well. But it's not amazing, especially considering, you know, the power that these cars have. I also said the SIRG and this are actually the same, but I'm almost certain the Integra had a lot less power than this. I think that had 250 and this has 290, so could be wrong. First flying lap, 32.036. Of course, the Integras in general have a bit of a weird history around this course. They're either slow, like the SIRG and the Integra LS, or they are quick. In fact, the quickest standard front-wheel drive car that we've had go around the course has been a Honda Integra Type R from 1998. So, yeah, they are both the fastest front-wheel drive cars and also not at the same time. 31.869, that is pretty much where the Honda one's gone, I think. Sort of messed up that first corner while trying to look here. 31.876, so this is slightly quicker. Hopefully we can get a little bit more out of this. It does feel like it might be able to go quicker. It does not feel like a 290 horsepower car. I will be honest, it feels a lot slower than that, but who knows? Maybe there's a stonking lap time in this one somewhere, although I do doubt it. There is also, in case you are worried perhaps that the 95 GSR won't do well enough, don't worry, there is plenty more accurate Integras to do. There is the 98 version of this, and of course the 98 Type R, and also the 97 GS, which is based on unused content and is about as interesting as it sounds. We are going to get a better lap time, 31.623, that's pretty darn good. Can we get anything more out of this? You know, evidently there's some weight saving in those strange front lights this has got, and the fact that this doesn't come in anywhere near as cooler colours as the Integra did. I think that SIRG came in, I think it was called Cranberry was the colour, it's like a deep purple, it looked amazing, but this does not come in that. Instead this is Adriatic Blue, I think. It is going to go quicker on this final lap though. 31.474, that actually, yeah, that's a decent enough margin on that one. Yeah, so maybe the SIRG, I might be misremembering, but I swear that only had like 250 horsepower compared to this with its 290. But no, it did well. It did really well, actually. So, good on you, Integra. The Integra's looking up at the moment, by the looks of it. That fast lap was the quickest. I don't think there's much more to come out of that, to be fair, if I am being honest. But, not bad. Not bad at all. 31.474 will place this into 177th place. It is actually fractionally quicker than an FTO GR from 1994, which is sort of where it should be. Slightly slower than the Nissan Sunny, Opel Corsa, Toyota Celica Elegant Sports version. So there's a couple of sort of front-wheel drive cars kicking around there. It's quicker than the Renault Megane Coupe, quicker than a Lotus Elise. That's not front-wheel drive, but it's always worth mentioning. quicker than a Dodge Avenger, so it's quicker than what you could have got from the Chrysler equivalent of this vehicle, I guess. Yeah, that's not a bad little time for the little Acura that can. The 1997 Lexus GS400. In the last episode, we had the Acura Integra. Today, we have another sort of bug-eyed oddity. Although this time, this one does look a lot better. We have had a, well, equivalent to this. We've had the Toyota Aristo go around before with its 2J and its 4-speed automatic, and it wasn't very good. I think it's well at the bottom of our leaderboard, 32.6 or 7 off the top of my head. So hopefully the Lexus equivalent will do better. This one has the big brawny V8 in it, which should help. And in general, V8 powered super saloons have done pretty well around this course. The Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG, you might remember, set a time of a 30.5, which is very, very impressive. I'm not quite sure if the GS400 will be able to match that, but we will see. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 427 horsepower, 1,430 kilos. It is heavy, so I'm not expecting a lot out of this, but we will see. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which set a time of 27.552. The Lexus GS400, unlikely to beat that. It has a strange hole in the texture. I have just noticed that. That is interesting. This one is the only Aristo that is classified as a Lexus by the game. There's 3 Lexuses in total, or Lexis, I guess. There is the GS400, the IS200, which is a European spec IS200, and the SC400, which is, again, North American spec, like this one. So even in the Japanese version of the game, these cars are still referred to as Lexuses because there is no Toyota equivalent of them. In the case of the SC and the GS, they have the big 4-litre V8 from Lexus LS fame. I can't remember the name of the engine for now, but it's very famous. I think it's the 1UZ or something, which is very cool and buttery smooth and reliable and all the other good things you'd hope a Lexus engine would be. And the IS200 has its weird European 2-litre 6-cylinder as opposed to the 2-litre 4-cylinder that the Altezza would have in other markets. No IS300 in this game. 30.247. Wow, okay. This is just stealth speed, apparently. That's... Statistically, this should not be able to do that. I think that's quicker than a naturally aspirated GTO, which is about the same power and, to be fair, about the same weight figure. So, that's interesting to note. This does drive alright, actually, to be fair to it. It's not as heavy as it could be because, of course, it's wearing the racing modification, because, technically speaking, it is and isn't a unique racing mod. It's unique to this car because it has Lexus and GS400 written on it, as opposed to on the Aristo, where it just has Toyota Aristo written on it. And even in the PAL region of the game, which does have the Aristo, and I think maybe the North American version will have this too, where they have the the Aristo, or one of them, the S300. Damn, I can't get a quicker lap out of this. Yeah, they have the Aristo S300, I think it is, down as the Lexus GS300. That still says Aristo on its race mod. This is the one that has a proper Lexus race mod, because it's not just a rebranded car. I'm a little bit irritated I can't get another lap out of this, because I do genuinely think there is time to be made up in that, but that's pretty damn quick. I'm not going to complain too hard about that. That was a phenomenal time from the GS400 right there. What did we get? I suppose lap time wise it looks pretty consistent, but no, they're definitely, for me, it feels like there's more time in there, and that was quick. That really was very, very quick. A 30.247 will place this into 79th place. It goes between a Mazda RX-7 Type R SR and the Mitsubishi Eclipse, both of which have more power than this and weigh a lot less. It's quicker than a TVR Cerber, a TVR Chimera, quicker than a Mitsubishi FTO. It's quicker than the Altezza 280T, quicker than both Lotus Esprits we've had. It is well up on that E55 AMG. I mean, in terms of four-door cars, the only things it really loses out to is like the Mazda Familia and the Subarus, Mitsubishis, Alfa Romeos and Lancias that all sort of dominate that side up of the leaderboard. Yeah, that's very, very impressive. Considering the statistics of this, that might be one of the most impressive cars to go around, because statistically this isn't amazing or anything like that. It's, you know, it's not bad, but it's not incredible. So, yeah, good job, Lexus GS400. The 1964 Lotus Elan S2. Our first classic Lotus to take on the course, and it comes in a truly bizarre colour scheme, this. There are definitely colour schemes on this race mod that work better, but as soon as I saw I can have purple, green and gold wheels, I was like, yeah, I need to get on that. Truly a bizarre looking thing. But then again, the Elan is quite bizarre looking anyway, and statistically quite bizarre as well. Front engine and rear wheel drive, 213 horsepower, 568 kilos. This is probably one of the lightest cars we'll see. The only things that I can think that would be lighter than this is like the Fiat 500 and the Subaru 360, and maybe the Midget. But yeah, this is insanely light, and statistically that does worry me a little bit. You see, Lotuses have not been very good around this course. The Esprits are okay, but the Elises are not. The quickest Elise we've had is currently sat in 181st place with a 31.519. So, yeah, it's sort of in the bottom quarter of the leaderboard. So, we'll see how the older Elan does. Hopefully, it's quicker, and that will be quite an interesting little shock to the system, but we will find out. Anyways, this is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. The Lotus Elan is not likely at all to beat that. You know how I was saying this thing is bizarre? It has like a Formula 1 reflector on the back of it now, thanks to this race mod, and a mid-mounted exhaust, which texture-wise looks like it's cut off at a slightly weird angle. That is strange. So, straight away, the Elan feels better than the Elises do. This doesn't feel nearly as jittery on the bumps, which is quite surprising considering it weighs, well, as little as it does. The Elise, weight-wise, isn't too bad. I think the Elise weighs about 600 odd kilos. But it just, when you're going over the bumps and stuff in the Elise, it feels very jittery and weird, and that does reflect in the lap time. And also, it's just not a very good car with like throttle delivery and all that. Whereas this, with its 213 horsepower, it isn't too bad. In terms of power to weight ratio, this probably has one of the better ones in the series, but it doesn't count for as much as you'd think. It's one of those cars that, in theory, if you take the idea that this is done in Gran Turismo 2 out of it and do it on, like, I don't know, insert racing sim of choice, the Elan would probably be one of the quicker cars because, like I say, power to weight, it's light, it's darty, it'd probably be quite good for this sort of stuff, as would, like, the wardrobes and the hatchbacks and stuff. But obviously this series is not grounded in reality, it's grounded in Gran Turismo 2 logic, so yeah. 31.727 so far is not filling me full of confidence for the little Elan. It can definitely go quicker, although apparently I really nailed that coming off the bumps on that first sector. It is a little bit slidey off the grass, which is to be expected for a car of, well, this size and weight and so on. But it's not bad. Come on, final lap. A little bit on the grass on the way into this, which is not ideal. There we go. That was a decent drive out of there. Brakes are not quite as good as you'd maybe expect from a car of this size and weight class. A little bit messy on the exit of there. Going to turn in for the final corner. To the line, 31.595. So it's not as quick as the front wheel drive Elan, it's not as quick as the quickest Elise. It is quicker than the Elise Sport 135 that we've also had round, so, you know, for this type of car, that's pretty good. I mean, considering how old it is, and the Elise definitely has a power advantage, which at this sort of power point, it does make a difference. That's quite good. Yeah, the lap 4 apparently had an amazing first sector and just sort of pissed it away. But we should always sort of take that with caution, because a quick sector 1 doesn't quite feed into a quick sector 2 just because of the way the sectors are. Interesting, I was saying the lack of power, it's only very slightly slower than that GS400 in terms of top speed. Anyways, a 31.595 puts this into 189th place. It ties with the Peugeot 306 rally car. It is quicker than a style Galanza. As I mentioned, between the Elises, it basically splits them. Sport 135 is in 199th with a 31.811, and the quickest Elise is 181st. So it sort of sits directly in the middle of those. Lots of front-wheel drive hatchbacks around this area. I think the S4 Sprint, which is the newer version of this, although that's still from 1971, probably going to be a better car. I think the Europa might end up being one of the quicker Lotuses because 300 horsepower, but a valiant effort from the little Elan. And in terms of vintage, 1964, this is definitely one of the oldest cars in the game. Actually, it might be the oldest, come to think of it. It's like this and like the Subaru 360 as like the oldest cars in the game. So that's definitely not a bad time from the old timer. The 1994 Tom's Angel T01. This car was requested by R2D2. And yeah, this is a curiosity, this. This is Tom's first, and as far as I'm aware, only built from the ground up sports car. And this was done as a present to themselves. So there's still bits of Toyota in here. Obviously the engine's from a Toyota, and, you know, lights and fixtures. You can basically play the game of which Toyota is that from. But it's a bespoke mid-engined sports car, not based on any other Toyota. So interesting. Unfortunately, this probably won't do too well because it's very Lotusy in its statistics, but we'll find out. It makes 248 horsepower. It is mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 644 kilos, very light, decent amount of power for that. So it'll be interesting to see how this gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which has a 27.552. The Tom's Angel T01 is unlikely to beat it. We might just call it the Angel from now on during this. But it's quite a strange looking car, this, with its very high up rear end. It almost looks like sort of the rear end, they realised at the last minute if they make it too low it wouldn't pass like crash restrictions or something. So I had to make it a bit higher up. I'm not really sure what was going on with the thought process there, but there was definitely a thought going on. So in terms of where this is going to go, Lotus Elises, which is sort of what we looked at last time when we ran the Elan. 31.5, 31.8 for the Sport 135. Toyota MR2s, also not doing too hot around here. I think the slowest or the quickest naturally aspirated MR2s we've had have been somewhere around the early 32s, so 32.088. I think the MR Spider may have got underneath 32 seconds. So I'm guessing somewhere in that region. Now, it should be pointed out the MR Spider and the MR2 naturally aspirated both make significantly more power than this. This does weigh a lot less, but they do make significantly more power, which is something to bear in mind. Because weight's not really an issue around here, as we've been sort of finding out as time's gone on. It doesn't really matter how much a car weighs. It will still, you know, a car will do what it's going to do. It's all about handling. It's all about having a good chassis, preferably four-wheel drive, and a good amount of power. And that'll do you well around here. Hence why stuff like the GT90 has been at the top of our leaderboard before. This is very... I hate to say it because, you know, it's going to become the buzzword of this episode, I guess. It's very lotusy to drive. It's very sort of... It doesn't really like the bumps. You can tell it doesn't weigh anything. The power is not as fierce as you'd think, considering the power to weight ratio on this. It's quite a hard car to... It's a hard car to get a lot of speed out of. It's not too bad to drive, per se. But it's, yeah, a little bit strange. We'll try and get something going on this final lap. But it's definitely a low-tier sports car. I think the Tommy Kyra ZZ3, which we haven't had go around, but sort of very similar, low-volume, mid-engined thing with not a lot of power, that will probably play quite similar to this, if I had to guess. Ah, that's too much. Bollocks. Ah. I knew as soon as I did that I'd taken a little bit too much out of that corner. That would have been quicker on that final lap as well. There's probably a little bit in there, but alas, it won't quite do it. Sorry, that's my incompetence there, but the rules are the rules. They all get 6 laps, and unfortunately that one is just me trying to take a little bit too much time out of it. But yeah, I think it, you know, that's probably a 31.9. I don't think it would have gone much quicker than that. But that is quite annoying. 32.073 places this into 214th place. Goes between the Mugen CRX Pro 2, which is another car, R2D2, requested actually, and the Subaru Pleo. It is very slightly slower than the MGF, which, to be honest, it shouldn't be. It should be a little bit quicker than that. But unfortunately it won't quite be. It's quicker than the MR Spider. It's quicker than both of the naturally aspirated MR2s we've had. Actually, quicker than an 89 MX-5. Slightly slower than Del Sol, Pulsar. It is right around that area that you'd expect a sort of basic Japanese sports car to sit into, so it hasn't done too bad. It is quicker than cars like the Suzuki Cappuccino, Mazda AZ1 and the Honda Beat, so that's to its credit as well. So yeah, bit of a shame we couldn't get more out of that, and it's a real... quite angry over that last lap because that would have been quicker, but unfortunately not to be for the Tom's Angel T01. The 1998 Vector M12 LM Edition, the quickest car out of Vector's lineup, and infamous in a bunch of ways that it shouldn't be amongst the Gran Turismo community. Yeah, the M12's only claim to fame in this game is showing up in the wrong endurance race, which, you know, it's a Vector, that's a crime, so we need to try and rectify that with a good lap time here today. Statistically, it isn't too bad. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 689 horsepower, 1,160 kilos of weight. It looks pretty cool. It's got 3 spokes. Let's see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car that set a time of 27.552. The M12, I mean, if this got everything together, possibly. But, yeah, I don't think it's going to be going against that. Mid-engined race cars around here have been pretty good. In terms of one for this to aim at, I suppose the CRX Del Sol LM Edition, which is mid-engined like this, is naturally aspirated like this. Other than that, the parallels sort of end a little bit, but yeah, that could be an interesting benchmark for this, 28.6. So if it can go somewhere around there, it shouldn't do too bad. In case you are curious, and I would be too, looking at this, yes, this isn't a completely polyphony made up thing. 28.111, nice, on its first flyer as well. Yeah, in case you are curious, and you're seeing this sort of mid-engined oddity and going, what on earth is that? Did polyphony come up with that? No, this car actually takes inspiration from the time Vector went racing, because, yeah, they made enough cars to go racing, apparently. This competed in GT2, I think, as the American Spirit Racing Vector M12, and it was terrible. Yeah, in true American spirit, it just broke down a lot and didn't really go anywhere, and even when it was working, it wasn't very quick. So, yeah, that's the M12 LM edition. Admittedly, around this course at the moment, it's doing pretty bleeding well. I was comparing it to that Del Sol earlier as like a sort of closest to normal mid-engined LM edition that I could think, but in all honesty, this is very Honda-like in its power output. It makes all of its power right at the top end. I mean, that shouldn't be surprising, because for those of you who don't know, the M12 is essentially a rebodied Lamborghini Diablo. Because Lamborghini was owned by some sketchy companies in the 90s, like Megatech and Chrysler. So, yeah, at some point, Vector got a tie-up with Lamborghini to produce a rebodied Diablo. I guess if you was in the market for a supercar in the 90s and the Diablo was a little bit too uninspired for you, you could buy a Vector M12. In case you're wondering, not many people did and they went bankrupt. I would get angry about that drive on the grass, but in all honesty, if that was going to be quick on that lap, it really wouldn't have been by much. That's still impressive, definitely. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward to drive, if I'm being honest. The bumps, it doesn't like them. I mean, it's a mid-engined race car, so what do you expect? But it's not like the R390 can put up with the abuse of the bumps really, really well. This Vector, not so much. But well, there's a bit of time to come out of that, isn't there? Looking at all those sort of boards. But could this have gone under 27 or under 28 potentially? But I don't think it would have been by much. But anyways, it's got nothing to be ashamed about. 28.111 places this into 6th place. It is the quickest non-Japanese car we've had go around the course. And it's the Vector M12, which is interesting. It is quicker than the Ford RS200, quicker than GT90, quicker than Roof CTR2. As I mentioned, not quite as nice to drive as the R390 GT1 LM edition. This does have the edge in terms of statistics, but like I said, that R390 over the bumps is just a better car to deal with. Yeah, that's impressive from the LM edition. Vector, definitely. And Vector's 2 for 2 for being quite surprising, because the Vector WH Twin Turbo was a very quick car as well. So, good on you, Vector. Interesting to see how the standard M12 gets along. The 1998 Nissan Primera GT. This is a car that I didn't realise was special in any way. For you see, in the PAL regions of Gran Turismo 2, the Nissan Primera is this model, the GT, but in all other regions, it's the 2-litre TEV, which is based on the Japanese Primera. This one actually has a very slightly different model. They've changed the rear lights and I think the front bumper as well to make it look like the UK spec Primera GT, which is cool. Unfortunately, they didn't add the UK spec Primera GT colours because I'm fairly certain these came in a very strange, like TVR style colour, which this one doesn't, unfortunately. So I've had to go for this burgundy colour, which is still quite nice. Front engine, front wheel drive, 296 horsepower, 1,139 kilos. Those are pretty standard for a four-door saloon car. So let's find out how it gets along. It sounds like a Toyota GT1 for some reason. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which at a time of 27.552, this car unlikely to beat that. Primeras, we have had the 95 go around an age ago, which I'm just trying to look on the leaderboard to find it. It's in the mass. There you go. 31.245 is the time that the 2-litre TE got. So this one looking to probably match it, if I'm being honest. I think the 95, well, they had race mod to boot, and it also had some more power, which would help it. So yeah, this is sort of gonna, in theory, end up in the gaggle of front-wheel drive saloon cars that all sit around the 31s, but we will see. In case you're wondering, despite this being unique, technically, the racing modification is identical to that on the TEV, and even though they are technically supposed to be identical, I'm fairly certain I tried to build them up in GT2 Plus, and the TEV made more power for some reason. So that will be the one that runs the BTCC style racing modification, as opposed to the actual UK spec car, which sounds weird, but it isn't. So yeah, that's why this is being ran the way it is. It's a shame too, because that other Primera I can actually pick the colour, so I can have a purple Primera, but alas, it didn't really work out, so I had to do the Japanese national race, which is how you win this in GT2 Plus, over and over and over and over again, until I got a colour of Primera that I was happy with. So this drives like a front-wheel drive four-door saloon car. There is no real surprises here. Maybe feels a bit on the heavy side. The power's okay. In an ideal world, I'd like a turbocharger, but you know, Nissan made both, you know, good turbo motors and high revving naturally aspirated engines. And in the case of the Primera GT, which to be fair, base, I think this thing would have had like 140 horsepower. Yeah. Well, there's obviously here it has 296. It's gone quicker than the 95 Primera, which isn't bad. It's actually gone basically what you'd sort of expect it to. So no qualms on the lap times there. It's a pretty, well, by the standards of this leaderboard, that is a very average time for a pretty average car, in all honesty. The backstory behind the difference between the GT and the TEV is probably more interesting than the actual car itself, but you know, it's cool. It looks good. I like the Primera a lot, actually. Well, at least this generation. The one after this was horrendous, but yeah, not bad. 31.109 will place this into 148th place. It goes between a Honda Accord and a Nissan Skyline Type S R33, so it's quicker than that. As I mentioned, you won't be able to see it because there's a lot of cars in this section of the leaderboard, but it is quicker than the 95 Primera. It's quicker than the Alfa 166 V6 Sportronic. It's quicker than Dodge Stratus, quicker than the Vauxhall Vectra 2-litre. So yeah, quicker than a Golf GTI. there's a couple of saloon cars that have gone quicker than this, like the V6 Vectra is insanely quick for some reason. But in terms of, yeah, like just sort of standard normal car, there's not a lot to write home about with this statistically. It's done pretty well, really. So good on you, Primera. Nice to see a bit of an oddity on the course. The 1997 Mitsubishi GTO SR. This is our second naturally aspirated GTO to take on the course. We had a 92 model go around. This time it's a 97, and this one has racing modification too, so it should be a little bit quicker, but I'm not quite sure what I'll be expecting out of this. Statistically, it isn't all that interesting. Four-wheel drive, 397 horsepower, 1,374 kilos. It is very heavy, power isn't all that good, but the GTO, at least the three that we've had, have been quite formidable cars. So let's see if this one can join that roster. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which at a time of 27.552. The naturally aspirated GTO is unlikely to beat that. There are a couple of GTOs in the game that maybe could challenge it, but we're not there yet. So, actually, ironically enough, they're of this body style as well. This, strangely, the 95 and the 97 are in this game. I'm not really sure why, other than being Gran Turismo 1 carryovers. But, yeah, the 97 is going to run race mod, 95 is going to run without. There are 4 naturally aspirated GTOs in this game. Of course, like I say, we've already had the 92, which is just called the GTO. And then the other 3, the 95, 97, and the 99, are all SR models. So, despite what I may remember, there is no front-wheel drive GTO in this game. In fact, I'm semi-confident saying this, 30.477 on its first flyer. This is, this sure is a GTO, alright. That's actually quicker than the previous naturally aspirated car we've had, but we'll see if we can take anything more out of it. I think I'm right in saying this. Despite what my memory is telling me, and despite the fact that I know the comment section will correct me if I'm wrong on this, there has never been a front-wheel drive GTO in these games, because GTOs did come in front-wheel drive. The base models did. All of them had the 3-litre V6 with your option of turbocharging or naturally aspirated. But yeah, there were actually some front-wheel drive ones as well. There was also a convertible, which looks a little bit strange, seeing it a couple of years later, which ironically is not in this game. There's the RX-7 convertible, but there's no GTO convertible as a counterpoint. I don't know if it's a case of it was not offered in America, or sorry, not offered in Japan. I don't think I've seen them outside of America. That's the correct way around that sentence is supposed to be. But yeah, there you go. I do have a confession. This is my least favourite generation of the GTO, although I guess they were all technically the same, just different phases and stuff. 3rd gen, 1st gen, 2nd gen, and it's not even close on any of those, to be fair, because I am a big 3rd gen fan. And I do think when the 3rd gen comes to this course, that is going to be a mighty, mighty quick car, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. A little bit of understeer, which is hurting this. That hill sort of takes a little bit of time off, so you don't really want to understeer dramatically onto it, but in some cases you have to. That wall clip also does not help. Try and get a little bit more out of it to the line. We did get a little bit more out of it, but yeah, not a massive amount, but still. We will take that. That is a quick time. There's definitely 0.2 in there. It's a really nice car to drive, that though. Again, like I say, a little bit of understeer. The weight obviously does push it wide a little bit, and how much the race mod really influences it at this point, it is hard to say, but if I didn't clout that wall, I think maybe there's a little bit more time in this, but on the whole, I don't think it would have gone that much quicker, I will be honest, but yeah, anyways, a 30.468 will place this into 94th place. It is a thousandth of a second slower than the Audi A4 Avant, quicker than a Mitsubishi Legnum, quicker than the Mugen Integra Type R. It is quicker than that other GTO we've had, although not by much. Even though the race mod reduces the weight and adds downforce, it is a bit debatable on how much of an effect that really has on a car like this. Quicker than an E36. I mean, it's quicker than all of its even turbocharged Japanese contemporaries, apart from the FD RX-7. There's an RSR that we had that went a little bit quicker than this. But, oh, sorry, two FD RX-7s, and they're both quicker than this. But, yeah, not a bad car. Well, actually, it's a very, very good car, to be honest. But, yeah, it just... the limits of it at this point, it's a little bit, you know, this is the stage where you either want less weight, which you don't get in a GTO because they're naturally heavy, or you want more power, in which case you opt for a twin turbo model, and those are significantly quicker. I think both of the twin turbos we've had are put well up there with like 28 seconds or something like that, so 2 and a bit seconds for not having turbochargers. The 1999 Volkswagen Golf Mark IV rally car. Yeah, this is an interesting one. This is one of the pre-built rally cars in the arcade mode, which thanks to the GT2 Plus mod are accessible in the career mode, and as a result you can customize them and actually use them, which is very nice. The basis for the Golf rally car comes from the 1.8 litre turbo GTI out of the 4 Golfs in the game. That's the one this is based off, which statistically is one of the better ones. So I'm interested to see how this gets along, and I hope it does quite well, because I always quite like this car. I always thought it was a bit of an oddity, the Mark IV Golf rally car. There was an F2 kit car Golf. I think it came in quite late for that classification, and it never really reached the heights of stuff like the Seats and the Peugeots and of course the Citroen Zara. But a very cool car nonetheless, and I always quite liked this race mod. It's simple, but I think it's very effective. Yeah, cool car, so I'm hoping it does well, and I don't usually say that about Mark IV Golf, so yeah, you know something's up. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 390 horsepower, 1,138 kilos. It is worth pointing out, rally cars are, like I say, absolutely equivalent to the base car, which in this case is the 1.8 turbo, so it can accept all the upgrades that that car can have. However, it is stuck on stage 2 weight reduction as opposed to stage 3, which means it probably weighs somewhere in the region of 20 to 30 kilos more than the 1.8 turbo does. However, that shouldn't really affect it all that much, and to be honest with you, I think it's far more fun seeing these cars than just seeing them twice with the racing modded variety. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, the 1999 one. That set a time of 27.552. This car is very unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of Golfs and Golf-based vehicles, they've done pretty well. We've had a standard non-turbo GTI, which is as bad as the Golf gets, and even then it was a firmly average car for the 1.1. We've had the V5 Golf without racing modification, that's set at 30.7. And we've had the new Beetle as well, which is again Golf based, and that's at 30.7. We've had a TT with this engine in it, 30.450 on its first flyer. We've had a TT with this engine in it, but that TT is of course all-wheel drive. And we've had the A3 actually, I just forgot about as well. Yeah, we've had quite a lot of Golf-based vehicles with a similar power plant. I think the A3 has the slightly older variation of it before it went all 20 valve and stuff like that, but definitely a car worth bearing in mind. That's set at 30.353. This sets a 30.082. Can this, we've seen a couple recently, can this be an under 30 front wheel drive car? That will be interesting to see. In theory, this is the quickest the front wheel drive Golfs are going to get. There is, yeah, just the 1.8 turbo to run around here now, the standard one, which won't be running race mod because this is There's also the V6 Golf, which, thanks to GT2 Plus, again, fantastic mod, download in the description below, that car can finally reach its full potential, because in the base game it's a bit broken, and it uses all the stats from the V5, but thanks to GT2 Plus, that is a full-fledged four-wheel drive V6, and it makes about 500 horsepower, that thing, so I'm expecting that to be very quick indeed. And speaking of quick, 29.911 from the Golf rally car. Wow. Yeah, we had a couple of front-wheel drive cars do this recently. We've had the Integra's the most recent one. Of course, before that we had, well, we searched for a while for it, but eventually the Alfa Romeo GTV broke under that, so very interesting stuff. Can I take any more time out of it? Close, but no cigar. 29.911. That is impressive. That's really impressive. Yeah. Good car, though. Really good car. Usually Golfs are a little bit strange to drive. This one was very nice, very planted. Nothing like the Beetle I drove. The Beetle was horrendous, but it was very, very quick. This makes sort of similar power to what that Beetle made, but this is a lot nicer to drive than that Beetle. And I don't remember too much about the V5, but this is better than that, definitely. Really good car, that. Really good. Not a lot more to say other than to sing its praises. Really good. Happy with that. And I'm happy because, like I say, it is a bit of a weird car for me, this. I'm not, like I say, I hate the Mark IV Golf, but this rally car version does get me a little bit. Anyways, a 29.911 places it into 64th place. It actually dethrones the first front-wheel drive car that we had to go under 30. The GTV beats it by 0.08 of a second. Not quite as quick as the Integra Type R, but that was a very, very quick car indeed. And it is a lot quicker than some proper names. Quicker than a Viper GTS, quicker than WRX Wagon, quicker than the Drag R33. It's, funnily enough, it is quicker. This front-wheel drive F2-esque kit car is quicker than the ST185 Celicas. Both of them, the rally car and the standard one. So, yeah, really good result from the Golf rally car. So, yeah, my favourite Golf in the game does very well. I'm happy with that. The 1967 Shelby Cobra 427. I am not looking forward to driving this one. Statistically, oh god, front-engine rear-wheel drive, 626 horsepower, 982 kilos. It does not weigh a lot, and it has a lot of power, and it's 1960s technology. The GC40, when it eventually comes around, I think is going to be a very good car. Other stuff from this vintage, I'm not so sure of. This car has the potential to be quick, but it really is going to be a test trying to keep its power down. So don't expect a lot from the Cobra. That's all I'm going to say. Anyways, with enough bad-mouthing it, let's see how it actually gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which had a time of 27.552. The Cobra, I mean, if it wasn't 1960s technology, could very well be in with a shout of beating it, but it is 1960s technology, so it is not. It is very quick. And I'm going to stick in second gear. A lot of people like to point out, oh, you could have shifted up or shifted down into first gear and rode it a little bit more. And it's like, some cars, yeah, but this one, I think we're going to go for the second gear strat for this. We can get third on the straight, but I don't know if it's even worth it or not. This, I don't want to speak for it just yet. I will say it doesn't feel nearly as bad as I thought it was. 31.065. This might be the quickest classic muscle car we've had now. If you call this a classic muscle car, which, I mean, it's American. Well, it's British American. Kind of. Do you class this as a muscle car? I have no idea. I mean, I suppose if you class this as a muscle car, you have to also consider the Dodge Viper a muscle car, because the Viper was essentially made as a tribute to the Cobra. So, I guess in that aspect, I wouldn't, because I don't really consider the Viper to be a muscle car, but, you know, you do you, I guess. I kind of want to get this under 31. Where is that? I haven't even looked, to be honest with you, at stuff around this. I was not expecting to get a 31.065 out of it, so I'm not going to lie, I scrolled the leaderboard right down to sort of the mid-pack, where most of the classic muscle cars of recent have gone. Stuff like the Chargers, the GT500, that sort of thing. Not the really bad ones, like the ones that are actually sort of capable, like the Camaro and stuff. Actually, no, the Camaro is the quickest classic muscle car, isn't it? We've had so far. I think that's because it had race mod and an actual controllable amount of power. It's a little bit sketchy. I think this could go quicker. If you had like a million laps with this thing, got really used to how it drives, definitely. But, yeah, that was a bit messy at coming out of that final sector. I will be honest. I think, yeah, there's probably a little bit more time in this, isn't there? There's definitely... I would go as far to say this could probably sneak a 30.5 if you could really keep control of it. But it's that big if you could keep control of it, and on this occasion I can't. Yeah, it really is a shame about that last sector, because I mean, when I say you could get like 30.5, I don't think like that lap would have been a 30.5. I think it would have been like, let's say sector 3 is the same, you know, which, you know, hypothetically it could have been. There was a little bit of grass rubbing. You know, let's say it gets a 30.8. You know, I still think there's definitely some time out of there, but not bad. It actually, to its credit, I would probably rather drive this than something like the Gran Sport Corvette, which was really not fun. Which is very strange to say. But anyways, 30.956 places this into 133rd place, which is basically mid-pack. It is in between a Ford Focus and a Nissan Fairlady, which is interesting. Goes quicker than the quickest Supra we've had. It's quicker than an SVT Cobra Mustang. As for stuff it's slightly down on, it's down on the C4 Gran Sport. It's down on the the modern Dodge Viper, but it does beat the Camaro very slightly. So this is now our quickest classic muscle car, if you indeed call it a muscle car, which I think I will, just to give it some credit. But yeah, no, actually, it is quite an okay car to drive. That could have got a lot worse. To be honest, I thought I was going to really embarrass myself with that, and I didn't. So either I'm getting better, or this car isn't quite as killer as maybe I was expecting it to be. The 1998 Mercedes-Benz C43 AMG. My favourite of the Mercedes C-Class generations, this one. I just think it looks so right. The proportions are good, especially on the rear end. Just classic Mercedes look, but of course, for the everyman, because it's a C-Class. It's also probably the only car in the world that can pull off these wheels that you do get on the AMG cars. The C43 is the second quickest C-Class. Yeah, there was the C36, the C43 came a bit later, and then the C55, which isn't in the base game. It was supposed to be, but it isn't. Thanks to GT2 Plus mod, though, that is brought back, so we'll see that car later on, but now it's time for the smaller, the C43 AMG to take on the track, and I'm not too sure how this is going to go, really. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 530 horsepower, 1,397 kilos. Rear-wheel drive, big V8 saloons have been doing quite well recently, but the statistics are a little bit dire E-Class, so we'll see how it gets along. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which set a time of 27.552. The C43 AMG is unlikely to beat that, but it is likely to be quite quick. Its bigger brother, the E55, has been round. That set a stonker of a time of 30.499. And even more recently, we had the Lexus GS400 go around, which sure had racing modification, but it did have a lot less power than this. And that set a time of a 30.2. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think realistically, this is going to be looking around a 30.7, 30.8. But I could be wrong. I mean, it feels pretty nice to drive. It feels like a big, stately luxury car, to be honest. It does make a good amount of power. This isn't a V8, I think. This is an i6, but it does feel quite torquey. 30.552 on the first flyer. It's a lot closer to the E than I expected it to be. But yeah, I hope this does well, because, like I say, I'm a big fan of this car. That's a better turn in through there. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. It goes under 30. This big German saloon goes under 30. I don't know what's happening with these big saloons recently on this show. They're just doing really, really bleeding well for no good reason. I like to say that GS400 last time, that did really have like under 30 pace. And you could feel it, that was a really nice handling car. I don't actually think this drives as nicely as that did, but this is quicker. This is significantly quicker than the E55 as well, which again, I thought the E55 was impressive because before the E55 came on, the big V8 saloon cars we've had, I mean the closest rival to the E55 in terms of this game, not in real life obviously, in terms of like the biggest rivals to the E-Class, it would have been the BMW 740i, which was an abysmal car to drive. That really was not a good one. That was like well down with like the key cars and stuff like that. But this one isn't that. I don't think it's going to go any quicker, unfortunately. I think it could, maybe. But it just drives really nice. I mean, there's no two ways about it. This is a nice car to drive. I think that under 30 might be pushing this a little bit, but I mean, hell, that was a messy lap, and that was still 30.599. There is some consistent pace in this. Maybe not consistent under 30 pace, but there's definitely some good pace in this. Really nice car to drive. Really, really nice car to drive. Yeah. It's good. It really is good. I'm happy because I really like this thing, but I mean that lap really did work out, didn't it? By the looks of it. Do I think there's a little bit more time in there? I did go on the grass a little bit in Sector 3, so I think if I didn't have that off-track excursion, we could be looking at like a 29.8 flat, but it's not bad. 29.846, not bad at all. And that will place it into 59th place. It goes between the RX-7 Type RS and the Renault GT300 car. Quicker than the Honda Integra Type R, quicker than the Nismo Stagea, quicker than a Tommy Kyra, quicker than a Venturi Dantique. In terms of four-door saloons quicker than this, I mean, you've got to look at Imprezas and the four-door Skyline and the Evos. Is there any four-doors? Okay, Mitsubishi Galant is quicker than this, and I guess a couple of the Subaru Legacies will be as well. But that's really, from a rear-wheel drive car, that is really, really impressive. It's just good to drive. It is nice, it's good, it's easy. It's 530 horsepower, but it handles that power pretty well. Yeah, really good car. I'm excited to see what the C55 does now. I fear that might be a little bit too much power, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. The 1996 Honda Accord Wagon SIR. Can you believe we've gone 266 episodes without having a Honda Accord Wagon on the show? In fact, this is our first Honda Accord for well over 240 episodes, I think. I drove, slightly silly in hindsight, I drove the 97 Accord SIRT and the Mugen Accord right at the start of this series, which I probably shouldn't have done because I was a little bit slower than I am now. But yeah, finally we get the grand return of the Accords, and we have the Wagon, which has a very cool race mod, sort of mirroring a little bit the one you can get on the 96 Accord. Of course, that's black and based off the JTCC car. This one is a little bit more of their own design, but it is still very, very cool looking. Most kids who grew up in North America probably reminiscing upon seeing this shape. Anyway, it's front-wheel drive, 323 horsepower, 1,238 kilos. GT2 Plus mod does play around with this car a little bit. It does make it so it has a Stage 3 NA tune, which it doesn't usually in the base game, but they've adjusted the Stage 1 and 2 to make up with it. And it's got triple downforce, which is always good. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which shows time in 27.552. This is unlikely to beat it, and 4 speed. Okay, that automatically means this grand bringback of the Accords probably isn't going to be as grand as I was hoping it may be, if this is a 4-speed automatic. And indeed it is, and it's even worse than that. It's a 4-speed automatic on a naturally aspirated car with a Stage 3 tune, which basically means it makes all the power at the top. Okay, we are in for a little bit of pain here, which is a shame because, you know, fully upgraded gearbox on this is probably not half bad. First flyer 32.048. What am I targeting with this car? I have no idea. Now that I've found out it's a 4-speed, it's kind of thrown me through a loop. Oh, hold on. Where's the Stagea? There was a Stagea. 31.787. I know it's weird to compare this to a Stagea, but that had the worst 4-speed automatic gearbox in the entire world. So if this can beat that, I will rule this a success. And it has, I think. Yes, it has. So there you go. If you're gonna, for whatever reason, in Gran Turismo 2, buy a station wagon, well, I mean, I say for whatever reason, of course you're gonna buy a station wagon in this game, but if you're gonna buy one, fully upgrade it, except the gearbox, and you're wondering which is better, a Nissan Stagea or a Honda Accord SIRT, Honda Accord is the way to go. 31.34. Actually, that's not half bad. In fact, I think that's even quicker than the other Accords we've had. Fortunately, we have the 98 and the 96 still to run, so I didn't run all the Accords at once. It's just, of course, if you know this channel, you know I am the world's biggest Honda Accord sim, and as a result of that, I want all of these to do very, very well. And I got very... I do actually remember I did the Mugen, and I was like, damn, I really need to make up for that. So I sent the 97 round, which had race mod. And in hindsight, that car probably could have been like a 30.9, you know, maybe like a 30.7. Especially considering what we've seen out of the other sort of BTCC-based cars. You know, we've had the V6 Vectras and even a Laguna and stuff like that's pretty good, so Yeah, not quite as quick on this final lap. That actually puts it in a very interesting place, though. A place far... Oh, yeah, no. Okay. It's slightly slower than what I thought it was, but it also puts it in an interesting place for something else. Yeah, the gearbox killed that. Without that gearbox, that's probably not a bad car. But with that gearbox, it's atrocious. Yeah. I mean, like, if you dump it in first gear and just sort of ride it around like that, it's not too bad. If you left that in second gear, you'd go nowhere. I'll be honest, I think I pulled a bit of a miracle lap out there with that. I don't think that would have gone any quicker, if I'm being honest. But, yeah, nevertheless, I'll take it. 31.341, confirm, yep. 31.341 puts this into 176th place, tying it with the Tom's Supra, which was a 700 horsepower Supra. Hot Lap Classic. It is very slightly quicker than Toyota Corona, which is interesting. Quicker than the Celica Elegant Sport version, quicker than a Corsa, thank God. Quicker than the Nissan Sunny, which I actually thought's quite a good car, although that doesn't have nearly as much power as this. Things it's slower than. It's only slightly slower than the RX-7 Touring X, which also has a 4-speed automatic gearbox. Slightly slower than the Subaru Alcione SVX, which also has a 4-speed automatic gearbox. That's really the way to do this. Don't look at what cars compare to this, you know, stuff like Nissan Primeras and the Vectras and stuff like that. You want to look at what else has got a 4-speed gearbox around here. And in terms of cars with 4-speed gearboxes, it's done alright. I can't wait to drive the 96 Accord Saloon to make up for this, though, because that'll be a lot quicker, because it'll have an actual proper gearbox in it. The 1997 Mazda RX-7 Type RB. It is another FD RX-7 to take on the course, the 4th one we've had. We've had the Touring X with its 4-speed auto, we've had the RS, and we've had the RSR, so now we have the RB. What does the RB get you? I have no idea. I often make fun of how many Silvias and Skylines are in this game and Imprezas, but yeah, the RX-7's one of those that really creeps on you because all of these are basically the same car. So there's lots to look forward to. I like the FD RX-7, so I don't mind driving it over and over again, unlike Silvia's, but yeah. There's not an awful lot to say about it, is there? Front engine rear wheel drive, 532 horsepower, 1,121 kilos. It should be pretty good because the other FDs have been pretty good. So we'll find out. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which had a time of a 27.552. The RX-7 Type RB completely didn't have to look at the spreadsheet for which one this was. Yeah, it's unlikely to beat that. One of these comes without a wing. I know that, which does look very odd on this car. I think this is one of those... That was my biggest issue with Forza for a long time. They used to use, and I think maybe they still do. Oh, did they get away from that? I can't remember. Anyways, for the longest time, Forza insisted on using the 97 North American RX-7, which did not have a rear wing. Nor did it have the option for a tasteful rear wing, like your only option was the horrendous Forza Aero. And then eventually, like when they started adding wide bodies and stuff to the game, it got a little bit better. You know, you had like the Rocket Bunny wings, 30.263, that puts it in line with basically all the other ones of these. Get very lucky with that corner cut through there. I'm not sure how much longer I'll keep getting away with that. But yeah, once they started adding like the Rocket Bunny kits and stuff, it got a little bit more tolerable. But even then, I mean, you know, it really is a case of pick your poison. Fortunately, I think Horizon 4, they added the Spirit R back to the game finally. 29.982, so we are under 30. Which, to be fair, I should point out FD's... Ah, there we go, I knew I was going to stop getting away with it after a while. Now that this lap's written off, we can have a look. Yeah. The RSR 30.244, the quickest RX-7 we've had is racing modified, and that was the RSR, which is somewhere. 29.837. So he's about middle there, so that makes sense. What was I saying? Oh yeah, they eventually added the Spirit R, which is the later one, which in my opinion is the best FD. So even if it does have those weird sort of squinty eyes, or the weird sort of like front headlight things the RX-7 eventually got, but it's still a very cool car. They added that one, and that sort of solved the issue. But the most annoying bit about Forza, and this is something people often forget, is Forza actually had a better RX-7 in it previously. In the original Forza Motorsport, they had the 1995 RX-7 Turbo, which did have this rear wing on it, and was a North American spec, and then for whatever reason, from, I think it must have been Forza 2 or 3 onwards, they just had the 97 for some reason. I didn't really understand that. I assume, much like with polyphony sometimes, it's one of those where you question, did some guy at work just have like a 97, so that's what they went with? I don't know. Anyways, 29.982. Pretty good. Just sneaks into the under 30s. With quite a good lap, to be honest, and yeah, that's really messed the camera up, that lap being invalidated, but yeah, you know, it's an FD RX-7, they're good to drive. There's not really a lot to say about them that I haven't already said. That was the quickest lap by far. If I am being completely honest, I think that is probably about the ceiling of where that would have gone. Obviously, with race mod and with a little bit more power, which the RX-7s do have, there's 1998 versions of them, we'll eventually get there, but yeah, not bad. 29.982 places it into 70th place, because it's a tie with a car that went previously. The car that set the time first gets to keep its spot, so unfortunately it's not the lucky number. It ties with the Chevrolet Camaro Z28 30th anniversary, which now means it is the slowest car in the under 30 club. As I said, it misses out on the other RX-7, which had race mod by 0.15 of a second, which isn't too bad. Quicker than Celica GT4, Lancia Delta HF. The joke with these cars beats the Z28 Coupe, the normal Camaro. The joke with these cars, these FDRX7s, is they're so much faster than most of its rivals other than Skylines. There's really nothing to compare them to. For the Hot Lap Classic, with these classic sort of JDM sports cars, it goes right at your top group, you have your Skylines and GTOs, then you have the RX-7, and then you have everything else, the Supras and stuff like that, the truly wretched stuff, the 1995 Toyota Supra RZ. This is our 5th Supra to take on the course, and these cars have not been good. They are not good to drive. Remember that RX-7 I had last time out, where I was saying how the sort of bottom tier of Japanese sports cars in this series is, well, I'd name the Supra by name, because they're not very good. And they seem to be getting slower every time I drive one of them. So let's see how this one gets along. It does have racing modification, which might help. Front engine rear-wheel drive 667 horsepower, 1,272 kilos. That right there is the problem with the Supra. It has too much power for its own good. Anyways, to find out how much power it has for its own good, we are going to take it for 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to have those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which had a time of a 27.552. The Supra not likely to beat that. So, the quickest Supra we've had has been naturally aspirated, which should tell you a lot. That currently sits in, well, basically the mid-pack of this entire series of 30.962 for that naturally aspirated Supra. Slightly ahead of a turbocharged Supra, we had the Supra RZ. That set a time of a 31.001, and that was a very tricky car to drive, not very fun at all to set that time. And we've also had the Tom Supra, which had over 700 horsepower, because of course the issue with the Supra was too little power. And that set a time of, well, 31.341, and recently tied with a Honda called Station Wagon. So that's your Supra. update. Yeah, in fairness to the Supras, I will say this is not a track that suits them, and also it's me sticking valiantly to the rules of my series, which is cars get fully upgraded. In the case of the Supras, I do cry a little bit when I do it, because I know, I'm sort of with Skylines as well, because these have stage 4 turbos, I know these would... Whoa, okay. Maybe we were too quick to judge the Supra. Wow. Maybe this just needed me to learn how to drive. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. What was I saying? Supras. Yeah, I do cry a little bit because, yeah, stage 3 turbo, which is, for those of you who don't know your turbos, stage 1 turbo is your entry-level turbo. It's a sort of low RPM, mid-range RPM turbo. Doesn't do a whole lot. Stage 2 is a high RPM turbo. Stage 3 is a sort of all-range turbo, a hybrid turbo if you will, which is very nice to drive, and cars that have stage 3 turbos are usually pretty quick. And then the stage 4 turbo is the crazy nutter sort of, well, it's the Mark IV Super Turbo, the one that makes like all its power at like 6,000 RPM and isn't very drivable. That's this turbo, so yeah. We're not going to go quicker on this lap, but I tell you what, that's maybe I was bad-mouthing the Supra too much. I was expecting this to be atrocious. They usually are. Any testing I've done with Supras as well, and they've been horrendous. This is by far and away, even like considering testing and everything, this is the quickest I think I've ever had a normal Supra. And it's not even close, and I got 2 laps of that out of it. I will stop bad-mouthing the Supras in this series. Apparently all you need is racing mod, and they kill it. Really impressive. Actually, I'm genuinely quite speechless from that. Yeah. Good job, Supra. 30.401. Can't argue with that. 30.401 will place it into a 94th place. Goes between the Renault Clio V6 and the Honda Prelude. It's actually quicker than a naturally aspirated GTO, which is something I never thought I'd say about the Supra. Quicker than the Mugen Integra Type R, quicker than the E55 AMG. A little bit slower than an Altezza 280T, so we bring it back down to earth a little bit, because that car did have like 250 less horsepower than this. But yeah, that is the sort of pace I expect from these cars. You know, I don't expect these to be dawdling around with the 31 seconds. I expect these to be up there. And for the first time, this is indeed up there. It's quicker than the E36 as well, which was a very nice car to drive, actually. Yeah. I'm genuinely shocked. I thought this was going to be atrocious, and it actually wasn't half bad. Anyways, that is it for this episode. I hope that continues, by the way, just before I end this. I hope the Supras keep doing well, because I actually don't hate the Supra, but they're just tricky to drive. But I hope they continue to do well. The 1994 Renault Espace F1. One of the all-time best Gran Turismo cars ever. I love this thing. It is mental. There is a little bit of misinformation about this car, though. So, essentially, what this is it's not they put an F1 engine in an Espace. It is literally the chassis of Alain Prost's Williams F1 car from 1993, the title winner. Underneath, that's just placed, and then an Espace body is on top of that. That's basically what this is. So it is, for all intents and purposes, an F1 car. It just has the body of an Espace. And I'm sure it was a case of this isn't actually like a production Espace. They just took off, gave massive fenders and slapped it on. I'm sure there's carbon fibre and other bits and bobs going on here. But nevertheless, it is still a fantastic vehicle. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 830 horsepower, 1,300 kilos. Not that much torque. I'm not expecting this to be super fast for obvious reasons, but still, I am expecting this to be a lot of fun. And I also think if you want an F1 car in your game and you can't get one, this is the way to do it. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car that set a time of a 27.552. This car is unlikely to beat that. Just thinking about it, actually, I mean, am I impressed or not? This hasn't showed up in like a more recent Gran Turismo game. It is very revered. I suppose Gran Turismo these days is a bit too serious to stick something like this in. 29.391 on its first flyer, which isn't a half bad lap, to be fair to it. So for this, I'm sort of expecting mid-28s. I've earmarked, I think, the NSX GT500. Closest thing to the list. Naturally aspirated race car. Shouldn't be too far off that, hopefully, but we will endeavour to see. 28.743 on its first flyer, with a pretty conservative lap. I just wanted to get something banked. So, as you can see, one slight problem with this car is the camera and the ghost. Does make it a little bit difficult to see where you're going on these faster laps, I will admit. 28.472, that is quicker than the GT500 NSX. So anything that it can get on top of this is a bonus. Where would that put it? Currently puts it behind the Stagea rally car. It's quicker than an XJR15. I should have thought about that, really. Yeah, there's literally nothing else I can earmark for this to be. Can it be the Evo 5 GSR? I know we don't get a lot of Evo beating cars, but so if an F1 hybrid people carrier can do it, that will be a bonus. Not with driving like that, it won't be. Bollocks. I hate these like final laps to like really like show what you've got, because I'm not I don't do well under pressure. But yeah, it's cool. Like I say, it's done its job, I think. But I want it to do its job more, because I know there's a little bit more time in this as well. Not a lot, but there is a little bit. That might have been a bit too pussyfooted. Nah, not quite. Oh well, I'll take that. There's definitely some time in there, annoyingly. I don't think it would like beat a GT90 or anything like that. But it's good. It's really good. Vector M12 LM edition as well, not quite up there, but that drives better than you expect it to. Like I say, the issue comes in the ghost, and to be fair, I did throw away 2 laps as well, but yeah, it's just not quite, not quite. That was the best lap, in fairness. I do think there's definitely 0.2 in there, annoyingly, but I don't think it's like a top tier car or anything like that, or even like, well, like up there. I think this is where it was going to go, and it's not a bad place for it to be. 28.472 place it into 14th place. Goes between the Evo 5 GSR and the NSX Tactor GT500 car. So it's quicker than a GT500 car, quicker than the XJR15, quicker than the TVL Cerber LM Edition, CLK race car, CRX Del Sol LM. Off the top of my head, other than the Wedsport Celica, that is the quickest naturally aspirated car we've ever had. So that's something. Oh, M12 LM edition. Second quickest. You can take that honour. Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? It's goofy. It's hilarious to drive. It's probably one of the only cars that would make me play Gran Turismo 7 again if they added this, which they won't, because they're not fun. The 1994 Nismo 270R. the ultimate S14, the 270R. A pretty cool car, to be fair. I'm not an S14 fan, especially the pre-facelift, but no, this one's cool. I have fond memories of this, of course. Gran Turismo 4, it was one of the very first prize cars you get from the license tests, and it's a pretty darn good car in that game. So, yeah, fond memories. Side stripe. It's cool. Yeah, it should be the ultimate Sylvia, this. So, S14's doing okay around this track, to be fair. We've had, I think the quickest one we've had is about a 30.8. So, be interesting to see how the 270R compares. Front engine rear wheel drive, 439 horsepower, 1,103 kilos. Despite being the ultimate Sylvia, they're pretty Sylvia-esque stats. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which set a time of 27.552. The 270R is unlikely to beat that. The 270R also has a very broken model. You can see the tyres through it, and it's got a hole in the rear bit. I don't quite remember that, to be honest, and usually GT2 Plus sort of fixes a lot of that sort of issue. Although I guess maybe with this car it's not an issue with like the model itself, it's like racing tyres, which racing tyres, for whatever reason, I don't know why, this is a PS1 game, it shouldn't be doing this, but then again, polyphony. I think it has like a separate model for race tyres. Like, race tyres are significantly bigger than like normal tyres, and so, I mean, I could be wrong, so correct me, comment section. You know, I've said this like, well, let's put it this way, you saw episode 206 or 7 today, and this is episode 270, hence the 270R, so yeah, enjoy telling me this in 2 months time when you see this, but yeah, I think it has a separate model for the racing tyres, which is why they're a lot more bigger and bulbous, and it sort of squashes with the models. We see it quite often, although this is probably the most egregious version I've seen of it. 30.798, that is the quickest S15 we've had. Oh, sorry, S14. The quickest S15, or the only S15, has been the quickest S15. That's at a 30.592, so I don't know if this can quite match that. It's a little bit, the actual handling's okay, it just seems to struggle getting the power down through the corners. You can sort of see the wheels spin even in second gear, which I think the other S14s do, but it's interesting to note here. There's another tight wall hit. Getting very good with hitting that wall, as it turns out, which is annoying, because I don't want to be good at hitting that wall, I want to be good at slightly clearing it. Final do or die lap. I think this could go a little bit quicker, so I will endeavour to make it do so. Make it sit sort of more on top of that gaggle of sports cars that we have that sort of hit around the 30.7 mark. This is one of the few cars the grass actually helps a little bit because it sort of cuts the wheel spin a little bit. Oh. I was not expecting it to like quite drive as well out that corner, so that's me going on the grass probably affected that a little bit there. I was not expecting it to slingshot out that corner like it did, but I think that's a pretty reasonable time for this sort of, you know, it's not quite, it's the quickest S14, but it's not quite an S15. I think that's probably a happy medium for it, to be honest. But no, it's cool. Like I say, the model's glitchy, which is going to make trying to get a picture for the thumbnail fun, but wow, okay. Yeah, I think in that final sector there's a little bit more in this, maybe like a 30.6, but I don't think it would have gone that much quicker, if I am being honest. And we will take the 30.719. That will place it into 116th place. Goes between a Mark IV Golf and an Acura Integra. It's quicker than the Mugen S2000, quicker than the Gran Sport Corvette, quicker than an NSX Type S, which is pretty good, quicker than the Dodge concept car. It is slightly down on the MR2, Renault Laguna, Ford Mustang GT, E36, 323i, and of course, as I aforementioned, the Silvia and the FCRX7. So, yeah, it's not terrible, really. It's okay. It's a Nissan Silvia. You know, these cars, for the most part, do okay around here. They're a little bit of a struggle to drive, but they do fine. And yeah, this one did just fine. The 1994 TVR Griffith 500. This is our 4th TVR to take on the course, and we've had the Supra, the Chimera, and now we have the Griffith to find out how it does. The older of all the TVRs in this game. Fun fact, it has Vauxhall Cavalier rear lights that are turned upside down, because why not? The Griffith is, well, it's TVR, so it's mad. Front engine rear wheel drive, 572 horsepower, 975 kilos. Comes in fantastic yellow. Yeah, we'll see how this gets along. I fear this might go the same way as that Shelby Cobra that we had before, but we'll see. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which has a time of 27.552. The Supra, Griffith 500 is unlikely to beat that. This should be pretty quick though. Statistically, it has the chance to be pretty quick. It's a case of whether that power is going to be able to be put down to the road. So TVRs around this track have been doing, well, insanely well, it has to be said. Both the Chimera and the Supra sit next to each other, in fact, on the leaderboard, with a 30.284 and a 30.304. Or 303, sorry. So, and that's just the standard Supras and Chimera with just the standard power plant. So Supra, I think it was the 4.2, and in the case of the Griffith, that's the the Chimera, it's the 4 litre. Really hard when all your cars sound like they're called the same thing. Yeah, straight away the Griffith is not as nice to drive as the Supra, and those cars were a little bit more relaxed. This one is not relaxed. It's a little bit more like a punch in the face at a vodka bar where the vodka's on fire. That's this, basically. Ooh, little bit of tail slide. Yeah, that's the problem. It slides. It really it slides. It likes to slide, which is not. I mean, it's fun for the car. Not quite so good for a good lap time. I should mention there's another one of these in the game, the Blackpool B340, which is going to be running the racing mod. So we haven't actually had a TVR with a racing mod yet. We had the Supra LM edition, but that's not the same thing. So downforce TVRs are a thing I'm looking forward to, especially after having driven this thing, which is not a downforce TVR and is a terrible TVR. Well, it's a great TVR, it's a terrible experience for me. This is one of those cars that's basically as quick as it controllably can get, basically. To the line, 30.671. To be honest, if it didn't have that little blip on the coming out of Sector 2, that probably could have been at 30.5, but I mean, it's not atrocious by any stretch of the imagination. It's actually pretty quick for a sports car, but it's just not drivable. Really, it's quite terrible. It was going sideways on the grass there. Did you see that? That's the level we're on. Yeah. There's definitely some time in there. Definitely. There's definitely like a 30.5 to come out of that. But I don't think it would be beating the Subaru and the Chimera. I think the Subaru and the Chimera are just better cars, to be honest. So, yeah, a little bit disappointing, but I can't say I wasn't expecting this one to be the slowest of all of them. A 30.671 places this into 113th place. Goes between a Ford Mustang GT and a Renault Laguna. It is quicker than an MR2 GTS, which is equally as terrifying to drive. Other cars like this, quicker than the 270R we had out last time, quicker than the Mugen S2000. Slightly slower than an E36 and the Mazda Roadster B-Spec, which I think's the quickest of all. No, the C-Spec, sorry, was the quickest Mazda Roadster we had. So, I mean, the difference between them is only about 0.3, so I would have the Chimera, not only because I think the Chimera looks better, but also drives a lot better. And it'll be interesting to see what those cars are like with the bigger engines, but it's good fun. It does beat the Shelby Cobra as well, which was actually, that's a good point. Cars that have been like really bad to drive around here, it's quicker than the Shelby Cobra by 0.3 of a second. It's quicker than the Corvette Gran Sport as well. So yeah, it's not quite on the levels of the Viper, which is well up there, but it's quicker than the Cobra and the Corvette, which I will take because those cars were equally as terrible to drive. The 1986 Toyota MR2 1600G Limited Supercharger. This car was requested by Harizoto7. I think that's how you pronounce that. Weeb name. Anyways, yeah, MR2 G Limited Supercharger. The famous 80s MR2 that was designed with a ruler and with a subframe made of cheese. But these are very, very cool cars. I do like this first generation MR2 a lot. It's a car that, you know, at first got laughed at, but then as you get older you start to realise, it's a really nice bit of design that. And unfortunately this race mod is not a nice bit of design, it's just a white car with stickers on it. But then again, it's very boosted ethanol spec, even down to the atrocious wheels. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 283 horsepower, 945 kilos. MR2s in this course don't really mix, so I'm not expecting a lot here, but we will see. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is a fellow Toyota. It is the Celica rally car that set a time on 27.552. The MR2 Supercharged is unlikely to beat that. I should point out, while this is the MR2 Supercharged, it has turbo upgrades, so it's been converted to turbo. If it didn't have, in case you didn't know, early Gran Turismo did not have supercharged upgrades, so had it have been supercharged, this would have no power whatsoever. So, I mean, at least you get to whack the turbo in it for 283. In terms of where this is going to go, Lotus Elise's 31.8 and 0.5, I think is the quickest Elise we've had. Other ML2s, the G Limited set like a 32.1, which this is already on track to absolutely decimate, which it does. And the ML Spider 32.088, I think. So this is quicker than the slowest SW20s. It's also now quicker than the 1983 Celica XX2800 GT, which is a car it probably would have been sort of next to in the showroom. Yeah, if it can beat the Elise 31.519, I don't think it's got like enough power, and it is a little bit wonky to drive. It doesn't feel so, because this actually weighs like a decent amount, you know, you wouldn't look at this and think it weighs 975 kilos. I think that's actually helping it behave itself a little bit. It doesn't feel nearly as floaty as something like an Elise or an Elan or something really, really sort of diminutive sports car. It doesn't feel as bad as those. It's not great though, the bumps it doesn't like, you can tell. 31.389. Admittedly, that corner cut was exaggerated, but anything goes around this course. If the game counts it as a lap time, we count it as a lap time. This is quick. It's alright, actually, to be fair. Yeah, I can't really complain about it too much. It is alright. Like I say, handling's not its strong suit. It is a little bit, especially like I say, coming over corner cuts and stuff, not good, but not bad either. That is a lot of wheel spin, and not a lot of any action. Yeah, damn, this lap is not going to be quicker, but that's not a half bad car to drive, to be honest. It really isn't. A lot quicker than I was expecting, a lot quicker than, well, even the SW20s, even the GTS with its mad 500 horsepower is still only like a 30.5, and I think if this had 500 horsepower it would cream it. So yeah, although I think it also would be quite terrifying to drive. Not a bad little box though, to be honest. Yeah, I like it. It's actually quicker than the well, we'll get to lap times in a second, but it's quicker than the Corolla 11 as well, which again, similar time period Toyota. Out of the 80s Toyotas, this is apparently the quickest. Well, Sector 1 was so much better on that lap. There's a little bit of time to come out of that. I think that probably exaggerates it a little bit. I think a 31.2 might be on the cards if you sort of kept going round and round and round, but we'll take that. It's not bad. It's not bad at all, especially compared to mid-engined, sort of low-end sports cars, which have not been fun around here. That's not bad. 31.379 places it into 184th place. It goes slightly slower than the Toyota Celica Elegant Sports version, but it is quicker than the Opel Corsa. Interestingly, it really is not far off at all on the 88 Celica GT4. That would have been an embarrassment if it got beaten by that. But yeah, I mean, it's quicker than the Corolla 11, quicker than a 71 GTR. Other stuff around this price point, Acura Integra GSR, quicker than that, quicker than the A-Spec Mazda Speed Roadster. Again, it's quicker than the Elise and the Elans and stuff like that, so no, solid time from a solid car, actually. As far as 80s sports cars go around here, especially with the Japanese ones, that is a pretty darn good lap time. I mean, it's quicker than S13s and stuff like that as well. Yeah, good car. The 1997 Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version 4. It has been a while since I drove an Impreza around here. In fact, the 22B was the last Impreza to go around, and well, there's about 15 or 16 Imprezas in this game, so I do need to get a move on with these. So here we go. This one, not massively interesting, of course, compared to, like, well, other Impreza coupes like the version 6 or the 22B, but we'll still give it a fair shake. And I mean, it's Impreza, it can't do bad, but literally it's impossible because these cars are so darn good. This one is a bit interesting though. 4-wheel drive, 436 horsepower, 1,103 kilos. I actually decided to look up, we did the 96 Impreza Coupe. I just wanted to see what the difference was, and interestingly, the 96 Impreza had 30 less horsepower than this, but it also weighed 50 less kilos and had the same amount of torque. So I'm actually interested to see if this car can beat that car, but like I say, we shall see. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica Rally Car at set a time of 27.552. The Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version 4 is unlikely to beat that. Maybe the version 6 will have better luck, I don't know. Yeah, I was going to use a version 5 Impreza Coupe. I actually bought it and upgraded it and all the rest of it. And then I realised I actually had done the version 5 Saloon a while ago. And, you know, I don't want to do like all the normal WRXs and then all the version 4s and all the version 5s in like a really disjointed order. So in this case it would have been like all the version 5s and the version 4s. So I thought, sod it, I'll look for a version 4. Got it in a colour that I haven't used on Imprezas yet. Admittedly, it's a boring colour, but then again, this 97 Impreza Coupe does not come in any interesting colours. So it's here in black, because that's a colour I haven't used yet. And yes, before you ask, that does genuinely affect whether a car runs around or not, if I get a good colour in the used car dealer. Or in the case of Imprezas and RX-7s and Skylines, it literally is a case of what colour haven't I used yet. Basically, that's usually the way these go. So, especially with stuff like Imprezas and RX-7s, in which, for those of you who don't know, Imprezas from 97, 98 and 99, all Imprezas run the same race mod. Like, they all have exactly the same. Like with the RX-7, you basically get a choice of two. It seems like with the RX-7 and the Imprezas, Polyphony just sort of ran out of time to give them interesting race mods, so they basically went, right, here's two, we'll design the cars around those. So you can get like a Falcon scheme, and there's another like a white and green and grey, which I think the version 5 ran? Yes, the version 5 did run that. So yeah, that's these cars. Anyways, I haven't thought at all about how this is driving. So currently it is slightly slower than the 1996 car, so we need to get a bit of a move on lap-wise. In case you're wondering how this drives, unfortunately, unlike, I think the 96 car actually did drive better. This is one of those Imprezas that's more 22B than anything else, which means it's set up sort of very stiff. You know, there's not a lot of rotation you can get in the car. It's all understeer, so it's not quite as nice to drive as something like the Mitsubishi Evos, and again, earlier Imprezas actually better to drive. I can't believe I got away with that corner cut. 28.670. Okay, not bad. In fact, that's very good. If I'm being honest. I mean, obviously, if it was any other car, you'd be like, wow, that's incredible, but it's a Super Impreza. Come on, guys. You know, these cars are quick. We know they're quick. We know they're good. So, yeah. Drifty. Anyways, yeah. To be fair, I think I got everything I could out of it, to be honest. I'm happy with that lap time. I'll take it to the bank and I'll cash it in, like I said. So it is now our quickest non-race mod Impreza as well. So something to note, definitely. 28.670 places this into, hold on, what is it? 28.670. 670 places it directly into 20th place. Goes in between the CLK race car and the Honda CRX Del Sol. And you can see there's a lot of things this is quicker than. Notable cars, it's quicker than an Opel Calibra super touring car, quicker than the GT1 race car. It is quicker than the 96 Impreza Coupe, although I will say that's probably a better car to drive. Quicker than the 94 WRX sedan, which is supposed to be the slowest Impreza, but as I mentioned on the track, yeah, the actual driving characteristics of these are a lot different. It is, interestingly enough, about 0.3 up on the 1997 Impreza rally car. So yeah, if you just tune a 97 Impreza Coupe, it's actually quicker than the rally car version of it. So there you go, save yourself some time on the Grand Valley of 300 kilometers and just buy this one, the 1997 Plymouth PT Spider. A very strange concept car from the 90s out of Plymouth, a brand that, well, would basically see out the 90s and then be dead. It's a car from the PT range, but unlike the other PT car, it's not horrendous looking. This was essentially a mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, two-seat sports car, 2.4 litre supercharged inline 4 engine. It almost looks production ready. I'm quite surprised this one didn't happen. It's one of the weird ones that didn't. I suppose in later years, cars like the Saturn Sky would sort of prove why maybe this wasn't such a good idea, because that didn't sell anything. So leave it to the MR2s and stuff. Speaking of MR2s, it statistically shouldn't be particularly great. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, only 253 horsepower, 1,127 kilos. We'll see how it gets along, although I'm not expecting a lot. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, which set a time of 27.552. This car is unlikely to beat that. Very. In terms of stuff for this to go against, MGF 32.029, sort of similar statistics. I mean, you could maybe argue what was better engineered, a Plymouth or an MG for a long time, so we won't get into that debate just now, but yeah, somewhere around there might be okay. The one interesting thing with this car is I believe it had, I can't remember what the body shell was made of, but it was made of a very strange material from what I remember, which could be why they didn't put it in production, although, okay, that was interesting, which could be why they didn't put it into production, although, I mean, I don't know how difficult it would have been to just change that around, but again, Plymouth had not a lot of money. I guess 1997 they decided it would be better to put the Prowler into production, which, considering how much of a sort of cult following the Prowler would go on to get and how much more mental the Prowler looks than the PT Spider, I guess it would make sense from like a financial point of view to put into production the Prowler. And of course, for those of you who don't know, also presented at this auto show, 31.816, it does beat the MG. Also presented at, well, I'm not sure if it was this auto show, but in this year, the Pronto Cruiser, I think it was called at the time, debuted, which would eventually go on to be the Chrysler PT Cruiser. Plymouth, I think, actually, to be fair, Plymouth might have lived long enough to see the PT Cruiser come out, but of course the PT Cruiser would eventually be a Chrysler. So, I guess if they put the PT Spider into action, would have been interesting to see what this would have ended up as. I mean, would this have died with Plymouth, or would a Chrysler tried to rebadge it as Chrysler, or even as a Dodge, maybe? Yeah, it's a bit weird. Chrysler was a bit mental concept cars at this time, and also, to be fair, Polyphony really wanted to put lots of them in the game. Of course, we had the PT Spider, but we also have the Copperhead, or the concept car, which was essentially a V6 Viper, which is another one where I don't really understand why they never put the concept car into production. I mean, they would have had to change the bodywork because it looked a bit stupid, but yeah, I don't know. Dodge was, I said Dodge, entire Chrysler division at this time was just very weird. You know, they built a lot of sports cars and stuff like that, but they also just didn't do a whole lot. 31.530 puts it in a pretty interesting spot. Unfortunately, it's another tie. I keep getting these ties at the moment. I hate ties on our leaderboard, but yeah, not bad to drive. It's actually better than 253 horsepower and how much weight it's got would suggest. It just means it's a car that's like, actually looks a little bit like the ME412. I wonder if that might be sort of what this got turned into a little bit. But another car that won't get put into production for good reason as well, that one. But yeah, good. Pretty good. I mean, it's a car you're not going to get much use out of in the game, because beyond the base game events, it just doesn't have enough power, but it's not bad. That with a bit more poke in it, like a turbocharger, probably would be a lot better. Apparently there's a bit of lap time to come out of that. I don't think there is, if I'm being honest. I think that's sort of right around where the ceiling of this car should be, but it's not bad at all. 31.530 puts it into 198th place. It ties with the Renault Megane Coupe, and interestingly, just beats the front-wheel drive Lotus Elan from the 90s, so yeah, that's interesting. As I mentioned, it's like 0.5 up on the MGF and the MR Spider and the MR2G Limited thing, so it's quicker than all the MR2s, basically, other than the not a turbo ones. That's pretty good. I'm trying to think of other stuff to really compare this to. It beats it sort of Chrysler brethren, the Dodge Avenger, terrible car. It does beat that, so yeah, it's alright. I mean, for a sort of low-end roadster, it's not bad. Stuff like the Turbo MR2s and the MX-5s are definitely better choices. But if you're comparing this to like an Elise, it ain't half bad. I'd rather drive this than an Elise, 100%. The 1997 Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. What a car. Our first four-wheel drive LM Edition to take on the course, which should be pretty interesting. This is the 1997 model, as I mentioned, which comes from Gran Turismo 1. It's a prize for one of the license tests. Interestingly, I think this might be the only car in the game that has two LM editions. No, scratch that, the RX-7 does as well, but this has two LM editions that are basically the same car. The 1999 version of this, which confusingly is not based on the 1999 road car, is essentially an updated version of this with more aero, more power, stuff like that. But this is the GT1 model, which I think probably looks the best, as much as I love how mad the 99 is. This has a little bit more of sort of a more tempered appearance, if you will. Sure, the wing's massive and the body kit is huge, but you know, it's still stylish. You got those 5-spoke gold wheels with this yellow paint job. Does look very good indeed. You know what else looks good? The statistics. Four-wheel drive, 623 horsepower, 1,280 kilos. This should be a pretty quick car. Let's find out how quick it is. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Toyota Celica rally car, set a time of 27.552. And if I was the Celica, I would be a bit worried about this one. Statistically, the Celica should have it. However, the Celica is not a nice car to drive, and this I know for a fact is. Now, a lot of people in the Gran Turismo community who play these older games will tell you they're not fans of the GTO. They think it's got too much understeer and not enough power. On the not enough power front, they may have a point. It is not particularly powerful. However, I quite like an understeering car, so the handling doesn't really bother me all that much in this one, I will be honest. Just got to be careful not to take too much of a chunk out of that final corner. 27.815 on its first flyer, which I think is a lot better than the Celica was doing by this point. Although going skyward like that probably isn't helpful. GTOs have been monstrous around this track, of course. We've had our fair share of the road cars, we've had naturally aspirated, we've had a couple of turbos as well. All of them have been very, very quick cars, so let's see how the LM Edition gets along. Of course, the LM Edition is not like the road cars. The road cars actually have more power, more weight, but the road cars are also a little bit looser handling. This is obviously a very serious race car, so it has like understeer, and there's not a lot of wiggle room. There's a lot of downforce and stuff going on here. 27.686. Like I say, it does drive very, very well indeed. It's just trying to get that understeer to work with you as opposed to against you, which is difficult. Understeer inherently, oversteer is sort of something you can work around. Understeer is a limitation within the car, which is a little bit of a problem. 27.295, it's done it. Can it do any more of it? That is the question. That lap was far from perfect, though I think that's a bit too much air. Oh, we are going to 27.223. We are going to get a little bit more out of it. To be fair, like I say, I like this car a lot. I think it drives very, very well. The one thing it does lack a little bit compared to the other LM editions, I don't know if it's a case of me just feeling this because it's four-wheel drive and it's heavy. It does seem to lack a little bit of power. I would like some more power. The 99 addresses that. I think that has about 675 horsepower as opposed to this with its 620 odd. But yeah, especially compared to something like the Vector LM edition, I think even like the Celica rally car and stuff, they were all around 150 kilometers an hour. This is closer to 145, but handling wise, I'd take this any day over that Celica. Could it have gone quicker? Maybe a little bit. I don't think it would have. There's too much more time in this, though, I will be honest. But yeah, very impressive car. 27.223 places this at the top of our leaderboard. A Mitsubishi takes the top of the leaderboard once again, although this time it is not a Lancer, it's a GTO. So that can definitely be beaten by some of the other four-wheel drive LM editions, but for now, bow down to the GTO. For the first time, a GTO takes the top spot of our leaderboard. The 1996 Mazda Speed RX-7 A-Spec, the weird RX-7 in this game with the A-Spec body kit, which, depending on who you ask, either looks tremendous or horrendous. I'm just going to stick my neck out and say it looks horrendous. I hate that front end with the bug eyes. Every time I see this kit, it just reminds me of the car they bought for Wheeler Dealers, I think it was, where they ended up putting tiger print or something on it. It looked stupid, and it did have this A-Spec body kit on it, although I'm sure the A-Spec models are probably quite desirable these days just because they are rare. In terms of statistics, this isn't as impressive as other RX-7s we've had go around. Front engine rear wheel drive, 500 horsepower, 1,122 kilos. RX-7s of this vintage usually hover around 530, so a little bit lower, but we'll see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader and our new leader after the last episode is the 1997 Mitsubishi GTO LM edition, set a time of 27.223. The RX-7 A-Spec, unlikely to beat that. Now, interestingly enough, actually, having sort of just ran the GTO, this is the other car I mentioned that had 2 LM editions, because there is the RX-7 LM edition from, I think both of them are actually from the first game, come to think of it. There's the RX-7 LM edition, and then there's the Mazda Speed RX-7 A-Spec LM edition. So yeah, in case you're wondering why this isn't running racing mod, because it does have racing mod available for it, is because for me it looks identical to the A-Spec LM edition, and I didn't really want to run 2 cars that look basically the same. There's some different colour options, but that's about where it starts and ends. 29.951 on its first flyer, so it's starting in usual FD territory. I knew I had to, so I will admit I am running 2 RX-7s pretty close together. In my defence, there's a lot of RX-7s in this game, but also I decided this is technically episode 276, so I needed a car that sort of skirts around the 276 horsepower. I needed a Japanese sports car, basically, just so I can sort of... You'll find this out, I'm a bit nerdy when it comes to references in these. If you actually look at the episode numbers, half the time, I'd say half the time, some of the time, there's like a little cheeky reference in there, like I think the Peugeot 106 was the 106 car to go round, stuff like that, just nerdy bollocks, basically. So I knew I needed a Japanese sports car to reference the gentleman's agreement, and I didn't have many, if any, so this is going around basically, because I've exhausted the car list. I could have built something exclusively for it, but to be honest with you, I wasn't thinking, so... That, and I've got a lot of cars built in my garage ready to go that haven't seen the light of day yet, so... Right, we had a bit of a slide out there. I'm going to try and get a run up on this. To be fair, 29.951 is basically where this... In fact, it's actually where it shouldn't be. because it's makes it slightly quicker than Type RB, which has more power than this. But we're going to say that the wing, which to be fair is probably the one bit of the A-Spec kit that I do like, is providing more downforce. So, I mean, in fairness, the RX-7's, the FD's sort of issue was never really a lack of power, so 500 horsepower to 531 feels basically the same, doesn't it? Because it's still, you know, a decent chunk of power, no matter which way you look at it. I don't know if this is any lighter than a normal RX-7, I'm not sure. It's a lot quicker than a normal RX-7 though, jeez. 29.586. That's now our quickest RX-7. Interesting. Maybe this should have run race mod. Yeah. That's quick. It actually, I tell you what, I drove the RB in this recording session, so I know how that drives. I actually think this drives a little bit better. I don't know if it's a case of I've driven the RB and now I'm driving this and now I'm more used to how the FDs drive, even though the FDs usually drive pretty nice anyway. But no, that was really good, actually. I'm happy because it's the weird RX-7. That last lap was pretty quick, and to be fair, that's probably about everything you can get out of it. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that, actually. 29.586 places this into 49th place. Goes in between the Ford Escort Rally Car and the Mitsubishi Galant. It is quicker than an R33 GTR. And those have, like, four-wheel drive and more power than this, actually. It's quicker than quite a few. It's quicker than the R32 V-Spec 2, quicker than the R32 Nismo, quicker than the Roof BCR 2. Yeah, quicker than a lot of cars, to be fair. That's very, very impressive from the RX-7s. It does make me wonder when we really start running these, like the race mod ones, the ones that are on paper the quickest, how quick they're actually going to turn out to be, because that's very impressive indeed from this car. The 1998 Lancia Y 1.2 16 valve. This car was requested by Inferno the Fox, and you can see why, because it's very strange looking. This is essentially a Fiat Punto underneath, but Lancia went, we're going to make it look better, and this was the result. I don't think it looks better than a Fiat Punto, I will be honest. It's mental looking. This is sort of Lancia's decline era. Admittedly, I love the Y, this particular generation of it anyway, because I think it just looks so bizarre. But, you know, this was the years where you had stuff like the Lancia Thesis, which I saw one of those on holiday in Hungary, and pictures put in your mind that it's a very ugly car, but nothing can prepare you for what that car looks like in person. It is horrendous. Speaking of horrendous, this racing modification, which, yeah, the Lancia Y has a racing modification, which is fantastic. But also, one of the options is this, which is the two best factory colours, the purple and a burnt orange, put together. And then topped off with the wing from a Delta HF Integrale, just to really put it home. Anyway, it's front engine, front wheel drive, 211 horsepower, 811 kilos, same statistics as the Fiat Punto, but I have a sneaking suspicion this is not going to be a Fiat Punto to drive. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. This car is unlikely to beat that. Very. I say statistically it's like the Punto. I think the Punto was a 1.4, this is a 1.2, so I should expect this to be a little bit slower than the Punto. But someone tells me, or was telling me, this was going to handle very badly. It actually feels pretty alright at the moment, to be honest, despite the way it looks and all that. But yeah, Lancia's flop era is well documented, of course. We ended up getting a couple of their cars as Chryslers, and they were terrible. We even got the third generation of this, which was like a Fiat 500 with 5 doors, and also the most atrociously ugly face put onto it. Not a good car. Yeah, we never got this generation of Y, which is the same. We also never got Lancia back. The rumour mill currently is we might be getting the the new version, well, the new version of this. I'm not going to attempt to say its name because depending on who you ask, it's either Ypsilon, Epsilon, or Y, and it's just spelt silly either way you look at it. So, I mean, we might be getting that, and I mean, it looks kind of cool. Obviously, it's just a Vauxhall Corsa with a different body on it, but that different body looks kind of interesting, and the interior is cool. I won't buy one, but, you know. And then they're talking up the Delta, like the Delta isn't just going to be a rebodied Peugeot 308, because let's be honest, it will be. I mean, you know, to some people they'll be like, oh, you can't do that to Lancia, you know, the Delta's an iconic car and all that. Well, to be fair, the Delta has been sufficiently dragged through the mud for like the last 30 odd years, because it started as like a boxy car with lots of rally pedigree, and then, you know, by the end of the Delta's run it became a rebadged Fiat Bravo. So, but the other important thing to remember with like Lancia's great models like the Delta and stuff is, like, you know, they were just weird anyway. Like, it was supposed to be a luxury, it was supposed to be like a rival to a BMW 3 Series, which a lot of people, Big Car did a fantastic video on the Delta. So it's supposed to be like this luxury like hatchback, and Saab made a version of it as well, because that's a synergy that was destined to end well. Really weird car. But yeah, speaking of the weird car's done its hot lapping. That is, well, it genuinely does not drive like, how do I explain this? It drives so well you don't think about driving it. Does that make sense? It's a really lovely car to drive this. It is, I mean, you know, as much as I'm saying it's not a Fiat Punto, in truth, it doesn't have the Punto's power, but it definitely feels like the same car underneath. This is a really good car to drive. And like I say, it's so good you don't even think about driving it. So, that's why I can go on a nice little rant. There might even be some more time in there. I definitely think there's a little bit more. But, I'm happy with that. 30.740 places it into 122nd place. Interestingly, it's quicker than the new Beetle, which had like 150 more horsepower than it. It's quicker than the EG Civic, quicker than the Citroen Saxo. So it's right up here with all the good Super Minis. I'm just going to have a quick gander up. I think as far as Super Minis go, the only Super Minis quicker than this are the Fiat Punto GT, which, as we've established, is this car with more power, which means better. And, I mean, the Renault Clio V6, if you count that. Other than that, it's pretty solid. I mean, it's not far off the Spoon Civic Type R. I don't know what it is about these Italian hatchbacks, and unfortunately there's not many of them to really feed this idea, other than the 145 Cloverleaf, which I hope's quick, because I love that car as well. But, I mean, I'm not going to complain the Italian Super Minis are dominating the Super Mini charts in terms of this game, but yeah, I'm happy with that. And I'm happy a car that looks as weird as this does. That's where the weirdness sort of starts and ends with this, other than this being quicker than it has any right to be. You know, the weirdness starts and ends with the way it looks. The way it drives is superb, as all Lancias should be, really. The Roof BTR Type 1, the oldest roof in the game, which bodes well, doesn't it? Yeah. These cars are interesting. Despite being the oldest one, this one did have a bit of an issue in the base game, which, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your way of looking at it, is fixed with the GT2 Plus mod. The Type 1 BTR had a very powerful turbo upgrade in the base game. Even though it's only a Stage 1 turbo, I think base this car makes like 400 horsepower, and it would put the horsepower to about 670 fully upgraded. So GT2 Plus has pegged that back a bit, 480 horsepower. It's still a 74 grand Stage 1 turbo, which I don't get what that's all about, but nevertheless, there you go. Something to bear in mind if you are going to buy a BTR in this mod. And you have lots of BTRs to choose from. There are 4, looking at my spreadsheet. in the GT2 Plus mod. So you've got the Type 1, the Type 2, the BTR2, which we have had already go around, and the BTR4 3.8. So anyways, this BTR, rear-engine, rear-wheel drive, 480 horsepower, 1,094 kilos, based on the 930, 911, I believe, so a proper Widowmaker, and it comes with side exit exhausts, and that's interesting. I like the intercooler on the front end. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, at a time of a 27.223, so the roof BTR Type 1 unlikely to beat that. In terms of roofs and this track, we have had several. All of them, apart from the CR4, which was a 4-wheel drive naturally aspirated one I drove, which was terrible. All of them are in the under 30 club. So with this being the oldest roof, I think this should be the least powerful now as well, outside of some of those ones added with GT2 Plus, like the BR2 and the BR4. I don't expect to be particularly quick cars. My guess for this one is it's going to be very slightly outside of the under 30 club, in theory. I think I'm having to look while I'm driving, which is never a good idea, especially on lap 3, so I'll stop looking while driving, even though I've already messed this lap up. Or have I, actually, to be fair? We didn't get a good bankering yet, so... Yeah, I think the roof RCT is the slowest of the rear engine, rear drive ones, and that one's somewhere in the 29s. Can't quite remember where. I love it how, even with me reading off camera and crashing into a wall, the BTR is still almost as quick as the CR4 on that lap, despite that. That truly does show you how bad the CR4 was. That is not a car I remember driving fondly. 29.811. Okay, we are in the under 30s. Look at this. Quite a shock, really. That actually puts it so far up I can't see on my leaderboard. Does mean it's quicker than a Dodge Viper, so... Interesting how a car literally called the Widowmaker is less intimidating to drive than a Viper was. So there you go. I mean, admittedly, the Viper... I don't know. I think, to be fair, I do make the joke of how these cars are Widowmakers and roofs are scary, because I remember driving one in Forza 5, I think it was the Yellowbird. I drove and the front wheels used to lift off the ground just over 100 miles an hour. Bit of understeer there, which was terrifying. But so far in GT2, the roofs have been pretty controllable, to be honest. The rear engine rear wheel drive basically gives you like 4-wheel drive handling characteristics. So, you know, you get decent acceleration, the rear end feels pretty planted for the most part. It's just sometimes the front end, which is why we hit the wall. Partly my incompetence, but also we'll say this as well. Yeah, it's just the front end does struggle to bite in a little bit sometimes, but it's not bad at all. Not bad at all. And yeah, there might be a little bit more time in there. That Sector 2 on lap 3, I don't think would carry over, if I had to guess, but yeah, there you go. Anyways, 29.811 means it just beats the roof RCT into 61st place. Goes in between an Audi TT Coupe and the aforementioned RCT, quicker than the RX-7 Type RS, quicker than the Mercedes-Benz C43 AMG. Does lose out by about 0.2 of a second to the newer BTR2, which is progression. So over 15 years, roof went 0.2 quicker, which is good. It's good. Yeah, that's not a bad car to drive, actually. Like I say, the roofs, I've been saying that how awful they are, and I don't remember this from the original running of this series, but no, they're actually alright to drive, to be honest. I haven't met my match yet with these. Of course, I've got the Yellowbird and some of the really powerful rear engine ones to drive, but yeah, so far the roofs have not been particularly roofed. The 1996 Subaru Legacy Touring Sedan RS. Our second Subaru Legacy sedan to take on the course. Our first was the 93, and it was one of the very first cars to go around, so hopefully this can set a bit quicker of a lap time. And hopefully too, because it is in cashmere yellow, which is, well, let's be honest, it's the best factory colour for this car. Absolutely gorgeous colour. I'm sure in real life it does not look nearly as good as it does in game, especially after several years of being abused by the sun, but here looks terrific. Four-wheel drive, 461 horsepower, 1,228 kilos. The statistics are also pretty impressive and very good looking. Yeah, this should be quick, definitely, but we'll see quite how quick it is. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Legacy unlikely to beat that. Now, that 93 Legacy that went round had a race mod, which is an advantage, especially on Subarus, because they're naturally a little bit understeery, and it's nice to get that downforce in. But that set a time just 30.037, so this car's already beaten that on its first lap. So yeah, it's quicker. Which is good, because, yeah, the Legacies were not looking too hot. We had also, I think relatively recently, we had the 96 wagon version of this car go around. That did have race mod, admittedly. I think that's at like a 29.3. I don't expect this to be as quick as that, if I am being honest. Just because, again, like I say, race mod does benefit these cars, and that was a pretty perfect lap, if I remember rightly, with the Legacy wagon. But, I mean, to be fair, this lap's looking pretty tasty. That was one hell of a corner cut, but we'll take it. It has gone quicker than what I was going to say is the other car for this to try and target, the Mitsubishi Galant VR4. That's at like a 29.568. That wasn't an amazing car to drive, but Legacy, Galant, similar. You know, it's the battle, you know, if these cars can't battle at the front, you know, the Imprezas and the Evos, if the Imprezas can't win the battle at the front, maybe the Legacy versus Galant can be won in favour of the Legacies. And to be fair, so far, Legacies are whooping ass. Damn. Yeah, the Legacy wagon is like a 29.3. The Legnum, admittedly not race modded Legnum, but still a Legnum, it's like a 30.5. The Galant VR4, well, this is now beating that. So yeah, you know, it's maybe not quite the accolade, you know, Subaru fans, me included, would want to win. You know, we want to beat the Evos and all that, but, you know, if the Legacy's beating the Galants and the Legnums is as good as it's going to get, then we'll take that, I guess. Take it to the bank and cash it in. It's a good car to drive. It's very heavy. You can tell that on the front end, but I mean, it's a very easy under 30 club car. I think even without that monstrous corner cut, this still definitely could be like a 29.5. It would have beaten the Galant VR4, definitely. Good car, like I say, not quite, you know, I definitely would want, in an ideal world, you'd want race mod on that, but not bad at all. Yeah, apparently, so Sector 1 was the only thing quicker on that one. It's interesting. So even with the big corner cut, like, it didn't actually help that much at all, because Sector 2 and Sector 3, it was all about Sector 1 on that lap. Interesting. Anyways, a 29.414? 414. We'll place this into 44th place. Goes in between a Subaru Impreza Sedan version 3 and the Subaru Supra. Interestingly, both the Impreza and the Legacy are both 96 models, so yeah, I mean, they're probably closer than they should be, but that's a pretty interesting look there. It's not even that far off beating the Evo 4. The Legacy, the Evo 4, the Impreza, and the Legacy, this one, are all sort of in the same place. Beats a Delta HF Integrale. Again, beats the Galant VR4, which we mentioned. Good car. Good car. Yeah, like I said, I'd probably, if I was building this, I'd do race mod. I think with a race mod, this definitely could be like a 29.1, 29 dead competitor, but as it stands, we'll take that, definitely. The 1998 Nissan Celica. This is a bit of a weird one. So this is essentially in the early 90s, mid-90s, there became a bit of a fascination with gluing Silvia clips onto Silvias that didn't have them. And one of the more popular ones was sticking an S13 front end on a 180SX. I don't really know why you'd do this, because I'll be honest, the best part of the 180SX is the front end, and the best part of the S13 is the rear end, but nevertheless, that's what people did. And it became so ubiquitous that for the final generation, or the final year of the 180SX in Japan, Nissan actually offered this as a factory option. This was basically the run-out special of the 180SX, the Nissan Celica. So I always thought this was a modified car that like was just classified as a Nissan because it was popular and Gran Turismo just wanted to play homage. But no, apparently this was an actual thing Nissan offered in 1998, which is interesting. Speaking of interesting, race mod's quite cool on this one as well. Front engine rear wheel drive, 393 horsepower, 1043 kilos. Despite the interesting backstory, this is, well, it's a 180SX. And we have had a 180SX go around the course, and I'm trying to find it on the leaderboard. There it is. 176th place, so be interested to see how this one gets along. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set of 27.223. The Nissan Celica is unlikely to beat that. So that 180SX we're talking about, we've had the Type X, there's 4 180SXs if you count this one, so this is the second one. That's at a time of 30.240, which isn't half bad really. That is basically in the middle of where the Silvias have been going. Silvias are either, well, actually no, tell a lie. The Silvias are usually pretty god-awful to drive, and then sort of somehow a lap gets pulled out of nowhere that saves them from embarrassment. That didn't happen to the, I think it was the Silvia Ks, the first Silvia we had, the S14, that did set like a 31.8. But for the most part, these cars are like trundling around, getting like 31.6s and 31.5s, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, they'll just pull out like a stonker of a lap time. Like they'll just start behaving themselves and actually drive like proper cars, which is nice when they do that. So yeah, so far Silvia's it's pretty mid for Silvia's. Also 30.240, I actually mean 31.240, I don't know why it's on the leaderboard as a 30. That's a correction to make. Well, no, it's with all the 31s, but for some reason it's a 30.240, which it obviously was not. Come on, behave yourself. Ridiculous car, ridiculous name. Just pull a lap together. Well, yeah, I don't get this. It's still going on today, by the way, this swapping front ends onto stuff. I think there's some of the drift cars in Forza, I remember, they've got like S14 with S15 front clips, which look very weird. That is not a face swap that's supposed to exist. And I think there might even be an S15 with, or an S14, an S13 with an S15 front end. I could be wrong on that. I was in the wrong gear there, which sort of screws this lap up. But 31.059 is alright for one of these. Definitely. I'll take it. I could go quicker, I think. I think this might be able to get under 31. But like I said, the problem with these cars is they just don't behave themselves. This one, to be fair to it, actually, it hasn't been particularly tricky to drive. It's just, it likes to spin its wheels. And when it's spinning its wheels, it doesn't get any of its power down. Which is a problem. I mean, it's especially a problem when you consider it's only like a 400 horsepower car. Like, it's not major power or anything like that. So, yeah, a little bit of a ruination there. I think it could go quicker, but it would be a slightly quicker. Oh, for God's sake, it's a tie. It is going to go into 157th place. It ties with the 1969 Camaro Z28, which is interesting. Quicker than a Fiat Barchetta, quicker than a Jaguar XK8, quicker than the RX-7 Savannah Cabrio, quicker than a 300ZX. It is a little bit up on an R33 rear-wheel drive Skyline, a little bit down on an R32 rear-wheel drive Skyline. It is quicker than the 180SX. I think it is... yeah, it's very slightly slower than an S13, a Sylvia K's 1800, but that was actually a better car to drive, if I'm being honest. The S13s are really nice to drive. I know technically these are S13s, but still. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. It's pretty average for this leaderboard, to be fair, so not a bad showing from the Slatey. The 1996 Mitsubishi Galant VRG Touring. A legendary car in Gran Turismo for all the wrong reasons, because this car is known as a booby trap. Basically, the upgrades for this car are not very good. I think it gets NA tuning stage 1, and that's it. So this Mitsubishi Galant, which starts off with about 440 horsepower, fully upgraded gets 188, and that's it. So it is one of the worst fully upgraded cars in the game, if not the worst. So it's known as a bit of a booby trap, because if you buy this thing, there's not a lot you can really do with it. A couple of races of front wheel drive challenge, Sunday Cup, and I think that'd probably be a lot. But yeah, either way, amazingly it has racing modification, because on a 188 horsepower Mitsubishi Galant, that's really what you need. And it comes with this colour scheme, which I think is fantastic, because it's unbelievably bad. I love the giant GDI spelled out over the bonnet. All that GDI-ness gets you 188 horsepower. Fantastic. In case you're wondering as well, this has a Legnum equivalent, and we've actually had it go around the course, the Legnum ST. So we'll see how this one compares. So front engine, front wheel drive, 188 horsepower, 1058 kilos, so at least it's light. But that's about it. Anyways, to see how this amazing car gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM, a fellow Mitsubishi. That set a time of 27.223, as you can see in the top corner, because the Ghosts now track for some reason. The Galant is not beating it. Just isn't, is it? I mean, God, you can tell how slow this is. So 188 horsepower, that is about what you get out of the stock key cars in this game. Some of them actually have slightly more power. I think a couple of Daihatsu Move and Suzuki Wagon models actually get closer to 190. I think the Subaru Clio is 190. So you are actually better off in the grand scheme of the game buying the Subaru Clio than you are buying the Galant VRG Touring. And that being said, the Legnum ST, it is actually quicker than that. On its first flying lap it was quicker, so I'm going to guess the Legnum ST probably weighs at least 60-70 kilos more, so that's a good sign. In case you're wondering, actually, GDI was a bit of an interesting idea from Mitsubishi. I can't remember the exact sort of what it did, but it was sort of quite clever. It's not a diesel engine, as much as, you know, you read GDI. It isn't diesel. It's one of those, probably the lesser known of all of them, to be honest. But you know, the Japanese manufacturers in the 80s and the 90s were sort of dabbling with acronyms and interesting solutions in relation to stuff like valves and ignition timing and that sort of stuff. And GDI was one of those. I'm actually slightly annoyed I've forgotten what it does. Richard Hammond, I remember, mentions it in a review for, was it the Mitsubishi Space Wagon or Space Star, or one of those weird like Mitsubishi people carriers from the early 2000s, which again, no one really bought. Which I suppose is sort of the story of Mitsubishi. Just a lot of cars that no one really bought, which is a shame. I love some Mitsubishis. Obviously my love of the GTO is well documented. I actually, as much as I'm making fun of it here because of course it's the Gran VRG, I actually really like the Gran. I think this is a fantastic car. In general, I think it looks brilliant. I'd like one, although I'm sure the interiors are made of, well, Mitsubishi. So, bollocks, we are going to hit the wall on the final attempt, but I don't think it was really going to go that much quicker, was it? Let's be honest. It's done quite valiantly, though, to get to a 32. You'll notice there, the top speed on its quickest lap, 109.52 kilometers an hour. That is roughly 70 miles an hour. So we've gotten it to 70 around this track on its quickest lap. That probably tells you all you need to know about the booby trap that is the Mitsubishi Galant VRG Touring. Look at its magnificent colour scheme. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, like, to drive, it's nice. It's hard to really make a car that has 188 horsepower bad to drive. A little bit understeery, but I like understeer. So, yeah, my sort of car, but obviously, well, I wish it was quicker, but there you go. But not a bad showing, actually. 32.593, that's not bad, per se. 32.593 will place this into 256th place. It goes in between the Mini 1.3 and the Toyota Altezza AS200. I should mention that Altezza had a horrible 4-speed automatic, it was terrible. Quicker than a Subaru Vivio, Honda Z Turbo, quicker than the GS300, again 4-speed auto. It's quicker than the Mitsubishi Mirage Asti, which I think the Mirage should be very embarrassed about that, because this actually makes less power than that did. Quicker than a couple of wagons, Integra LS, again 4-speed gearbox. It's slower than the Mitsubishi Dangan, Daihatsu Move, Suzuki Cappuccino. I'm looking for anything else sort of equivalent. It's 0.3 seconds slower than a Chaser, which again, I mean, actually, for the amount of power this makes, that's not, like, the worst, but, yeah, it's not good, is it? Don't buy this car, unless you want to laugh at it, just don't buy it. That's the moral of the story. The 1978 Toyota Starlet S KP71. Now, I know what you're thinking. This car isn't a 1978, is it? Because in the actual game, it says that it's a 1982. Well, the actual game's hilariously wrong. So, this car, in the base version of GT2, in all versions, is called the 1982 Toyota Starlet S Turbo. Which this car isn't, because that's the 1987 model. For some reason, they messed up the naming strings on these, and so that's the result. So this car doesn't have a turbocharger, it's not from 1982, and the green colour is called silver, for some reason. Unfortunately, we can't show off the green here, we've got the racing mod. The racing mod's sort of simple Toyota, as you'd expect. Bridgestone over the front, which is a bit weird, but yeah, not a lot else going on with the racing mod. But yeah, so there you go. That is this car. It's the 1978 Toyota Starlet S, not the 1982 Toyota Starlet S 3-door turbo or whatever it's called in the base game. This car statistically is not particularly interesting. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 177 horsepower at 633 kilos. This was the final of the rear-wheel drive Toyota Starlet, so probably popular for crashing and drifting and all that sort of stuff. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 1997. That's at That's at a time of 27.223. The Starlet S is not likely to beat that at all. Starlet S, where is this gonna go? Well, statistically, it's a K car, really. I mean, obviously, it's not a K car, but 177 horsepower, 600 odd kilos would put it very much sort of K car-y territory when it comes to its statistics. It's also rear-wheel drive. It doesn't actually feel it as I drive it around here, but it is, which also further hinders this. So I'm not too sure, actually, to be honest. I would say this car would do good to, let's say, over a 33, and then anything else past that point is a bonus. We have had a Starlet, but it was the Galanza. That's at a 31.597, as I just saw up there. Other cars comparable to this, I mean, we've had 80s Celicas and Sprinter Tranos, stuff like that. Those sort of cars had turbochargers, which, as discussed, this doesn't. So I don't think it's going to be as quick as those. I think a couple of those Sprinters might have been NA, potentially. Although, again, they're making like 200 odd horsepower, and the weight's not all that dissimilar, so not expecting a whole lot out of this, and so far not being delivered a whole lot. I would say, actually, the Mini is probably quite comparable to this. There's not a lot, like, this game and its choice of these sort of pre-1980s cars, there's really not a lot of them, and a lot of them are sort of very strange choices, like 2000 GTs, 240Z, which I guess makes sense, but then you got like the Aston Martin DB6 and stuff like that. It's a bit all over the place on these sort of older cars, and as we've seen, age to an extent dictates your speed around this track. Obviously, I would say more high-tech for the 90s cars go around here a lot better than some of these do. See what we can get on the final lap. It is, by the looks of it, going to be slower than that horrible Galant we had last time. Maybe this is the real booby trap, although I think there's a race in like one of the 80s cups that is like under 200 horsepower, and this car's actually quite quick at those. Ironically, this car as an opponent, I think, is one that cheats a lot. So I suppose if you see this as an AI car, maybe don't underestimate it as much as you would as a player, but still. To the line, come on. 32.962. We do just about sneak into there with this. Alright. It's not bad. It's actually quicker than that Galant in terms of straight line speed, which I'm not really surprised because power to weight ratio is a lot better in this, but still, not bad for the old girl, really. I mean, there's not, like I said, there's not a lot to compare it to in terms of key cars. If you sort of put it around there, it's not done too badly. Could be a little bit of time in there, to be fair. I don't think you'd get much more out of this, if I'm being honest. I think you are reaching the ceiling of what this little car can comprehend. Someone tells me if this had like a turbocharger and like 250 horsepower, it'd probably be very quick for what it is, but in this series, yeah, that's not amazing. But either way, 32.962 will place it into 265th place. It splits the Suzuki Wagon Rs. It's quicker than an Acura Integra LS, that did have a 4-speed auto mind. Quicker than the AZ1, quicker than a Nissan Cube, which, you know, pretty comparable. Stuff quicker than it, Honda Z Turbo, Subaru Vivio, so Mini 1.3. So some of these, like, it is very mid-pack in terms of sort of key cars. It's quicker than your wardrobes, but maybe not quite as quick as some of your more advanced key cars, if you can call them Minica Dangan and the Suzuki Alto Works advanced. But yeah, not bad, I guess. Not bad at all. It needs that turbo that it shouldn't have had in its name, but should have had in its engine bay. The 1995 Nissan 300ZX 2+2. It's been a while since we covered a Fairlady / 300ZX, so here's another one. This is one of the cars from the NTSCU region, where they basically modified the Fairlady Zs to look more like their North American equivalents. But other than that, they're basically the same to the 1994 Fairlady Zs that are available to all regions, or apart from North America, of course. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 399 horsepower, 1,308 kilos. We've seen those statistics quite a few times. This one comes in lovely purple, which I think I've had a Fairlady Z in purple already, but you can't have enough purple. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi 3000 GT. Sorry, Mitsubishi GTO LM edition. Could be either or, to be fair. That set a time of a 27.223, the LM edition 1997. The 300ZX. Well, to be fair, any 300ZX is not going to be beating that, and this one is definitely a 300ZX of all time. These cars do fine around here. The other 300ZX, we had the slightly lighter 2-seater, set a time of a 31.091, so I guess a little bit slower than that. The standard model of the car, the Fairlady Z version, that was actually one of the very, very first cars to go around. I think that's at like a 31.6, so 31.073, that makes it quicker than the 2-seater. I mean, to be fair, there's not that much difference, is there, between the 2-seater and the 2+2. I assume this one weighs slightly more, but that's probably it. This has T-tops. I just noticed that. Is this the only... they can't all have that, surely. I would have picked up on that by now. This one does have T-tops. That's very cool. Is it the only one with that? I'm not sure. Yeah. I think the, so one key sort of difference between this 300ZX and the Fairladies is the coloured trim on the front. I don't think the Fairladies have that normally. And I want to say the badging's a little bit different on the back, i.e. they just sort of took off the Fairlady Z badging and replaced it with the 5 dots to try and blank that off. I'm not sure. To be fair, these are from NTSCU. I'm not sure what they do in PAL regions with these, because we did get these as 300ZXs, although I actually don't remember. I think they just badged the Fairlady Zs as 300ZXs, which are different to this 300ZX for reasons. Although, to be fair, the North American version of the car is probably different to the one we got in Europe. We usually get the more Japanese of them. Well, to be fair, actually, if it's anything like the Supra, we got the Supra over here. Like, the Europe Supra is weird. It has like a hood scoop. I messed up that first corner, so I think 30.992 is going to be about where we land on this one, which isn't bad. That actually only makes it slightly slower than a race modded 2-seater, so either my driving's gotten better, or maybe the extra weight helps a little bit with chucking this about. You'd still much rather pick a Mitsubishi GTO over this. GTO is a lot quicker than these are, but yeah, not bad. Another 300ZX. bites the dust. Also, I say it's a 1995. The replay says it's a 94. Ignore the replay, it is a 95. That's just one of many sort of texturing things in this game. Does look good in purple, doesn't it? It's a good looking car. I like the Z32 a lot, but yeah. Okay, so not bad. You might be able to scrape another 0.1 out of that, but I don't think you'd have gone much quicker if the other several thousand Fairlady Zs that we've driven around here are anything to go by. 30.992 places it into 149th place. Goes in between the Ford Mustang SVT Cobra and the Daihatsu Sirion, because that makes sense. It is quicker than the 96 Supra RZ, although admittedly that was borderline undrivable. Quicker than a rear-wheel drive Skyline. Fairlady Z version S 2-seater is quicker than this. That's the only race mod one we've had of all of these, I think. Yes, I am right on that. It is quicker than a Fairlady Z twin turbo that we took around. To be fair, the twin turbo was borderline undrivable, so that also doesn't help that case. So, but I think in terms of naturally aspirated Fairladies, we are almost done, so we can get on to basically driving nothing but the turbo cars soon, so that'll be fun. The 1982 Chevrolet Corvette. The worst Corvette of all time, and it's not even close. Yeah, this is interesting. So, the C3 Corvette, when it first came out, which was like 13 years ago by the point of 1982, had like 420 odd horsepower, but of course since then emissions and other such things took place, and so by the second to last model year, which is what this one is, the 1982 Chevrolet Corvette made 200 horsepower. That was it. Worst Corvette of all time. So you get C3 looks, which admittedly the C3 does look quite cool, and you get 200 horsepower, so you have to deal with driving around in like a 15-year-old car with an underpowered engine. Who bought these? I have no idea. Who decided they should be in Gran Turismo? That I also don't have an answer for. But I'm glad they did, because again, this car is pathetic. Fully upgraded, it's slightly less so. Front-engine rear-wheel drive, 366 horsepower. An awful lot of torque, to be fair. 1,295 kilos. Might be one of the lightest Corvettes. Yeah, be interesting to see on this one. We have covered the 69 Corvette 427 Stingray, which is this car, but better. So, be interesting to see how it stacks up compared to that. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. What do you even do with the gearing on this? Yes, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. That's at a time of 27.223. This is not likely to beat it, let's put it that way. From what I remember, the standard Stingray is like a 31.6, I think, so I don't think this is going to get anywhere close to that. That made like 500 odd horsepower. This doesn't. What can this be? Aston Martin DB6 32.390. I think that's probably doable. The Aston was not very good to drive. In defense of the Aston, this isn't either, but still. Seems slightly more usable. I love the giant exhaust. 32665. That's not bad. Being dragged into the wall there as I tried to look at the leaderboard to figure out how not bad that was. What is in this? 4-speed. So you got a 4-speed with 200 horsepower. Thing is, everyone like laughs about the Iron Duke Camaro. I'm fascinated by the Iron Duke Camaro, by the way, in case you was wondering. I love the Iron Duke Camaro just because of how just insane it is to me that they made something with 90 horsepower and called it a muscle car. And it did like 0 to 60 in 20 seconds or something like that. But I've got to be honest, this, I mean, it's 5 class, so I mean, I'm sure it was quicker than that, but it can't have been much quicker, surely. This is atrocious. It really is. This is abominable. But the thing is, it's like Corvette guys like, oh no, actually, early C4s are the worst, you know, they make like 250. And it's just like, yeah, but come on. Come on. This car lost half its power during its entire life cycle. And I get it, that's what emissions do, but Jesus Christ. Like, talk about, you know, I think this is sort of, this and those early C4s is definitely where Corvettes got their reputation. That I think they don't suffer with as much today, mostly because the sort of C8 and those sort of last edition C7s sort of tried to move the Corvette away from this sort of nostalgia-baiting nonsense and appealing to dentists and more like, well, I said dentists, no one's ever had their teeth worked on who owned a Corvette before, but you get my point. You know, they moved away from sort of burly retirement guys, and it's cars like this that really started that stereotype. It is not good to drive in, by the way, in case you was wondering. Admittedly, I could have drove a little bit better in this, but I don't think it would have saved it that much, I will be honest. This is an atrocious car. It really is. I'm glad I've had the chance to drive it, though, because, like I say, it is hilarious in how awful it is. The race mod is cool, though. I will say, this is a cool-looking car, definitely. But you can hear how utterly reluctant it is to do any form of speed. Yeah, I would say there is a little bit of time in there. You might have been able... What's that, DB6? I don't think it'd have been beating the DB6. Could have maybe gone towards, like, Plymouth Cuda, but I think that would have been your lot, if I'm being honest. 32.635 place it into 258th place. Goes in between the Mitsubishi Galant VRG Touring, which is terrible, and the Toyota Altezza AS200, which was terrible. Cars comparable. I mean, it's not the slowest V8 we've had. The BMW 740i, Plymouth GTX, they are all slower than this, so that's a bonus. But I mean, Plymouth Cuda's quicker than this, and to be fair, I think that Cuda probably could go quicker these days, because I think that was like the 4th car to go around, something like that. It is light years away from that other Stingray. 69 Stingray, 31.657. So, yeah. In... how long's that? 13 model years, they managed to go over a second slower. Corvette! Yeah. The worst Corvette of all time. I think I made my case pretty clear. And I don't think you can even remotely argue it. The 1998 Opel Tigra Ice race car. This car is a bit of a legend in GT2. You have your Pikes Peak monsters on your second run of rally cars. You have this. This is a car from, I can't remember the name of the championship, but you can look it up. It's mental. They basically race on like ice tracks. These things have 4-wheel steering. They don't really go above like 80 miles an hour, but they are very fun looking. They were actually on an episode of Top Gear once, and there's even like a Kia Rio ice race car, which I think is amazing. But yeah, in this game they do go over 80 miles an hour, and in fact this one is very, very quick. As I mentioned, sort of the second tier of rally cars. For me personally, I've never really got along with the ice race car. It's got a very short wheelbase, which does make it a little bit tricky to drive on dirt courses. But we'll see how it does on our tarmac and, well, dirt slightly coarse. This car has 4-wheel drive, 532 horsepower, 950 kilos. Statistically, it is very, very quick indeed. But to find out how very, very quick indeed it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. If this behaves itself, it might be able to beat that. If it did, that would be an interesting time, because I'd have to say the top of my leaderboard, it has an Opel Tigra on it, but you know, at least it's not the Vauxhall version, I guess. The Vauxhall version, I think, in case you're wondering, I'm going to run the 29.1 on its first flyer, so that gives you an idea of its out-and-out speed. A little bit tricky to drive through there, but we got it under control. I think I'm going to run the Project A-Spec version of the Vauxhall when we come to it, just because it has a slightly different livery. I think this has got a better livery because I love the white, grey, yellow opal scheme. They used this, I think they even used it for a couple of years in BTCC on the Vectras. And again, you know I don't like Vectras, actually Cavalier as well, come to think of it. I think 95 the Cav run it, and then 96 the Vectra run it. You know I don't like a Vauxhall here, but I will admit, that livery slapped. And it does on this too, it does look really good, but I'm going to use the A-Spec Vauxhall just because it looks a little bit more interesting. Or, again, do I want to say interesting? It looks different, you know, it doesn't look like I'm just running the same car twice, even though that's basically what we're doing, because, yeah. So, does that mean this car gets an advantage in this series? Possibly, although, with the way this is driving and how inconsistent it is to drive, I don't think that's really going to help it. This is not brilliant to drive. It is quick, though. 27.713. I think that's not too far off what that Evo 6 got. Admittedly, that Evo 6 was a better car to drive. Although, from what I remember, that Evo 6 also pulled its time out of its hat on the final run. It just drifts too much. Again, the wheelbase is too short on this. It does make it a little bit sketchy to drive. I'll try and get a good final lap in for this. I think 27.5 is possible for this. I think this could definitely go quicker than that Celica rally car that we had. That was sort of topping our leaderboard for a while, but again, it's just snaps of oversteer. It doesn't quite play ball. I don't know what the power distribution's like on this. That would be interesting. But yeah, it's just a little... It's very hard to drive. Yeah. It definitely could go quicker. Like I say, I think like 27.2 is possible. Through some sections, it's quicker than that GTO. It loses a lot through the midsection. GTO is just way better dealing with bumps and coming out of corners and stuff like that. Like off... Your corner traction in the GTO is significantly better than it is in this thing. But, yeah, actually, looking at those times, I'm not too far off from the split. So, yeah, I think, like, it definitely could beat that Celica. I think between this and the Celica and this are both very difficult cars to drive, to be honest. The Celica, I would say, is slightly better, hence why I got the lap time out of it. But, yeah, they're both a little bit iffy to drive, if I'm being honest. But still, let's be honest, it's not a bad result, is it? 27.713 places this into third place. Yeah, it goes in between two other rally cars, the Celica rally car, which, as we mentioned, I think statistically it might have even been a little bit quicker, but also quite tricky to drive, and the Evo 6, which was very, very nice to drive, and that's why it got the lap time it did. Quicker than the Evo 5 RS, Impreza Coupe, R390, Vector M12. It's a very, very quick car. I think if this thing had a little bit more controllability, yeah, we could be looking at a GTO rival, being honest, but it just isn't, it just doesn't have the traction. It drives like it's on ice. Haha. The 1999 Peugeot 206 S16, the almighty gob that's on this car. That is a grill. Yeah, the 206, a car that the internet seems to really like this car. I don't. I think this is very much where Peugeot's fell off. Quite badly, actually. The 206, I've driven one of these in real life. It was the most nothing car I've ever driven. So in that respect, it's okay. It's not the worst car I've ever driven. But, yeah, I mean, the quality wasn't very good. I'll be honest, I think it's a bit overstyled. But the Americans like it. They never got it, but they like it, apparently, because this is a car that everyone seems to really like. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 378 horsepower, 963 kilos. To be fair, statistically, this could do bits. We'll see how many bits it can do, as it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM edition, which has a time of 27.223. The 206 is unlikely to beat that. In fact, both 206s, because there's this 206 and the 206 rally car. I did and ahh a bit about using the race mod on this. It is different to the rally car, in fairness, but I think it does look quite similar. But in the end, I thought, sod it. A bit of a shame, because this car does come in some... That is a very quick first lap. Like I say, front-wheel drive, this amount of power, yeah, this could do bits. Yeah, it does look quite a bit like a rally car. I mean, no surprise, it's sort of... I think it's based on a concept car that they showed. Sort of similar livery to the 306 Maxi, but yeah, I thought sod it, use it. Bit of a shame, because the 206 comes in some very cool factory colours. There's like a really bright blue, which I'd have loved to use. I think I used it on the 306, but still. 306 is one of those cars that did not do well around here. The 106 did, though. We haven't even spoke. In terms of where this is going to go, provided that first lap wasn't a fluke, which it looks like it was at the moment, this could very easily be challenging our low 30s, could be an under 30 club contender. Peugeot 206 in the under 30 club would be interesting. 30.443 on its first sort of proper lap. It does stop very well. I was not expecting it to get stopped that quick. In fairness, this car is going after that ridiculous Tigra ice race car, but it shouldn't really affect it, because this drives a lot better than that ridiculous ice race car thing did. This has a short wheelbase, but it's also not ridiculously overpowered like that car was. It's actually a level of control test. 30.068. It is on the cusp of doing it. That's not going to help it, because that is an off-course violation. See, I do and I don't. I mean, yeah, come on, 206, why not? Let's get a Peugeot in the under 30 club. 106 was pretty good, 306 was not very good, unfortunately, even though 306 is probably my favourite. So, my least favourite Peugeot in this game, because I like all the other ones. How well can it do on this final lap? I even like the 206 rally car in this game, because it has a strange livery on it. It has the first year 99 WRC livery on it, which is a weird one, because they switched to the silver one that everyone seems to really like, but I'm not a huge fan of, and then there was the Marlboro in 03, which was a proper livery that. To the line, it is going to do it. 29.828. Is that? Or that was incredible. Oh my god. I was expecting it to be quick. I wasn't expecting it to be that quick. That might be the quickest front-wheel drive car we've had. I think previous to this, the Integra Type R the quickest front-wheel drive? That can't be so. The quickest front-wheel drive car we've got, and it's a bloody Peugeot 206. What do you even say to that? There's not much time in that. I don't think I could get that to go quicker, I will be honest. I think that is very much the limit of what that car can do, but wow. I was not expecting that. 29.828 placed this car into an unbelievable 64th place. It goes in between roofs. It's quicker than the RX-7 Type RS, quicker than a C43 AMG, quicker than the Integra Type R, which does make this currently our quickest front-wheel drive car we've ever had. That isn't like a race car. That excludes that front-wheel drive Celica GT300. That's just insane. It's not too much slower than an Audi TT, beats a couple of Imprezas. It's quicker than a Viper GTS. It's quicker than an Alfa GTV, which really breaks my heart. Yeah, it's a quick car. I can't deny it's quick. It is very quick. What a thing. What a thing. That almighty gob on the front of it really made it quick, didn't it? The 1997 Subaru Vivio RX-RA. This is one of two Vivios in the game. We have the RXR and the RX-RA. What does the RX-RA get you? An A. I have no idea. Statistically, this looks identical to the other Vivio we had off the top of my head. Different race mod, which is interesting. This one sort of slightly more Subaru-ified with blue and black, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, it's a key car. Four-wheel drive, 177 horsepower, 669 kilos. Nice. Yeah, we'll see how this gets along. It's a key car, so don't expect much. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land. What's an engine now? This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. Set at time of 27.223. The Vivio RX-RA is unlikely to beat that. The Vivio RX-RA, I mean, it has one goal in sight, and that is a 32.703, purely because that was set by the other Vivio. So unless this one is significantly quicker than the other one, or maybe I'm a better driver than I used to be, it should be about that. I don't know. Key cars are not massively quick around here. The quickest key car we've had was the Subaru Clio. Admittedly, that one was very strange. That set a time of 32.077, so see what the Vivio can do. 32.158. Okay, the RX-RA is apparently a lot quicker than the RXR for some reason. Or again, maybe I'm better than driving. But the Vivio, that other Vivio didn't go around that long ago, from off the top of my head. Yeah, that's not bad. Hopefully we can go a little bit quicker. Can we challenge the Clio? Because, I mean, the Clio's newer than this, so, you know, for the Subaru lineage to make sense, I guess this has got to be slower than it, surely. But we'll see. It actually, to be fair to it, for a key car, does feel quite nippy. Usually these feel, well, quite underpowered. Even though they, like, weigh nothing and have, like, 180 odd horsepower, which you'd expect, again, as I've said multiple times, you'd expect that to make them, like, the perfect car for this course. But they're just not quite there. Four-wheel drive also doesn't really help them out that much. It just sort of adds more weight, as we found out. But this one does feel pretty sprightly. It is actually, interestingly enough, only 1,000th of a second off of the Daihatsu Move, which the Clio, with its weird sort of 7-speed CVT thing that it had, which was mental. The Move is just like a normal key car, I guess. So mess that up slightly, but we'll get a good run onto the final lap with the Vivio RX-RA. In case you're wondering, this car confused me to no end, because in the PAL regions this car's actually just called Vivio. There's no trim level associated with it, so it's not the RX-RA internationally for some reason. So there you go. Good final run. 31.877. It is the quickest key car we've had. It is also the quickest. It's the first key car to break under 32 seconds. How about that? Not bad for a key car. A small Subaru. Very good. Very good. Like I say, it does actually feel quite quick. I don't know. I do struggle to believe this is a full second quicker than that other Vivio we've had. Unless there is something like truly insane about this one that that other one didn't have. But yeah, can't argue with the stopwatch, I guess. Wow. 31.877 places this into 229th place. Goes in between the Honda Integra SIRG and the Toyota Corolla 11 1996. So it's quicker than 11, quicker than a Sora, quicker than a BMW 840 Ci, because of course it is. Yeah, that's sort of inexplicably quick. I mean, it's not even that far off stuff like the Lotus Elise Sport, the BMW 323 Ci, an S14, although admittedly that S14 did run like ages and ages ago. Yeah, that's I don't really know how that happened, if I'm being honest. But we'll take it. Why not? We'll take that to the bank. Subaru apparently make the best key cars. We've found that out so far. The Clio was very, very quick. And this one's also very, very quick, so there you go. The 1983 Toyota Sprinter Trueno GT Apex. Another AE86, and like with all AE86s, one cool thing about them in this game is they all have unique racing mods. This one probably the least interesting of all of them. It's an Advan livery, but Advan liveries are kind of cool, so it's cool. Admittedly, that's about as cool as these cars get, because these cars have been ruined by anime fans. There's a lot of things in the world have been. This one is running a natural aspiration. We have had the turbocharged version go around, the 85, but that one was ran ages and ages ago. Front engine and rear wheel drive, 201 horsepower, 825 kilos, pretty mediocre statistics, so we'll see how it gets along. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Sprinter Trueno GT Apex 1983 is unlikely to beat that. So yeah, the the Corolla 11 and the Sprinter Trueno are both in this game, and the 85 versions are running turbo, the 83 versions are running naturally aspirated, because that's the way I decided to divvy this up. So that turbocharged car we had set like a 31.8. Again, that car admittedly went round quite early on, although from what I remember was also not very nice to drive. The NA Corolla 11 we had 31.441. There you go, I've just seen it. In between the Nissan Sunny, that is in... Why have I lost it again? To be fair, there's a lot of cars in that group. 198th place, so yeah, we'll see how this one gets along. To be fair, straight away, drives very, very nicely, no drifting or anything like that, which is good, especially for rear-wheel drive cars around here. Four-wheel drive cars, we like a bit of the drift. Rear-wheel drive cars, not so much, because it doesn't make them go any quicker. Like four-wheel drive cars where you can sort of fling them into corners, which is always good fun. It does feel pretty underpowered, but then again, that's because it is pretty underpowered in the grand scheme of this game. But it doesn't weigh a lot, which is alright, 32.172. I mean, there's also a potential here that the Corollas are just, like, quicker than Sprinter Truenos, which is something that could be worth considering. Statistically, I think they're all identical, but you never know, maybe the fixed headlights of the Corolla make it a little bit more, I don't know. I don't even know what you'd say to that. I mean, ideally this one should be quicker because it's got a slippery front end on it, but there you go. 31.611. Okay, there we go. We finally got a decent enough time out of this. So, like I say, unfortunately this one's probably the least interesting of all the racing mods, but I still kind of like it. I think someone's making a mod for GT2 where it gets modded into the initial D version of it, because of course it does. But yeah, that's not what we have here. We just have the classic Advan, which is cool. I think, so we only have one E86 to run after this, the 85 Corolla with the turbo, which should be a lot of fun. I can't remember what the race mod is for that one, but yeah. Vote for, once we do that, we'll vote for what we think is the best A86 race mod. The Advan, the wide body that's on the other Sprinter Trueno, the sort of touring car livery the previous Corolla had, or whatever the final one is. I think it's another touring car livery, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's nice enough to drive. It's just not very quick. That's sort of the start and end of this one, I'm afraid. There's not a lot to really talk about when it comes to this car. It drives fine, it's just, yeah, quite underpowered, really. Which is a bit weird, because I know this engine has, like, crazy modding potential. Which is weird Polyphony didn't really make any reference to that, but there you go. Even if you split down the times, it's not like it could even go that much quicker there anyway, so... Interesting. 31.611 place it into 250th place, goes in between a Start Galanza and the Fair Lady Z. Quicker than a 427 Stingray. It is quicker than the 83 Celica, which is something worth bearing in mind. So buy this over the Celica. As I mentioned, it is about 0.2 up on that Turbo Sprinter, which again wasn't very nice to drive and was a very early car to go around. It's actually quicker than the 96 Corolla 11 as well, like significantly by about 0.6. So maybe this is one of the few cars where rear-wheel drive is better than front-wheel drive car for this course. And as I mentioned, it's about 0.15 now on the Corolla. Admittedly, that there's about 17 cars in between the two, but in terms of the lap times, they're actually pretty equal. I would personally pick the Corolla because it's got less baggage associated with it. But if you like the Sprinter more, then there's not really much in it. The 1998 Nissan Stagea 260 RS All-Tech version. This is our third Stagea to take on the course. Stageas are interesting because they're huge. They look like hearses. They're about the closest you can get to traditional Volvo wagons in this game. I really like the Stagea because it's mental, but yeah, that's basically what we've got here. Some call them the Skyline wagon, not necessarily true, but in terms of statistics, they're pretty Skyline-esque. Four-wheel drive, 636 horsepower, 1,468 kilos. This is the most powerful Stagea to take on the course. We had the Nismo Stagea, which just about crept into the under 30 club, so we'll see how this race-modded version gets along. Interesting race mod. I like the logo on the front, the little All-Tech thing. Very cool. Yellow and green, interesting colour scheme. I think it has the worst wheels on any race mod that I remember seeing. But other than that, very, very cool. I hope the Stagea does well, because I like these things. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It is Stage 4 Turbo, so prepare for all the turbo noises. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. This Stagea is unlikely to beat that. In terms of Stageas, out of the two we've had, the Nismo version is easily the quickest. That set a time of 29.8 something, somewhere around there, 29.8. So if this can beat that, then it's done its job. We've also had a Stagea RS4, that only had about 450 horsepower, and that was very slow, actually. Okay, you can spin this out, that is very interesting to know. We have got a 5-speed, okay, I was thinking this might be a 4, but it's a 5. We might have to do some jiggling with the first and second throw, because it does take a while for the power to come on because Stage 4 Turbo. As we've mentioned before, Stage 4 Turbos are the craziest of all the turbos you can get, and they don't really benefit the cars too well around here. You want a Stage 3 Turbo, so you can have the turbo always spooling, as opposed to in this, where basically it's just hit about 4,000 RPM and then fly, which it makes these a little bit obnoxious to drive, but of course the whole point of the series is everything is fully upgraded, so that means it doesn't matter if it's it would be better with a Stage 3 Turbo, you know. In an ideal world, you'd spend 2 hours tuning this car, getting it fully prepped and ready for the course, and use all the optimum parts and all the rest of that bollocks. But we don't do that because this is Gran Turismo, and the whole point of Gran Turismo 2 is you just, whatever makes the horsepower number go bigger, that's what you put in the car. 29.518, which I think puts it right around sort of Delta territory. That actually might make it quicker than a couple of Skylines that we've had. Where are all the Skylines? Yes, actually it is quicker than some of the Skylines we've had. It's hard to keep track of where all the Skylines go. Ironically, I still think even to this day the quickest Skyline we've had is actually the 4-door version of it. So there could be something in that when it comes to stages. Although off the top of my head this is probably, I would say, as good as the stage is going to get, but you know, if like the 1997 Stagea All-Tech only goes up to a stage 3 turbo, maybe that'll be the best it gets. It's also interesting to note, in terms of like actual speed, this isn't too far off like GTO LM that's running out of course at the moment. So all of this time is lost through the corners because it is a big heavy beast. But whether it's a big heavy beast or not, it's still very, very quick. So it's done good, and it has actually beaten a whole load of Skylines actually. So good on the Stagea All-Tech. Interesting car, as I said. It's fascinating how these things drive. They're not great, but they're a good laugh. Let's put it that way. That was the quickest lap out of all of them. I'm not really surprised. I think there is probably a little bit of time in this. I think there's like a 29.4 in there, but it's sketchy to drive this. It's really sketchy, so not the best. Anyways, 29.518 places it exactly into 50th place. Goes in between the Lancia Delta HF Integrale and the Ford Escort Rally Car. Now, as I mentioned, it's quicker than an R33, quicker than almost all the R32s that we've had go around, apart from the original V-Spec, which for some reason was monstrously quick. And, of course, that 4-door Skyline. So if you choose between the 4-door Skyline and the Stagea, maybe choose the 4-door Skyline, but the Stagea is still pretty rad. Yeah, it's quick. It really is quick. That's very, very good. It beats, like I say, Skylines. So if you're choosing between a Skyline and a Stagea that isn't the 4-door Skyline, or the V-Spec R32 for some reason, pick the Stagea, apparently, because it's quicker. The 1997 Nissan R390 GT1 road car. This is the 1997 version of this car, which doesn't exist anymore because the 1998 is the same car. But it's preserved in Gran Turismo 2, as it should be, and this is my favourite of the R390 road cars because I prefer the shorter tail, and it comes in this sort of lovely purplish, reddish, pinkish colour, which I'm very much fond of. I mean, let's not skip over the elephant in the room. Statistically, this thing is mad. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 845 horsepower, 920 kilos. Almost a 1-to-1 power-to-weight ratio, which you can't say about a lot of cars in this game. The torque figure is nuts. This is going to be crazy. Yeah, this has turbo upgrades. I think the GT1 road car also has turbo upgrades, so when we get to that, that'll be a whole lot of fun as well. So this is either going to be very quick or it's going to be very deadly. I can't really I can't say at this point which one it's going to be. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the... Oh, wow, okay. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The R390 road car, if I had to guess, isn't going to be beating that. But, to be fair, the R390 around this course has done quite well. We had the race car version of this, and it is the 7th quickest car we've got on the board at the moment. Just about snuck into the under 28, which is phenomenally fast. So if this can be anywhere near that, then this will do well. First flying lap, it got to 29.2. So speed is in this. The question is, how much of the speed can you actually get out of it? So it's not a stage... I'm not actually sure what turbo's in this. I can't remember. I think it might be a stage 3. which usually is good, but if you're making like 800 odd horsepower, and it's going through the rear wheels, that's less good. That being said, this is through that first sector that was only very slightly down on the GTO LM. Now, admittedly, I don't think the GTO LM's got anything to worry about because this is far too powerful for its own good, but still, 28.229, so it is quick. It's very quick. I've got to try and get this to behave for 6 laps. Oh god. This is going to be challenging, to say the least. I don't know if the 1998 can have this much power. I don't think I've actually really ever played around with the 1998 R390 road car. For some reason, I remember this one, not least because, again, I love it. I really wish there was more R390 road cars in the world, but there isn't. Although apparently there's 2 now, because one got converted from a race car into a road car by someone. But anyways, yeah. I knew I remembered this car for some reason, and I guess the reason I remembered it is because it makes insano power. The thing is, the reason the race car was so quick is because it was so good over the bumps. And this actually has a little bit of that DNA in it. Like, it's sort of also quite good over the bumps. It's just trying to get it to be controllable anywhere else on the lap is a nightmare. 27.861. It is quick. And I think that could go quicker, in all honesty, because there was a couple of spots in that lap where I was not at my most efficient. But my god, that's difficult to drive. It's hilarious, but it is difficult to drive that. Yeah, wow. UK license plates as well. I think, yeah, the actual blue one, it wasn't road registered because the number plate technically isn't real, but yeah, still interesting. Wow, that is a very quick car. I mean, like I say, you can see there, between this and the GTO, it loses all the time in that second sector, because it's just trying to get out of that other corner. Just trying to get the power down without losing it is difficult. But, like I say, with the race car, it has very sort of similar characteristics over the bumps, where it's just that well planted and sorted. It's very good. It's very, very good. No doubt about it. But yeah. Anyways, a 27.861 places this into 8th place. It is only slightly slower than the LM edition. Again, I have no doubt it could probably go quicker than that LM edition, although I don't think it'd be challenging much more beyond that point. It is the quickest non-race mod car that we've had, dethroning the RS200, finally, after God knows how long that's been up there. Yeah, it's a monster. It's an absolute monster. If the 98 is like this, but a little bit more controllable with the long tail, that could be a very, very quick car indeed. Yeah, this has been fun. It's very fast. It is very deadly. So it's a combination of the two things that I thought it was going to be. So there you go. The 1999 Citroen Zara rally car. Although it's not really the Citroen Zara rally car you might know from around this time period. So, the Zara rally car in real life was an F2 car that was really clipping at the heels of the higher-up WRC cars. In fact, I think it outright won an event at one point, and yeah, it really put Citroen on the rallying map. But this one is part Polyphony's own design. It's interesting. The rear wing is above the rear window, which... Sure, in the more sort of beta stages of this game, the rear wing was on the deck lid, as it should be, but for whatever reason they moved it upwards. I don't know if they were worried about it looking too much like the WRC car, but then again, all the other rally cars in this game look exactly like WRC cars, so I'm not really sure what's going on here. It's also black. Technically in GT2 Plus you can make it red, but I like the black. It gives it a little bit more mystique. In terms of statistics, it's not an F2 kit car. It's 4-wheel drive, 384 horsepower, 960 kilos. That does make this one of the least powerful rally cars in the game, so we'll see if that hinders it. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM edition, which set the time of 27.223. The Zara rally car unlikely to beat that. The Zara rally car sounds like a Fromming V8. Interesting. Yeah, the Zara rally car, I think, in terms of what this is up against, I would say stuff like the Corolla and Escort rally cars we've had. They are the sort of more baser rally cars, not too much in the way of power. They are currently hanging around the Corolla rally car. I've got a 29.464 Escort, a little bit slower than that, 29.569. Interestingly enough, that Escort actually... a bit understeery too, that's interesting. Interestingly enough, that Escort actually ran our leaderboard at one point, very early on in the series, but still. I mean, if we're looking at reaching goals, Subaru Impreza rally car, 28.9, that also wasn't very good, but that does have more power than this. It might have even weighed a little bit less than this does. I don't think this is going to be competing with stuff like the Evo 6 rally car and the Ice race car and that sort of stuff. It handles okay. There's a little bit of understeer. We do find this in the rally cars because the suspension is sort of so soft and set up for dirt racing. These cars can be a little bit hampered by that. It's better over like the bumps and dealing with imperfections in this course, which of course due to the way I drive there's several, but the actual sort of tarmac performance can be hindered, especially through corners like that, where there's a big chance you're going to understeer off and hit a tyre wall. They just don't really have the front end grip for it, which is a bit of a shame. 29.322 on a proper run though is not too bad. That actually, like I say, makes it very slightly quicker than that Corolla and Escort. Hopefully if we don't understeer into that wall for the second time, take a tighter line through there, that helps. Get on the brakes nice and early, a little bit of a corner cut onto there. The problem is as well, unlike with some of the rally cars, you can't get this to rotate. 29.040, that's not bad. You can sort of see it do it a little bit, but you can't do it reliably. Another cool thing to do with rally cars, stuff like the Evos especially, is you can get them to rotate really nicely and get good amounts of performance out of that, but this hasn't really got the power or the grip to do that, so which is a bit of a shame. So the line, it is just about gonna get under a 29, which is good. Yeah, it's pretty good to drive actually. It's just not got the grip overall. I would probably recommend other rally cars over this. We'll see. This is the first. No, I'm not wrong on this. This is the first dealership rally car we've had, so it'll be interesting to see how the other 98 and 99 cars do compared to this. Stuff like the Focuses, 206s. There'll be interesting benchmarks for this, but yeah, for now that's not too bad. 28.955 is definitely nothing to scoff about. That does make it one of the quickest cars that we have had around here, but it's just not quite on the level of stuff like the Evo rally car and stuff like that. But do you really expect it to be with the power deficit? Probably not. 28.955 will place this into 33rd place, so it's only fractionally slower than the Impreza rally car, which again was quite disappointing. It's quicker than a Castrol Mugen NSX, quicker than the Toyota Chaser LM, quicker than an R34, quicker than the Vector W8. It's about 0.5 up on the Corolla and Escort. The Escort was very heavy. Corolla, I think, actually weighed quite a bit as well, so maybe that's about where it should be. Yeah, it's just not brilliant. It's not bad, but it's not brilliant. Maybe it's these black rally cars. Maybe they're just not quite, you know, maybe that's a problem. Maybe the black paint adds more weight to them or something. I don't know. The 1992 Mazda Familia GTR. You might also know this as the 323, depending on where you come from. This is a very cool car, the coolest GTR in the game, IMO. Yeah, it's very cool. This I like it a lot. It's the 323, which is a pretty humdrum vehicle, but this is the rally homologation version of it, which is, yeah, very cool. I remember when Forza added this, and I was like, you know what? That's a car I haven't seen in a game since Gran Turismo 2, and I'm happy they added it. But of course, the OG is the best representation of it. Very, very cool. A lot like the Nissan Sunny / Pulsar GTIR, which is another very cool rally homologation vehicle that we're going to get to at some point. In terms of rally cars in this game, four-wheel drive, 358 horsepower, 1,113 kilos. Not the best statistically, but it still could be pretty quick. We'll find out how quick it is with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. Set the time in 27.223. The Familia GTR unlikely to beat that, but this should still be pretty quick. If that was the worst opening gambit I've had in terms of driving, that was horrendous. Yeah. In case you're wondering why this isn't running the race mod, which in case you're wondering, the race mod is based off of the WRC livery. I think this was the car that Tommy Mäkinen, no, that was his sonny, wasn't it? Some famous rally driver drove a 323, I swear. But yeah, in case you're wondering where that is, that's going to be ran by the rally car, which thanks to GT2 Plus is a separate vehicle. So you get the rally version of this in arcade mode, which is very cool. That's been spun off into its own separate vehicle, but that will have upgrades to basically turn it into this one. It just won't have the stage 2, well, it won't have the full stage 3 weight reduction, but depending on who you ask, that doesn't make a lot of difference. Okay, so despite driving awfully in that first lap, on my second lap I've actually got this into the under 30 club before I've even started talking about the under 30 club. So cars like this, these rally homologation specials, you would expect to get into the under 30 club. That's where your more base Imprezas, a couple of Evo, well, a lot of the Evos live, Lancia Delta. This is quicker though than the standard 8-valve Delta that we've had go around. It's also quicker than the 91 Celica RC, which while the Mazda I don't think was the most competitive car in the world, and it certainly didn't really challenge Toyota during its 1992 championship season with Carlos Sainz. Yeah, it's still, it's a good little, you know, you can get the win in the end. It's beating the Celica on both fronts, because it's actually beating the rally version of that car as well, because the Celicas, they're not the best around here. So there you go. This drives quite nicely though. Little bit understeery on the front end. It does take you back a bit how much understeer this has. It drives sort of similar to the more modern Imprezas. So the early Imprezas are my favourite to drive around here because they are a little bit looser, whereas the more modern Imprezas feel like more serious sort of track cars. This definitely feels more like a track car than a road-going rally car. It is very planted, but like I say, that front end, a little bit understeery. So we're not going to go any quicker on this final lap. We've had one 323 around here, or Familia, and it was the Interplay, and that was insanely quick. And to be fair to this is also going to turn out to be quite quick. That is a lot quicker than I expected it to be, at 29.759. Yeah, I mean, it was quick out the gate, which is usually the sign of a good car. Admittedly, when you try and push it, you do find the limitations of the front end on this, but still, it's very cool, it's very quick. I love the how far that front bumper struts out. It's hilarious. But yeah, really need to see how much one of these goes for IRL. But in terms of lap time, I don't think there's much more to come out of this, which is a good, again, a good sign of a good car is one that you don't really think you can extract too much more from. And in this case, I don't think you can. 29.759 places it into 65th place, goes in between the Impreza Wagon version 2 and the Audi TT Coupe. So it is quicker than, I have to look down quite a bit here, admittedly. It's quicker than a 97 WRX Wagon, sort of base one, not STI. It's quicker than the Evo 2, quicker than the Delta HF Integrale. That's the regular 8-valve version. Quicker than that Interplay, of course, quicker than the Evo 2. It does lose out slightly to cars like the Evo 3, sort of the more established rally names, and the later ones too. You know, in terms of this car, 1992 does make it one of the older versions of this, and comparing it to cars from that era, obviously we didn't have Evos and Imprezas around there. So Celica GT4 RC, this is significantly quicker than. It's a good car. It's a really good car. It'd be interesting to see how the Pulsar does when that comes around the course too, because I can imagine that'd be quite quick as well. And see which one between these two, the sort of underrated rally legends, which one picks up the pieces there. The 1998 Mugen Civic Ferio. A very cool car indeed. This is the 5th Mugen to take on the course. There's a lot of Mugens in this game, and this is their tuned version of the 4-door Civic, which, as I mentioned in my video on the 96 Civic Ferio, is a car that I like a lot. And this one looks cooler than that one, because that one had a really bad race mod. I'm not sure what I think of this sort of champagne silver, but I like the wheels, I like the wing. Even the D-badge grille, which is usually something I really don't like, does look quite cool on this. Unfortunately, for all the cool in the world, statistically this is not great. We've spoken about how tuned cars in this game usually start off better than the standard car, but in terms of outright tuning potential they fall apart quickly, and this is one of those. Front engine, front wheel drive, 248 horsepower, 1039 kilos. Those are pretty mediocre stats, so might need to brace myself a little bit for this one. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set as number 27.223. The Civic Ferio is unlikely to beat that. We have had one Civic Ferio go around the course. It was the 96, not the 98, which is what this one's based off, but let's be honest, they're basically the same. That car set a 30.3. It's one of the quickest front-wheel drive cars we've had, but that also had like 320 horsepower and a turbocharger, and this has 250 and does not. In terms of where this should be looking at, I think Mugen Accord 31.5. I don't think this will be as quick as that. Honda Integra SIRG 31.876. I think somewhere around there would suit this car quite well. Hopefully it's quicker than the Mugen CRX, which was not a particularly quick car. So, I mean, CRXs in general have not been very quick. The quickest CRX we've had, Del Sol 32.006, but we had the Mugen Pro 2, I think it was, and yeah, that car was not very quick. I think it's like 32.1, something like that. But I think this is automatically quicker than that. Hopefully this can be the Ford Ka. It'll break my heart a little bit if a Ford Ka is quicker than the Civic. Admittedly, the Ford Ka weighed a lot less than this does. I mean, in terms of like a car for like the early game events and stuff, I think this inexplicably comes out of the 80s Sports Car Cup, which adds to the weirdness. I mean, obviously compared to some of the prizes you can get from that little group of races, this one pales in comparison to stuff like the Silhouette Skyline, but you know, For some of the early game events, I'm sure this is pretty okay. It's just by the time you get stuff like the 80 Sports Car Cup, unless you actively go towards it at the start of the game, which, let's be honest, in terms of like prizes and progression and all that sort of stuff, you definitely should. This one, probably, you're going to have better cars than this by the time that you get to something like this. But still, 21.627, that did leap up quite quickly in lap time, so that's good. It is very uncomplicated to drive, so like I say, good beginner car. This would be a great car if you got it from like the Clubman Cup. But you don't. So, or Sunday Cup even. If this was like a prize for the Sunday Cup, I get why they didn't put prizes in the Sunday Cup. The one time they showed restraint in the design of GT2 was apparently the Sunday Cup, but still. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's quicker than the car, so we should definitely take some solace in that. But yeah, it's just nowhere near the level of the actual sort of Mugen Civic, or sorry, the Honda Civic Ferio that you can get from the dealer, but not a bad car. Very nice, very cool to look at, as mentioned. Yeah, good. Solid, drives nicely, great beginner car. Just by the time that you get this car, you're not going to be much of a beginner anymore. So, yeah. Anyways, 31.627 places this into 220th place, which admittedly doesn't sound great, but we have had 293 cars go around the course now. So, you know, solid sort of bottom 25%, I guess. Yeah, it's quicker than the Fairlady Z version S, quicker than the... Do I have to check that? Yes, it is. Quicker than the Fairlady Z version S, quicker than the 427 Stingray, quicker than Dodge Avenger, Peugeot 306, quicker than the Ka. Like I say, it's significantly quicker than the CRX Pro 2. I mean, so far with the Mugen cars, if you are going to go for one of these, Civic should probably be quite low on your list. Obviously, this loses out stuff like the Accord, the S2000 and the Integra, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. The 1967 Mercury Cougar XR7. What a car. This is one of my favourite Ford Mustangs. I love the Mercury Cougar. I think the design on this thing is epic. It's very sort of symmetrical, which I like. In this game especially, I think it looks good because you get the two-tone roofs as an option. This is red with silver roof, and yeah, it looks fantastic. Looks brilliant. Statistically, it's an old muscle car. In actuality, it's an old muscle car. It's not going to be terrific to drive. It's going to be great to look at, not great to drive. It is front-engine rear-wheel drive, 566 horsepower, 1,422 kilos. A lot of torque, a lot of weight, a lot of power. And I'm expecting this to have no grip whatsoever. But to find out just how bad it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. Set a time of 27.223. This is unlikely to beat that. Okay. This has a 3-speed. Alright, good. To be fair, that actually might help it slightly, because it means there's less gear changes, which means there's less chance for it to fling itself into a wall. So in terms of what this car is to be compared to, well, we've had quite a lot of classic muscle cars. We've had stuff like the Plymouth GTX, which was terrible, and this has beaten it on its opening lap, which is an achievement. There is the slightly less awful ones, stuff like Plymouth Cuda, 32.4, I think that car has. Then you've got your Chargers, Shelby GT500, 31.8. And then finally, way out ahead of everything else, you have the first gen Z28 Camaro, which had a time of a 31.079. Again, admittedly, that made no power, and also technically it's a pony car. I mean, technically this is a pony car as well, because of Mustang and stuff. I was going to say before this that the GT500 would be a good shout for something to compare this to, because they're very similar. in terms of design and also because they're literally both Mustangs, but this is not well behaved. Not great. It drives a bit strange though. It's not like lack of traction's the problem here, which it is. It's the fact that as soon as this goes onto the grass, it's like driving on super glue where it just stops accelerating. I don't think I've seen... I mean, we've seen cars that are like unruly on the grass, because of course we have. Like, that's just a thing in this series, but I don't think we'll get a run up because that was terrible. I don't think I've ever actually driven a car that just stops like accelerating existing on the grass. That's very strange. Cue the multiple comments of people doing the usual, "Why are you driving on the grass? This is supposed to be a hat." But like, the grass is quicker. Although in this case, maybe it isn't. You know, I mean, obviously it's still quicker, but yeah. I love it how I backed up to try and get a better lap, and I've truly wasted all of your time with that because this lap is also terrible. Come on, Cougar. We've had the 99 round and that was so much better. Admittedly, that also isn't a muscle car, it's a Ford Cougar, but... Well, actually, technically speaking, it's this section. It is truly abysmal through this section. Like, honestly, it's just all the understeer, and then you can't even take to the hill because it just doesn't accelerate. This is exactly what I expected, just in ways I didn't expect it. It is terrible to drive. It is truly terrible to drive, which is what I expected. But it's terrible in ways that I didn't expect it to be. That is appalling. That really is appalling to drive. What a thing. Again, it looks good. It needs to, because it's terrible. I don't even know what to say to that. It's not good. 32.487 places it into 265th place. Goes in between the Mitsubishi Minikadangan and the Mini 1.3. So at least it beat a Mini. It is slower than a Plymouth Cuda, slower than the Aston Martin DB6, although admittedly they're both around the same vintage, so I guess that makes sense. It's quicker than the 82 Corvette, which is good, because that car is atrocious. I'm actually quite surprised by that. It is also quicker than the Plymouth GTX, which is the worst muscle car to go around here. That Plymouth GTX gives me nightmares. This probably will as well, but for different reasons. I just don't get that grass thing. That's so weird. I've never driven a car that just loses all acceleration as soon as it gets onto the grass. That's how little grip this actually has. It's insane. But yeah, there you go. The 1995 Toyota Celica GT4. The ST205. My all-time favourite Toyota Celica. Especially in this colour. This fantastic, weird, turquoisey colour. Of course, the ST205 is famous for its cheating scandal in the WRC, a fantastic story that you can find all over the internet, but very, very interesting. You know you've done good with cheating when even the FIA says how good of a job you actually did doing the cheating. Incredible. Anyways, in terms of this series, Celicas haven't been so incredible. Now, yes, we have the 1999 Celica rally car towards the top of our leaderboard. In fact, I think it's still second at the moment. It got beaten by the GTO LM, but still. But in general, these cars have not been very quick. The quickest road-going GT4 or Celica in general that we've had go around has been the Celica RC that just missed out on the under 30 club, and to be honest with you, wasn't very good to drive. So can the 1995 model, my favourite Celica, can we finally get a good story out of the Celica? That's what we're here to find out. Statistically, it's got everything it's going to need. Four-wheel drive, 471 horsepower, 1,228 kilos. Statistically, it's very good. And the question is, how good is it actually going to be? It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM edition, set a time of 27.223. The GT4 Celica unlikely to beat that. So the goals set, it's got to get into the under 30 club. The Celica RC set a 30.080, and even on its second attempt with its arcade mode rally car version, only set a, well, it actually went slower. So can this finally be a Celica to get into the under 30 club? I should just say, in case you're wondering why this hasn't got its race mod, that's because thanks to GT2 Plus, the race mod has been split off into its own vehicle, the Celica GT4 Rally Car ST205, which we'll see at some point, undoubtedly. But for now, you've got to look at this car in the fantastic turquoise. It's done it! Wow, it's done it by a lot as well. Okay! Some cheating going on? Who knows? Wow, that is incredible how much quicker this is than that ST185. Yeah, Toyota apparently knew what they were doing when they engineered the 205 compared to the 185. That is a lot quicker than I was expecting it to be. And that's only its second lap. Now, admittedly, is this going to be one of those cars that the more you try to push from it, the less good it gets? We'll see. In terms of actual sort of overall handling for this course, this is a lot better than Celicas usually are. That GT4 RC, I remember, was very front-end limited. This has not got the same problem. I mean, eventually it runs out front-end grip as everything does, but yeah, this has not got the same problem as that car has, but it's, yeah, it's good. It's better than that car, definitely. It's just about trying to find that extra lap time. I keep taking to that hill, and I know that hill is not actually quicker. But when you've got understeer, it's easier to just take the hill than try and use the brakes. It might have only needed 1 lap, this thing, but it made an impression on that 1 lap. Come on, final push to get anything more out of a Celica. Smack the wall, which is not going to help. Seems like that first lap was just for not. To be fair, that first lap was a thing of beauty. It really was. I don't usually big up my own abilities around here, but to be fair, that first lap was pretty good. Other than that touch on the grass, but yeah, that final lap there, that's sort of more what we expect from Celicas. But 32.179 is not something we expect from these. That pushes it far clear. The Celica GT4 RC. GT4 RC is in 85th place. This is going to end up like, well, you'll see in a second. It's going to end up pretty far up. Yeah, really good. I mean, like I said, that first lap was spot on, really. But yeah, very cool, very good. Things you're just happy to see. There's nothing wrong with a Celica GT4 being on top of the kingdom. Yeah, I think without that wall smack on that final lap, we might have been able to salvage something out of that, but I'll take it. 29.179 places this into 40th place. Goes in between the 4-door Skyline GTR and the Silhouette Formula. It's quicker than the NSX LM GT2. It's quicker than all the Skylines we've had, barring the R34. Quicker than a Legacy Touring Wagon GTB. Quicker than the Evo 4. Quicker than the 96 sedan version 3 Impreza, which would have been the car that this sort of competed against. Quicker than the Corolla Rally Car 97, so it's quicker than this car's successor. Yeah, I'm happy we finally got a feel-good story out of the Celicas, because I thought these were going to be a bit of a lost cause. Even the sort of regular front-wheel drive ST202 wasn't majorly quick, but this really was. Phenomenal time. Just, yeah, I'm happy. Very happy indeed. The 1997 Aston Martin DB7 Volante. The DB7, one of my all-time favourite cars, this. I adore the DB7. In my mind, this is either the first or second most beautiful car ever made. I know the rear lights are from a 323, and I know it's a part-bin special, but it just looks so damn good. Admittedly, I'm more on about the coupe when I say that. I'm not as keen on the drop-top Volante, but it is still a cracking looking car. Yeah, you know, even when the British car industry didn't know how to build good cars, they did know how to build some absolute stunners. It's just a shame Aston Martin completely lost the plot, as it has done in the last couple of years, but that's a rant for another day. DB7, one thing to note on this car in the base game has a very strange gearbox, which is something the GT2 Plus mode has fixed. So top speed is going to be increased, which shouldn't really matter around our track, but obviously in the base game your mileage may vary compared to the time we're going to get out of this. Statistically, it's not going to be the quickest car. Front-engine and rear-wheel drive, 539 horsepower, 1,646 kilos. It is a very heavy girl, this, but we like them heavy. Yeah, looks beautiful. I'm not quite sure how its on-track performance is going to be, but we'll see. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The DB7 Volante is unlikely to beat that. We have had one Aston Martin take on the course. It was the DB6 and it was very slow. This is not a DB6, so any comparison to that is going to be irrelevant. Jaguar XK8 Coupe. I think they've got like a 31.0, yeah, 31.079 Jaguar XK8 Coupe. Sort of similar car. Well, indeed, they actually shared chassis in real life, but yeah, the XK8 not quite as good looking as the DB7, but I think it has the advantage when it comes to weight. Maybe even the advantage when it comes to power. This is a different engine that's powered by a 4.2 litre V8. This is powered by, well, it might be a 4 litre V8 actually thinking about it, but anyways, it's powered by a V8, whereas this is the inline 6, 3.2 litre inline 6. Technically supercharged, but when you fully upgrade this car, it's a turbocharged upgrade, so it is turbocharged. Not the V12, which is a weird choice considering the V12 was about when this game came out. So they could have opted for the V12, but instead decided to opt for the 6-cylinder. I mean, in terms of power, they weren't that far apart. 5.9 litre V12 made about 400 and something on horsepower. I've been really messing up that first sector. I'm not doing this car much justice, evidently. But yeah, the V12 would be probably nicer to have in this. Unfortunately, might be, something upcoming in the pipeline that might give this car a big burly V12. Just something I've heard through the grapevine. There might be a couple more DB7s in Gran Turismo soon. My god, that first lap was like flawless, except it's not. You don't want the first lap to be the flawless one. You want it to go quicker. I'm not going to be able to live with myself if the first lap on this is the quickest first lap I can get out of, or is the quickest lap I can get out of it. At that point, you genuinely may as well quit this series, because, like, if I can't go quicker on a subsequent quick run lap, then what's the point? To be fair, now I'm thinking about it, are the longer gear ratios really helping this car out that much? I'd say, in a way, you can sort of leave it in gear, but I wouldn't say it's helping it much. 31.207, thank God we finally pulled something out of the bag on the final run there. Yeah. That's, well, let's be honest, it drives like it weighs 1.7 tons or however much it drives. It's, it would be a lot better if it was a lot lighter. Some cars weight's good, like Camaros, which make a lot of torque, but this also doesn't make a lot of torque. And it's a little bit sketchy to drive, so, yeah, admittedly, I think that last lap was quite quick. I don't think I was performing at my absolute best, but still, that is probably about where that would have gone. Yeah, not brilliant, it does have to be said. A 31.207 places this into 182nd place. It is quicker than a Vauxhall Vectra, one of them, thank God. Quicker than a Stratus, quicker than the Alfa Romeo 2.5 V6. It is, as I mentioned, about 1.1 and a bit off of the XK8. Admittedly, that's not much of a gap, but obviously because of how many cars have gone round, it looks like it's more of a gap. It's slower than a Chrysler Phaeton. Probably wouldn't run home and tell your parents about that, but there you go. I mean, it's a lot quicker than that DB6. I think the Coupe, which is going to have the race mod, I think that will be quicker than this quite significantly. It's also going to weigh a lot less than this does. But, yeah, this is a heavy old girl, but as said, we like them heavy, and she's beautiful, so you look past it. The 1995 Subaru Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 2. This is another Impreza taking on our course. I've lost count of how many we've had, and considering there is, off the top of my head, 28 Imprezas in this game, yeah, that's quite easy to do. This one statistically is not going to be massively rapid, but we'll see. Four-wheel drive, 383 horsepower, 1,058 kilos of weight. Statistics are good, power's slightly down. This one has the classic, I think it's the 95 season livery on it. So this was actually like the sort of title-winning car with Colin McRae and Carlos Sainz doing a duel to the very end. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsport Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Impreza WRX Sedan version 2 is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, well, it's an Impreza, and these are usually, well, very rapid indeed, as that first lap proved. This one, provided it drives nice, sky's the limit really. Somewhere between a sort of very, very late 28 and a sort of mid-range 29. It's probably where this is going to go. The version 3, which didn't run race mod, that's set at 29.403, so if the version 2 with its race mod can be quicker than that, I guess that's a win. As I mentioned, this one is slightly down on power, 383 horsepower compared to, I think it was about 400 the version 3 made, so slightly less power, but also less weight, which is usually a good thing in these Imprezas. In terms of like trying to find any qualification between the age and the spec of the Impreza and the actual lap time, usually it's very difficult. I think the 1994 WRX Sedan is one of the quickest Imprezas we've had, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but that's what happens. So yeah, these cars, ignore sort of the numbers and the age and the statistics, it's just they all seem to be quite mixed up. So I think that's usually because the I think the WRXs, and this is going to be controversial, I think the WRXs for the most part actually drive better than the STIs do. I find the STIs are a little bit more sort of sure-footed in the way they drive, they're a bit more planted, whereas the WRXs are a little bit looser, which does make them more fun. So far so good. I definitely think this can get a very late 28, so we will push to the end for that, although understeer in that final bit there is just really ruined that. That being said, don't have to take to the hill, which is better. It's consistent. It's definitely consistent. There's definitely a 28 in there. But we're just going to come a little bit short on a 28, but still quick, still good. Not a lot to really say. It's an Impreza. They're always quite good around here, so not an awful lot to say. Good car, good time, good, yeah, good colour combo. What else is there to say? We've said a lot about Imprezas, so I really need to start inventing more facts because I've still got like 20 odd to drive. Anyway, speaking of 20s, a 29.023 will place this into 38th place. It is only fractionally slower than a weakened Vector and the R34 Skyline, but it does beat fractionally the Zexel Skyline and the 4-door R33, quicker than the 95 GT4 ST205, so in terms of the 1995 title race, the Imprezas have won that. Good. Quicker than the Silhouette Formula. Yeah. In terms of like Impreza performance, it's quicker than the version 3 and a bunch of other ones. It's slower than the 97 Rally Car, 96 Coupe, 94 WRX Sedan, another one of the coupes, and I think beyond that it would only be the 22B that's beating this. Oh, the version 5 as well is quicker, so it's a mid-pack Impreza, which is in terms of like actual speed around this track, being a mid-pack Impreza is not a bad thing to be. The 1999 Mazda RX-7 RE Memiya Racing GT300, and no, I'm not saying the rest of its name. It's been ages since we've done a GT300 car, and typically they've gone really well around here, so be interesting to see how this one gets along. RE Memiya is an RX-7 sort of tuning house, I believe. I've seen this body kit on quite a few RX-7s. I like it. I like the Perspex sort of cover over what would have been the pop-up lights and some of the aero design they do. Not too keen on that rear light bar, but each to their own, I guess, and it's got a giant rear wing on it, because of course it has. It is quite amazing to me that Mazda never really decided to go do GT500. Typically RX-7s, well, in fact all RX-7s to my knowledge, were GT300 class. I don't know if even Mazda bothered to do any of that through factory. I'm sure they must have done, but yeah, always a little bit weird to me. They never really decided to make that leap up to GT500, but there you go. So anyways, RX-7s are quick, and statistically this one should be 2 front-end and rear-wheel drive, 453 horsepower, 980 kilos. I am excited to see how well this drives. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of a 27.223. The RE Memiya is not beating that. So in terms of where this is going to go, it's GT300 rivals. The Sanavi Silvia set a 29.328. The A86 was like a 29.8, and the Celica Wed Sports, which this car shouldn't even be remotely thinking about, that set a 28.3, but again, it's worth pointing out that one is front-wheel drive. Another thing to watch out for, GT500 or GT300s are typically quicker than the GT500 cars, so something worth bearing in mind. Usually it wouldn't be that case, but of course, because this track is so short and these cars actually do make an awful lot of power for the sort of size and weight they are, I can't say I'm too surprised by that. 28.948. That is... I've got to try and look at this now. Okay, so this thing is really not far off beating the Supra Castrol JGTC car that we've had go around, which is a very quick car. That's at a 28.922. So hopefully this can muster into that. I don't think it's going to beat the quickest GT500 car we've had. That is the Toyota NSX. That set a time of 28.5 not too long ago. And that thing was monstrous. I say not that long ago. By the time you see this, that would have been almost a month ago. But for me, actually even for me, I think that was like a couple of weeks ago. So good car, the NSX though. The NSXs are usually the quickest GT500 cars. Again, they're one of those cars that everyone seems to complain about in like the base game, but I never really had much of an issue with them. I should point out this GT2 Plus mod puts the Skylines to rear-wheel drive, which is how they would have been IRL. So if you are curious why Skylines aren't the GT500 car dominating the top of the leaderboard, when I drive a track like this, the way I do drive this, that's the reason. Although in fairness, I don't know how much more controllable they'd be if they were four-wheel drive. Anyways, this is exactly what I expected it to be. It is a very nice car to drive, very sort of composed, it's quick, you get a good amount of traction, a little bit of oversteer, but nothing that's like unmanageable. Oof. It was through there though. There's not going to be any quicker on this lap, but still, that is a lovely car to drive, as all RX-7s have been around here, or at least all FD RX-7s have been around here. Yeah, good car. I think you could even, there's a little bit of potential there for it to go an inkling quicker. I don't think again it would be challenging the GT500 NSX, but yeah, good car, really good car, nice to drive, solid, can't complain. Yeah, there's a little bit of time in there, I'd say. I wouldn't listen to that Sector 1 time too much, but yeah, there's a little bit of time in there, but overall that is a lovely thing to drive, really. Very, very nice, very, very quick, and it has been rewarded as such. 28.768 places this into 25th place. Goes in between the Honda CRX Del Sol LM Edition and the Opel Calibra Super Touring Car. It's quicker than a Toyota GT1, which is interesting. As I mentioned before, it is about 0.2 up on the GT500 Castrol Supra. It's quicker than the Mugen NSX, although that one was the first GT500 NSX to run. It's miles quicker than the Skylines and Silvia's and that E86. Not quite on the level of the Wed Sport Celica. Again, that is a phenomenally quick car because it is front wheel drive, which helps massively around this course. But it really isn't that far off that. I mean, yeah, if we tested this back in the day, this could have been an early leaderboard killer, which would have been interesting. But yeah, good car, and I recommend it. I really do, because RX-7s are lovely to drive. You don't need me to recommend RX-7s to you, but maybe this one. Just give it a try and see how many giant killing performances you can pull off on some short tracks. The 1999 Toyota Altezza LM Edition. Depending on your region, this may also be known as the Lexus IS200 LM Edition, which I think adds to the insanity of it. This might be my favourite LM Edition in the game, and it's one that I didn't even really realise was in the game until I started looking through prize lists, and then I saw this and realised how nutty it looks. It looks fantastic. It really does. Like, I wish this was a real thing. It's nuts. The body kit, the fact it's been shortened into a two-door, it just looks right, doesn't it? It looks balmy, and I'm excited to try it out. It is front engine rear-wheel drive, 599 horsepower, 1030 kilos. It should be pretty quick. This car, I should point out, was requested by R2D2 a while ago, and I see he has excellent taste in LM editions, because yeah, this is awesome. Maybe not the coolest statistically of all the LM editions, but I think in terms of like look, yeah, this is pretty spot on. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. Set a time of 27.223. The Altezza LM Edition unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, these rear-wheel drive LM editions have been hovering around somewhere between sort of halfway to 28 and low 28s, basically, is where a lot of these have ended up. I'm thinking stuff like Del Sol LM edition, which this is similar to, the Supra LM edition, which topped our leaderboard for a while, cars like that. I also should point out, I love how this comes, I don't know all the colours this comes in, but I love it that in fact it comes in yellow, which is my favourite Altezza colour, hence why the AS200 that ran without race mod, that one was yellow. Hopefully that's not a bad omen, because that car was terrible, although considering this has already hit my projections for where it's going to go, we'll take that as a win. I've spoken about this before, but this sort of Lexus in the 90s just hits different, don't it? Like, you had the entry-level IS, which is a fantastic looking car. It's so good it spawned the phenomenon of Lexus lights, although let's be honest, this really is the only car that actually has pulled them off well. You know, you had Lexus lights come out of this, and the IS, which was sort of cool and sporty, took the fight to BMW. Maybe not quite as dynamically good as those vehicles, but I think looks-wise it definitely was there. You had the GS, which was your E-Class rival, did look an awful lot like an E-Class, but again, very sort of cool, stately looking, some good engines, good car, and you had the LS as well. This was sort of when it was turning into the LS430, which is very ugly. But that first gen LS, like sort of, especially even like the later facelift, I think looked really good. Yeah, Lexus had a lot going on in the late 90s, and Lexus still has a lot going on. It's just unfortunately they've oh, bollocks. Is Alan Partridge responsible for killing the Lexus brand in the UK? Possibly. I don't know if I'd go that far, but yeah, calling it the Lexus of the, oh, what was it? The Mercedes of the East. It didn't really help. Lexus. But yeah, there you go. Cool cars though, very cool cars in this one. Imagine if they made this a reality. Now that would be something. Anyways, it hit exactly where I sort of thought it would, 28.399. It's the quickest, actually no it is, yeah, it's the quickest front-engine rear drive LM edition we've had. In fairness, I don't know how many of those we've had, but yeah, good car. I think there's a little bit more time in there. I think maybe a 28.1's on the card if you get everything right, but I'll do like 28.1. That is quite, maybe not quite that far up, but it'd be pretty good. But I think we got a good time out of it. I certainly would not complain with a 28.399. 28.399 is going to place this into 15th place. It is fractionally slower than the Celica Wed Sports. It's quicker than the Sirion rally car, quicker than the Evo 5 GSR, which was also yellow, quicker than the Espace F1, quicker than the GT500 NSX. Maybe this should have been the car that was entered into GT500 and not the Supra. Quicker than the Supra LM edition, quicker than the CLK race car, quicker than the Del Sol LM edition. It's just a very, very quick car. Very good looking, very quick. Can't complain. Slam dunk. There you go. The 1966 Ford GC40 road car. A car very infamous in Gran Turismo 2 because people aren't very good at the game, I'll be honest. I never really noticed this being a problem until it was pointed out in the meme community. For those of you who don't know, the GT40 is basically famous because it shows up in an event that it is technically over the horsepower limit of. It's a racing roam which the AI are very good at, and it's apparently quite hard to beat. So either in my previous playthroughs of this game, I never got this as an opponent, or I've just never noticed it, I'll be honest. For those of you outside of those bad at the game, the GT40 is a legendary car in its own right. Multiple Le Mans winner, built by Ford to win Le Mans, and it did that. Yeah, just overall very successful car, and Ford has loved it so much they've used the GT name. They've, you know, obviously you've got like the modern Ford GTs and that sort of stuff. So this car really kickstarted Ford in motorsport, and Ford has been very prominent in motorsport. In terms of this car, unlike the race car which exists, this is the road car. This can have upgrades. So it is mid-engine rear-wheel drive, but it makes 662 horsepower, which is an awful lot. 998 kilos of weight, which isn't an awful lot. So, yeah, this is probably going to be quick. If it's controllable. That is the big point on that, though. Anyways, this car, I forgot how good the engine note is. It sounds like a Spitfire. It's fantastic. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land course in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM edition, set a time of 27.223. The GT40 unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the GT40 is going to go, I mean, it feels like it's pretty controllable now, so I'm going to say like low 29s. Never mind, low 29 is what it gets on its first, oh sorry, high 29 I meant to say. It just about gets into the under 30 club on its first flying lap, which means this is probably going to be quite quick. Yeah, this is... wow. It reminds me a little bit of that R390 we had out. Wow, okay, this is quick. I just realised it's only 28.395. What is with these mid-engine Fords? We've had, obviously, the GT90, which headed up our leaderboard for a while. We've had the RS200, which was quick, although you'd expect that to be quick. This, and the GT90, to be fair, you wouldn't expect to be quick, but they are. What? This is phenomenal. I cast aside everything else I was going to say about this. That is super quick. I will say, yeah, this does remind me of the R390 road car. In that case, the LM edition version of it was quicker. The reason it was quicker, quite simply, is because it was more controllable. But the road car was pretty good, it's just it had far too much power for its own good. This is like that, except this is like controllable. I also think, we haven't ran the race car yet, but I also think this is very much a case of the road car is going to be significantly quicker than the race car, purely because it can control the power, and if you can control the power, 160 horsepower is a big deficit to overcome. And I think the race version, I mean, let's be honest, the road car basically is the race car. Yeah, the race version doesn't even weigh that much less than this does, so yeah. This is phenomenally good. The only thing I will say on it, a little bit light on the front end, which means the brakes aren't amazing, so getting it stopped for some of these corners is a little bit of a problem, but other than that, it is incredible. To the line, 28.179. What a car, what a machine. That does actually mean it joins all of the mid-engine Fords as well, which is very poetic. What a car. I was not you know, I knew this was going to be pretty quick, you know, power weight-wise, of course. And I thought it was going to be, you know, as soon as I saw that, like, first lap, I was like, okay, maybe this is going to be around, like, Vector W8 twin-turbo, that sort of thing. But no, it's properly quick. Unbelievable. Unbelievable how quick that is. Do I think there's any more time in it? I'll be honest, probably not. But, wow. Just all I can say is wow. 28.179 places it into 11th it is 1,000th of a second quicker than the GT90, which ran our leaderboard for a while, so that is insane. Slightly down on the RS200, but you'd expect it to be. It's not far off the Vector M12 LM edition, which I'm speechless. That is probably, I mean, this is what, a 1966, so it's one of the oldest cars in the game. I'm gonna make a pretty confident statement that this is gonna be the quickest old car that we have, like the quickest like 60s car we have. That's just, I can't believe that, how quick that is. That is just insane quick. It's quicker than a Roof CTR2, which is like a modern-ish supercar for this game. Quicker than a Spas F1. Insane. Absolute insanity. What a machine. Anyways, that is it for this episode. This has been the 300th episode of the Hot Lap Classic Remastered, so thank you all very much for supporting this series. Only about, well, in the base game, like 340 cars to go, but, well, we've got to introduce some Project A-Spec cars at some point, and, yeah. That list is going to go up, so I don't think we're even halfway yet. Good. Great. Bring on more hot lapping. Thank you all very much for watching. Until next time. Farewell.